The English Gipsies and Their Language. By Charles G. Leland. Preface. As author of this book, I beg leave to observe that all which is stated in it relative to the customs or peculiarities of gypsies was gathered directly from gypsies themselves. And that every word of their language here given, whether in conversations, stories, or sayings, was taken from gypsy mouths. While entertaining the highest respect for the labors of Mr. George Borrow in this field, I have carefully avoided repeating him in the least detail. Neither have I taken anything from Simson, Hoyland, or any other writer on the Rommani race in England. Whatever the demerits of the work may be, it can at least claim to be an original collection of material fresh from nature, and not a reproduction from books. There are, it is true, 2 German Gipsy letters from other works, but these may be excused as illustrative of an English one. I may here in all sincerity speak kindly and gratefully of every true gypsy I have ever met, and of the cheerfulness with which they have invariably assisted me in my labor to the extent of their humble abilities. Other writers have had much to say of their incredible distrust of gorgios and unwillingness to impart their language, but I have always found them obliging and communicative. I have never had occasion to complain of rapacity or greediness among them. On the contrary, I have often wondered to see how the great want of such very poor people was generally kept in check by their natural politeness, which always manifests itself when they are treated properly. In fact, the first effort which I ever made to acquire a knowledge of English Rommani originated in a voluntary offer from an intelligent old dame to teach me the old Egyptian language. And as she also suggested that I should set forth the knowledge which I might acquire from her and her relatives in a book, referring to Mr. Borrow's having done so, I may hold myself fully acquitted from the charge of having acquired and published anything which my gypsy friends would not have had made known to the public. Mr. Borrow has very well and truly said that it is not by passing a few hours among gypsies that one can acquire a knowledge of their characteristics. And I think that this book presents abundant evidence that its contents were not gathered by slight and superficial intercourse with the Rommani. It is only by entering gradually and sympathetically, without any parade of patronage, into a familiar knowledge of the circumstances of the common life of humble people, be they gypsies, Indians, or whites, that one can surprise unawares those little inner traits which constitute the characteristic. However this may be, the reader will readily enough understand, on perusing these pages, possibly much better than I do myself, how it was I was able to collect whatever they contain that is new. The book contains some remarks on that great curious center and secret of all the nomadic and vagabond life in England, the Rommany, with comments on the fact that of the many novel or story writers who have described the travelers of the roads, very few have penetrated the real nature of their life. It gives several incidents illustrating the character of the gypsy, and some information of a very curious nature in reference to the respect of the English gypsies for their dead, and the strange manner in which they testify it. I believe that this will be found to be fully and distinctly illustrated by anecdotes and a narrative in the original gypsy language, with a translation. There is also a chapter containing in Rommani and English a very characteristic letter from a full-blood gypsy to a relative, which was dictated to me, and which gives a sketch of the leading incidents of gypsy life, trading in horses, fortune-telling, and cock-shying. I have also given accounts of conversations with gypsies, introducing in their language and in English their own remarks, noted down by me, on certain curious customs. Among others, on one which indicates that many of them profess among themselves a certain regard for our Saviour, because his birth and life appear to them to be like that of the Rommani. There is a collection of a number of words now current in vulgar English which were probably derived from gypsy, such as row, shindy, pal, trash, bosh, and niggling, and finally a number of Gudli or short stories. These Gudli have been regarded by my literary friends as interesting and curious, since they are nearly all specimens of a form of original narrative occupying a middle ground between the anecdote and fable, and abounding in gypsy traits. Some of them are given word for word as they are current among gypsies, and others owe their existence almost entirely either to the vivid imagination and childlike fancies of an old gypsy assistant, or were developed from some hint or imperfect saying or story. But all are thoroughly and truly Rommani, for every one, after being brought into shape, passed through a purely unsophisticated gypsy mind, and was finally declared to be tacho, or sound, by real Romanies. The truth is, that it is a difficult matter to hear a story among English gypsies which is not mangled or marred in the telling, so that to print it, restitution and invention become inevitable. But with a man who lived in a tent among the gorse and fern, and who intermitted his earnest conversation with a little wooden bear to point out to me the gentleman on horseback riding over the two beautiful little girls in the flowers on the carpet, such fables as I have given sprang up of themselves. Owing nothing to books, though they often required the influence of a better disciplined mind to guide them to a consistent termination. The Rommany English vocabulary which I propose shall follow this work is many times over more extensive than any ever before published. And it will also be found interesting to all philologists by its establishing the very curious fact that this last wave of the primitive Aryan Indian Ocean which spread over Europe, though it has lost the original form in its subsidence and degradation, consists of the same substance, or, in other words, that although the grammar has well-nigh disappeared, the words are almost without exception the same as those used in India, Germany, Hungary, or Turkey. It is generally believed that English gypsy is a mere jargon of the cant and slang of all nations, that of England predominating. But a very slight examination of the vocabulary will show that during more than 300 years in England the Rommany have not admitted a single English word to what they correctly call their language. I mean, of course, so far as my own knowledge of Rommany extends. To this at least I can testify, that the gypsy to whom I was principally indebted for words, though he often used slang, invariably discriminated correctly between it and Rommany. And I have often admired the extraordinary pride in their language which has induced the gypsies for so many generations to teach their children this difference. Almost every word which my assistant declared to be gypsy I have found either in Hindustani or in the works of Pott, Liebich, or Paspati. On this subject I would remark by the way, that many words which appear to have been taken by the gypsies from modern languages are in reality Indian. And as I have honestly done what I could to give the English reader fresh material on the gypsies, and not a rewarming of that which was gathered by others, I sincerely trust that I may not be held to sharp account, as the authors of such books very often are, for not having given more or done it better than was really in my power. Gypsies in England are passing away as rapidly as Indians in North America. They keep among themselves the most singular fragments of their Oriental origin. They abound in quaint characteristics, and yet almost nothing is done to preserve what another generation will deeply regret the loss of. There are complete dictionaries of the Dakota and many other American Indian languages, and every detail of the rude life of those savages has been carefully recorded. While the autobiographic romances of Mr. Barrow and Mr. Simson's history contain nearly all the information of any value extant relative to the English gypsies. Yet of these two writers, Mr. Barrow is the only one who had, so to speak, an inside view of his subject, or was a philologist. In conclusion I would remark, that if I have not, like many writers on the poor gypsies, abused them for certain proverbial faults, it has been because they never troubled me with anything very serious of the kind, or brought it to my notice. And I certainly never took the pains to hunt it up to the discredit of people who always behaved decently to me. I have found them more cheerful, polite, and grateful than the lower orders of other races in Europe or America. And I believe that where their respect and sympathy are secured, they are quite as upright. Like all people who are regarded as outcasts, they are very proud of being trusted, and under this influence will commit the most daring acts of honesty. And with this I commend my book to the public. Should it be favorably received, I will add fresh reading to it. In any case I shall at least have the satisfaction of knowing that I did my best to collect material illustrating a very curious and greatly neglected subject. It is merely as a collection of material that I offer it. Let those who can use it, do what they will with it. If I have not given in this book a sketch of the history of the gypsies, or statistics of their numbers, or accounts of their social condition in different countries, it is because nearly everything of the kind may be found in the works of George Barrow and Walter Simson, which are in all respectable libraries, and may be obtained from any bookseller. I would remark to any impatient reader for mere entertainment, who may find fault with the abundance of Rommani or Gipsy language in the following pages. That the principal object of the author was to collect and preserve such specimens of a rapidly vanishing language, and that the title page itself indirectly indicates such an object. I have, however, invariably given with the Gipsy a translation immediately following the text in plain English, at times very plain, in order that the literal meaning of words may be readily apprehended. I call especial attention to this fact, so that no one may accuse me of encumbering my pages with Rommani. While writing this book, or in fact after the whole of the first part was written, I passed a winter in Egypt. And as that country is still supposed by many people to be the fatherland of the Gipsies, and as very little is known relative to the Rommani there, I have taken the liberty of communicating what I could learn on the subject. Though it does not refer directly to the Gipsies of England. Those who are interested in the latter will readily pardon the addition. There are now in existence about 300 works on the Gipsies, but of the entire number comparatively few contain fresh material gathered from the Rommani themselves. Of late years the first philologists of Europe have taken a great interest in their language, which is now included in Die Sprachen Europas, as the only Indian tongue spoken in this quarter of the world. And I believe that English Gipsy is really the only strongly distinct Rommani dialect which has never as yet been illustrated by copious specimens or a vocabulary of any extent. I therefore trust that the critical reader will make due allowances for the very great difficulties under which I have labored, and not blame me for not having done better that which, so far as I can ascertain, would possibly not have been done at all. Within the memory of man the popular Rommani of this country was really grammatical. That which is now spoken, and from which I gathered the material for the following pages, is, as the reader will observe, almost entirely English as to its structure. Although it still abounds in Hindu words to a far greater extent than has been hitherto supposed. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. 1. Introductory. The Rommani of the Roads. The Secret of Vagabond Life in England. Its peculiar and thoroughly hidden nature. Gipsy character and the causes which formed it. The moral results of hungry marauding. Gipsy ideas of religion. The scripture story of the seven whistlers. The baker's daughter. Difficulties of acquiring Rommani. The fable of the cat. The Chinese, the American Indian, and the wandering Gipsy. Although the valuable and curious works of Mr. George Borrow have been in part for more than 20 years before the British public, it may still be doubted whether many, even of our scholars, are aware of the remarkable, social, and philological facts which are connected with an immense proportion of our out-of-door population. There are, indeed, very few people who know, that every time we look from the window into a crowded street, the chances are greatly in favor of the assertion that we shall see at least one man who bears in his memory some hundreds of Sanskrit roots, and that man English-born. Though it was probably in the open air, and English-bred, albeit his breeding was of the roads. For go where you will, though you may not know it, you encounter at every step, in one form or the other, the Rommani. True, the dwellers in tents are becoming few and far between, because the close cultivation of the present generation, which has enclosed nearly all the waste land in England, has left no spot in many a day's journey, where the travellers, as they call themselves, can light the fire and boil the kettle undisturbed. There is almost no tent to hatch, or place to stay in. So it has come to pass, that those among them who cannot settle down like unto the Gentiles, have gone across the great water to America, which is their true Canaan, where they flourish mightily, the more enterprising making a good thing of it, by pasturing greyas or running horses, or trading in them, while the idler or more moral ones, pick up their living as easily as a mouse in a cheese, on the endless roads and in the forests. And so many of them have gone there, that I am sure the child is now born, to whom the sight of a real old-fashioned Gipsy will be as rare in England as a Sioux or Pawnee warrior in the streets of New York or Philadelphia. But there is a modified and yet real Rommani Dom, which lives and will live with great vigor, so long as a regularly organized nomadic class exists on our roads, and it is the true nature and inner life of this class which has remained for ages an impenetrable mystery to the world at large. A member of it may be a tramp and a beggar, the proprietor of some valuable traveling show, a horse dealer, or a tinker. He may be eloquent, as a cheap jack, noisy as a punch, or musical with a fiddle at fairs. He may peddle pottery, make and sell skewers and clothes pegs, or vend baskets in a caravan. He may keep cockshies and Aunt Sallies at races. But whatever he may be, depend upon it, reader, that among those who follow these and similar callings which he represents, are literally many thousands who, unsuspected by the gorgios, are known to one another, and who still speak among themselves. More or less, that curious old tongue which the researches of the greatest living philologists have indicated, is in all probability not merely allied to Sanskrit, but perhaps in point of age an elder though vagabond sister or cousin of that ancient language. For the Rommany is the characteristic leaven of all the real tramp life and nomadic callings of Great Britain. And by this word I mean not the language alone, which is regarded, however, as a test of superior knowledge of the roads, but a curious inner life and freemasonry of secret intelligence, ties of blood and information. Useful to a class who have much in common with one another, and very little in common with the settled tradesman or worthy citizen. The hawker whom you meet, and whose blue eyes and light hair indicate no trace of oriental blood, may not be a churdo, or pashrat, or half-blood, or half-scrag, as a full gypsy might contemptuously term him, but he may be, of his kind, a quadroon or octoroon, or he may have gypsified, by marrying a gypsy wife. And by the way be it said, such women make by far the best wives to be found among English itinerants, and the best suited for a traveller. But in any case he has taken pains to pick up all the gypsy he can. If he is a tinker, he knows can nick, or can't, or thieves slang by nature, but the Rommany, which has very few words in common with the former, is the true language of the mysteries. In fact, it has with him become, strangely enough, what it was originally, a sort of sacred Sanskrit, known only to the Brahmins of the roads, compared to which the other language is only commonplace Prakrit, which anybody may acquire. He is proud of his knowledge, he makes of it a deep mystery, and if you, a gentleman, ask him about it, he will probably deny that he ever heard of its existence. Should he be very thirsty, and your manners frank and assuring, it is, however, not impossible that after draining a pot of beer at your expense, he may recall, with a grin, the fact that he has heard that the gypsies have a queer kind of language of their own. And then, if you have any Rommany yourself at command, he will perhaps racker Rommanys with greater or less fluency. Mr. Simeon, in his History of the Gipsies, asserts that there is not a tinker or scissors grinder in Great Britain who cannot talk this language, and my own experience agrees with his declaration. To this extent, that they all have some knowledge of it, or claim to have it, however slight it may be. So rare is a knowledge of Rommany among those who are not connected in some way with gypsies, that the slightest indication of it is invariably taken as an irrefutable proof of relationship with them. It is but a few weeks since, as I was walking along the Marine Parade in Brighton, I overtook a tinker. Wishing him to sharpen some tools for me, I directed him to proceed to my home, and en route spoke to him in gypsy. As he was quite fair in complexion, I casually remarked, I should have never supposed you could speak Rommany, you don't look like it. To which he replied, very gravely, in a tone as of gentle reproach, you don't look a gypsy yourself, sir. But you know you are one, you talk like one. Truly, the secret of the Rommany has been well kept in England. It seems so to me when I reflect that, with the exception of Lavengro and the Rommany Rye, I cannot recall a single novel, in our language, in which the writer has shown familiarity with the real life, habits, or language of the vast majority of that very large class, the itinerants of the roads. Mr. Dickens has set before us cheap jacks, and a number of men who were, in their very face, of the class of which I speak. But I cannot recall in his writings any indication that he knew that these men had a singular secret life with their confreres, or that they could speak a strange language. For we may well call that language strange which is, in the main, Sanskrit, with many Persian words intermingled. Mr. Dickens, however, did not pretend, as some have done, to specially treat of gipsies, and he made no affectation of a knowledge of any mysteries. He simply reflected popular life as he saw it. But there are many novels and tales, old and new, devoted to setting forth Rommany life and conversation, which are as much like the originals as a Pastor Fido is like a common shepherd. One novel which I once read, is so full of the dark blood, that it might almost be called a gypsy novel. The hero is a gypsy, he lives among his kind, the book is full of them. And yet, with all due respect to its author, who is one of the most gifted and best informed romance writers of the century, I must declare that, from beginning to end, there is not in the novel the slightest indication of any real and familiar knowledge of gypsies. Again, to put thieves' slang into the mouths of gypsies, as their natural and habitual language, has been so much the custom, from Sir Walter Scott to the present day, that readers are sometimes gravely assured in good faith that this jargon is pure Rommany. But this is an old error in England, since the vocabulary of cant appended to the English Rogue, published in 1680, was long believed to be gypsy, and Captain Grose, the antiquary, who should have known better, speaks with the same ignorance. It is, indeed, strange to see learned and shrewd writers, who pride themselves on truthfully depicting every element of European life, and every type of every society, so ignorant of the habits, manners, and language of thousands of really strange people who swarm on the highways and byways. We have had the squire and the governess, my lord and all Bohemia, artistic and literary, but where are our vrais Bohemians, out of Lavengro and Rommany Rye, nowhere. Yet there is to be found among the children of Rom, or the descendants of the worshippers of Rama, or the Doms or Coptic Romi, whatever their ancestors may have been, more that is quaint and adapted to the purposes of the novelist than is to be found in any other class of the inhabitants of England. You may not detect a trace of it on the roads. But once become truly acquainted with a fair average specimen of a gypsy, pass many days in conversation with him, and above all acquire his confidence and respect, and you will wonder that such a being, so entirely different from yourself, could exist in Europe in the 19th century. It is said that those who can converse with Irish peasants in their own native tongue, form far higher opinions of their appreciation of the beautiful, and of the elements of humor and pathos in their hearts, than do those who know their thoughts only through the medium of English. I know from my own observation that this is quite the case with the Indians of North America, and it is unquestionably so with the gypsy. When you know a true specimen to the depths of his soul, you will find a character so entirely strange, so utterly at variance with your ordinary conceptions of humanity, that it is no exaggeration whatever to declare that it would be a very difficult task for the best writer to convey to the most intelligent reader an idea of his subject's nature. You have in him, to begin with, a being whose every condition of life is in direct contradiction to what you suppose every man's life in England must be. I was born in the open air, said a gypsy to me a few days since. And put me down anywhere, in the fields or woods, I can always support myself. Understand me, he did not mean by pilfering, since it was of America that we were speaking, and of living in the lonely forests. We pity with tears many of the poor among us, whose life is one of luxury compared to that which the gypsy, who despises them, enjoys with a zest worth more than riches. What a country America must be, quoth Perengro, the walker, to me, on the occasion just referred to. Why, my pal, who's just well the Popley from Dovo Tem, my brother, who has just returned from that country, tells me that when a cow or anything dies there, they just chuck it away, and nobody ask a word for any of it. What would you do, he continued, if you were in the fields and had nothing to eat? I replied, that if any could be found, I should hunt for fern roots. I could do better than that, he said. I should hunt for a hotchawitchie, a hedgehog, and I should be sure to find one, there's no better eating. Whereupon, assuming his left hand to be an imaginary hedgehog, he proceeded to score and turn and dress it for ideal cooking with a case knife. And what had you for dinner today? I inquired. Some cock's heads. They're very fine indeed. Now it is curious but true that there is no person in the world more particular as to what he eats than the half-starved English or Irish peasant, whose sufferings have so often been set forth for our condolence. We may be equally foolish, you and I, in fact chemistry proves it, when we are disgusted at the idea of feeding on many things which mere association and superstition render revolting. But the old-fashioned gypsy has none of these qualms, he is haunted by no ghost of society, save the policeman, he knows none of its terrors. Whatever is edible he eats, except horse-meat, wherever there is an empty spot he sleeps. And the man who can do this devoid of shame, without caring a pin for what the world says, nay, without even knowing that he does not care, or that he is peculiar, is independent to a degree which of itself confers a character which is not easy to understand. I grew up as a young man with great contempt for Helvetius, D'Holbach, and all the French philosophers of the last century, whose ideal man was a perfect savage. But I must confess that since I have studied gypsy nature, my contempt has changed into wonder where they ever learned in their salons and libraries enough of humanity to theorize so boldly, and with such likeness to truth, as they did. It is not merely in the absolute out-of-doors independence of the old-fashioned gypsy, freer than any wild beast from care for food, that his resemblance to a philosopher consists, or rather to the ideal man, free from imaginary cares. For more than this, be it for good or for evil, the real gypsy has, unlike all other men, unlike the lowest savage, positively no religion, no tie to a spiritual world, no fear of a future, nothing but a few trifling superstitions and legends, which in themselves indicate no faith whatever in anything deeply seated. It would be difficult, I think, for any highly civilized man, who had not studied thought deeply, and in a liberal spirit, to approach in the least to a rational comprehension of a real gypsy mind. During my life it has been my fortune to become intimate with men who were absolutely, or positively, freethinkers, men who had, by long study in mere logic, completely freed themselves from any mental tie whatever. Such men are rare. It requires an enormous amount of intellectual culture, an unlimited expenditure of pains in the metaphysical hotbed, and tremendous self-confidence to produce them, I mean, the real article. Among the most thorough of these, a man on whom utter and entire freedom of thought sat easily and unconsciously, was a certain German doctor of philosophy named P. To him God and all things were simply ideas of development. The last remark which I can recall from him was, ja. We advanced Hegelians agree exactly on the whole with the materialists. Now, to my mind, nothing seems more natural than that, when sitting entire days talking with an old gypsy, no one rises so frequently from the past before me as Mr. P. To him all religion represented a portion of the vast mass of frozen, petrified developments, which simply impede the march of intelligent minds. To my Rommany friend, it is one of the thousand inventions of gorgio life, which, like policemen, are simply obstacles to gypsies in the search of a living, and could he have grasped the circumstances of the case, he would doubtless have replied, Avali, we gypsies agree on the whole exactly with Mr. P. Extremes meet. One Sunday an old gypsy was assuring me, with a great appearance of piety, that on that day she neither told fortunes nor worked at any kind of labor, in fact, she kept it altogether correctly. Avali, I replied. Do you know what the gypsies in Germany say became of their church? Keck, answered the old lady. No. What is it? They say that the gypsies' church was made of pork, and the dogs ate it. Long, loud, and joyously affirmative was the peal of laughter with which the gypsies welcomed this characteristic story. So far as research in the analogy of living tribes of the same race can establish a fact, it would seem that the gypsies were, previous to their quitting India, not people of high caste, but wandering pariahs, outcasts, foes to the Brahmins, and unbelievers. All the pariahs are not freethinkers, but in India, the Church, as in Italy, loses no time in making of all detected freethinkers pariahs. Thus we are told, in the introduction to the English translation of that very curious book, The Tales of the Guru Simple, which should be read by every scholar, that all the true literature of the country, that which has life, and freedom. And humor comes from the pariahs. And was it different in those days, when Rabelais, and von Hutten, and Giordano Bruno were, in their wise, pariahs and gypsies, roving from city to city, often wanting bread and dreading fire, but asking for nothing but freedom? The more I have conversed intimately with gypsies, the more have I been struck by the fact that my mingled experiences of European education and of life in the far west of America have given me a basis of mutual intelligence which had otherwise been utterly wanting. I, myself, have known in a wild country what it is to be half-starved for many days, to feel that all my thoughts and intellectual exertions, hour by hour, were all becoming centered on one subject: how to get something to eat. I felt what it was to be wolfish and even ravening, and I noted, step by step, in myself, how a strange sagacity grew within me, an art of detecting food. It was during the American War, and there were thousands of us pitifully starved. When we came near some log hut I began at once to surmise, if I saw a flour sack lying about, that there was a mill not far distant, perhaps flour or bread in the house. While the dwellers in the hut were closely scanned to judge from their appearance if they were well fed, and of a charitable disposition. It is a melancholy thing to recall. But it is absolutely necessary for a thinker to have once lived such a life, that he may be able to understand what is the intellectual status of those fellow beings whose whole life is simply a hunt for enough food to sustain life. And enough beer to cheer it. I have spoken of the gypsy fondness for the hedgehog. Richard Liebich, in his book, Die Sojourner in Ihrem Wesen und in ihrer Sprache, tells his readers that the only indication of a belief in a future state which he ever detected in an old gypsy woman, was that she once dreamed she was in heaven. It appeared to her as a large garden, full of fine fat hedgehogs. This is, says Mr. Liebich, unquestionably very earthly, and dreamed very sensuously. Reminding us of Mahomet's paradise, which in like manner was directed to the animal and not to the spiritual nature, only that here were hedgehogs and their houris. 6,000 or 7,000 years of hungry marauding, end by establishing strange points of difference between the mind of a gypsy and a well-to-do citizen. It has starved God out of the former. He inherited unbelief from his half-fed pariah ancestors, and often retains it, even in England, to this day, with many other unmistakable signs of his Eastern jackal origin. And strange as it may seem to you, reader, his intercourse with Christians has all over Europe been so limited, that he seldom really knows what religion is. The same Mr. Liebich tells us that one day he overheard a gypsy disputing with his wife as to what was the true character of the belief of the Gentiles. Both admitted that there was a great elder grown-up God, the Bero Puro Dul, and a smaller younger God, the Tikno Tarno Dul. But the wife maintained, appealing to Mr. Liebich for confirmation, that the great God no longer reigned, having abdicated in favor of the Son, while the husband declared that the great older God died long ago. And that the world was now governed by the little God who was, however, not the son of his predecessor, but of a poor carpenter. I have never heard of any such nonsense among the English wandering gypsies with regard to Christianity, but at the same time I must admit that their ideas of what the Bible contains are extremely vague. One day I was sitting with an old gypsy, discussing Rommany matters, when he suddenly asked me what the word was in the Waver Temeni Jib, or foreign gypsy, for the 7 stars. That would be, I said, the Hefta Cerni. I suppose your name for it is the Hefta Pens. There is a story that once they were 7 sisters, but one of them was lost, and so they are called 7 to this day, though there are only 6. And their right name is the Pleiades. That Gudlo, that story, replied the gypsy, is like the one of the 7 whistlers, which you know is in the scriptures. What? At least they told me so. That the 7 whistlers are 7 spirits of ladies who fly by night, high in the air, like birds. And it says in the Bible that once on a time one got lost, and never came back again, and now the 6 whistles to find her. But people calls them the 7 whistlers, though there are only 6, exactly the same as in your story of the stars. It's queer, resumed my gypsy, after a pause, how they always tells these here stories by 7s. Were you ever on Salisbury Plain? No. There are great stones there, Bori bars, and many a night I've slept there in the moonlight, in the open air, when I was a boy, and listened to my father tellin' me about the baker. For there's 7 great stories, and they say that hundreds of years ago a baker used to come with loaves of bread, and waste it all a tryin' to make 7 loaves remain at the same place, one on each stone. But one allus fell off, and to this here day he's never yet been able to get all 7 on the 7 stones. I think that my gypsy told this story in connection with that of the whistlers, because he was under the impression that it also was of scriptural origin. It is, however, really curious that the gypsy term for an owlet is the Maramengros Havi, or baker's daughter, and that they are all familiar with the monkish legend which declares that Jesus, in a baker's shop, once asked for bread. The mistress was about to give him a large cake, when her daughter declared it was too much, and diminished the gift by 1/2. He nothing said, but by the fire laid down the bread. When lo, as when a blossom blows, to a vast loaf the manchet rose. In angry wonder, standing by, the girl sent forth a wild, rude cry, and, feathering fast into a fowl, flew to the woods a wailing owl. According to Eilert Sundt, who devoted his life to studying the Fanten and Tattern, or vagabonds and gypsies of Sweden and Norway, there is a horrible and ghastly semblance among them of something like a religion, current in Scandinavia. Once a year, by night, the gypsies of that country assemble for the purpose of unbaptizing all of their children whom they have, during the year, suffered to be baptized for the sake of gifts, by the Gorgios. On this occasion, amid wild orgies, they worship a small idol, which is preserved until the next meeting with the greatest secrecy and care by their captain. I must declare that this story seems very doubtful to me. I have devoted this chapter to illustrating from different points the fact that there lives in England a race which has given its impress to a vast proportion of our vagabond population, and which is more curious and more radically distinct in all its characteristics, than our writers, with 1 or 2 exceptions, have ever understood. One extraordinary difference still remains to be pointed out, as it has, in fact, already been, with great acumen, by Mr. George Borrow, in his Gipsies in Spain, and by Dr. Alexander Paspati in his Études sur les Chingianes ou Bohemians de l'Empire Ottoman, Constantinople, 1870. Also by Mr. Bright, in his Hungary, and by Mr. Simson. It is this, that in every part of the world it is extremely difficult to get Rommany words, even from intelligent gypsies, although they may be willing with all their heart to communicate them. It may seem simple enough to the reader to ask a man, how do you call, to carry, in your language? But can the reader understand that a man, who is possibly very much shrewder than himself in reading at a glance many phases of character, and in countless trickeries, should be literally unable to answer such a question? And yet I have met with many such. The truth is, that there are people in this world who never had such a thing as an abstract idea, let us say even of an apple, plumped suddenly at them, not once in all their lives, and, when it came, the unphilosophical mind could no more grasp it than the gentleman mentioned by G. H. Lewis, History of Philosophy, could grasp the idea of substance without attribute as presented by Berkeley. The real gypsy could talk about apples all day, but the sudden demand for the unconnected word staggers him, at least, until he has had some practice in this, to him, new process. And it is so with other races. Professor Max Muller once told me in conversation, as nearly as I can recollect, that the Mohawk Indian language is extremely rich in declension, every noun having some 16 or 17 inflections of case, but no nominative. One can express one's relations to a father to a most extraordinary extent, among the dilapidated descendants of that once powerful tribe. But such a thing as the abstract idea of a father, or of father per et simple, never entered the Mohawk mind, and this is very like the gypsies. When a rather wild gypsy once gives you a word, it must be promptly recorded, for a demand for its repetition at once confuses him. On doit cicer lo mot a chap o nomade ni pa elabliger a lo repeter, car il lo changera sealan so, faken, says Paspati. Unused to abstract efforts of memory, all that he can retain is the sense of his last remark, and very often this is changed with the fleeting second by some associated thought, which materially modifies it. It is always difficult, in consequence, to take down a story in the exact terms which a philologist desires. There are two words for bad in English gypsy, wafro and vesavo. And I think it must have taken me 10 minutes one day to learn, from a by no means dull gypsy, whether the latter word was known to him, or if it were used at all. He got himself into a hopeless tangle in trying to explain the difference between wafro and naflo, or ill, until his mind finally refused to act on vesavo at all, and spasmodically rejected it. With all the patience of Job, and the meekness of Moses, I awaited my time, and finally obtained my information. The impatience of such minds in narrative is amusing. Let us suppose that I am asking some Kushto Rommany Chow for a version of Aesop's fable of the youth and the cat. He is sitting comfortably by the fire, and good ale has put him into a storytelling humor. I begin. Now then, tell me this Adri Rommanies, in Gypsy, once upon a time there was a young man who had a cat. Gypsy. Yekaris, pre-yek kairis, araklo lelda machka. While I am writing this down, and long before it is half done, the professor of Rommany, becoming interested in the subject, continues volubly. And the machka yek sala dicta chiliko a preya ruck, and the cat one morning saw a bird in a tree. I. Stop, stop. Hatcha wongish. That is not it. Now go on. The young man loved this cat so much. Gypsy, fluently, in Rommany, that he thought her skin would make a nice pair of gloves. Confound your gloves. Now do begin again. Gypsy, with an air of grief and injury, I'm sure I was telling the story for you the best way I knew how. Yet this man was far from being a fool. What was it, then? Simply and solely, a lack of education, of that mental training which even those who never entered a schoolhouse, receive more or less of, when they so much as wait patiently for a month behind a chair, or tug for 6 months at a plough, or in short, acquire the civilized virtue of Christian patience. That is it. We often hear in this world that a little education goes a great way. But to get some idea of the immense value of a very little education indeed, and the incredible effect it may have upon character, one should study with gentleness and patience a real gypsy. Probably the most universal error in the world is the belief that all men, due allowance being made for greater or less knowledge or talents, have minds like our own, are endowed with the same moral perception, and see things on the whole very much as we do. Now the truth is that a Chinese, whose mind is formed, not by religion, as we understand it, but simply by the intense pressure of old custom, which we do not understand, thinks in a different manner from an European. Moralists accuse him of moral obliquity, but in reality it is a moral difference. Docility of mind, the patriarchal principle, and the very perfection of innumerable wise and moral precepts have, by the practice of thousands of years, produced in him their natural result. Whenever he attempts to think, his mind runs at once into some broad and open path, beautifully bordered with dry artificial flowers, and the result has been the inability to comprehend any new idea, a state to which the Church of the Middle Ages, or any too rigidly established system, would in a few thousand years have reduced humanity. Under the action of widely different causes, the gypsy has also a different cast of mind from our own, and a radical moral difference. A very few years ago, when I was on the plains of western Kansas, Old Black Kettle, a famous Indian chief, said in a speech, "I am not a white man, I am a wolf. I was born like a wolf on the prairies. I have lived like a wolf, and I shall die like one." Such is the wild gypsy. Ever poor and hungry, theft seems to him, in the trifling easy manner in which he practices it, simply a necessity. The moral aspects of petty crime he never considers at all, nor does he, in fact, reflect upon anything as it is reflected on by the humblest peasant who goes to church, or who in any way feels himself connected as an integral part of that great body corporate, society. 2. A Gipsy Cottage. The old fortune-teller and her brother. The pattern, or Gypsy's road mark. the Christian cross, named by continental gypsies trussel, after the trident of Shiva. Curious English gypsy term for the cross. Ashwood fires on Christmas Day. Our Saviour regarded with affection by the Rommany because he was like themselves and poor. Strange ideas of the Bible. The oak. Lizards renew their lives. Snails. Slugs. Tobacco pipes as old as the world. Duvalest, avu. Mandy's cared my pattern adusta chair uses where a drum jowls atut the waver, which means in English, God bless you, yes. Many a time I have marked my sign where the roads cross. I was seated in the cottage of an old gypsy mother, one of the most noted fortune-tellers in England, when I heard this from her brother, himself an ancient wanderer, who loves far better to hear the lark sing than the mouse cheep when he wakes of a morning. It was a very small but clean cottage, of the kind quite peculiar to the English labourer, and therefore attractive to every one who has felt the true spirit of the most original poetry and art which this country has produced. For look high or low, dear reader, you will find that nothing has ever been better done in England than the pictures of rural life, and over nothing have its gifted minds cast a deeper charm. There were the little rough porcelain figures of which the English peasantry are so fond, and which, cheap as they are, indicate that the taste of your friend's Lady, for Worcester, porcelain, or the Duchess of, for Majolica, has its roots among far humbler folk. In fact there were perhaps 20 things which no English reader would have supposed were peculiar, yet which were something more than peculiar to me. The master of the house was an Anglo-Saxon, a Gorgio, and his wife, by some magic or other, the oracle before mentioned. And I, answering said, so you all call it pattern? No, very few of us know that name. We do it without calling it anything. Then I took my stick and marked on the floor the following sign. There, I said, is the oldest pattern, first of all, which the gypsies use today in foreign lands. In Germany, when one band of gypsies goes by a cross road, they draw that deep in the dust, with the end of the longest line pointing in the direction in which they have gone. Then, the next who come by see the mark, and, if they choose, follow it. We make it differently, said the gypsy. This is our sign, the Trin Bongo drums, or cross. And he drew his pattern thus. The long end points the way, he added, just as in your sign. You call a cross, I remarked, Trin Bongo drums, or the three crooked roads. Do you know any such word as trussel for it? No, trusselo is thirsty, and trushni means a faggot, and also a basket. I shouldn't wonder if a faggot once got the old Rommany word for cross, I said, because in it every stick is crossed by the wooden withy which binds it, and in a basket, every wooden strip crosses the other. I did not, however, think it worth while to explain to the gypsies that when their ancestors, centuries ago, left India, it was with the memory that Shiva, the destroyer, bore a trident, the trikula in Sanskrit, the trisel of Mahadeva in Hindustani, and that in coming to Europe the resemblance of its shape to that of the cross impressed them, so that they gave to the Christian symbol the name of the sacred triple spear. For if you turn up a little the two arms of a cross, you change the emblem of suffering and innocence at once into one of murder, just as ever so little a deviation from goodness will lead you, my dear boy, into any amount of devilry. And that the unfailing lucid flash of humor may not be wanting. There lightens on my mind the memory of the mysterious pitchfork, a German satirical play which made a sensation in its time, and Herlassen in his romance of Der letzte Tabret, which helped George Sand amazingly in Consuelo, makes a gypsy chieftain appear in a wonderfully puzzling light by brandishing, in fierce midnight dignity, this agricultural parody on Neptune's weapon, which brings me nicely around to my gypsies again. If I said nothing to the inmates of the cottage of all that the trussel or cross trident suggested, still less did I vex their souls with the mystic possible meaning of the antique pattern or sign which I had drawn. For it has, I opine, a deep meaning, which as one who knew Kreutzer of old, I have a right to set forth. Briefly, then, and without encumbering my book with masses of authority, let me state that in all early lore, the road is a symbol of life, Christ himself having used it in this sense. Cross roads were peculiarly meaningful as indicating the meet of life with life, of good with evil, a faith of which abundant traces are preserved in the fact that until the present generation suicides were buried at them. And magical rites and diabolic incantations are supposed to be most successful when practiced in such places. The English path, the Gipsy pattern, the Rommany Hindu pat, a foot, and the Hindu panth, a road, all meet in the Sanskrit path, which was the original parting of the ways. Now the pattern which I have drawn, like the kua of the Chinese or the mystical swastika of the Buddhists, embraces the long line of life, or of the infinite and the short, or broken lines of the finite, and, therefore, as an ancient magical Eastern sign, would be most appropriately inscribed as a sicurpasquero dramescro, or hand post, to show the wandering Rommani how to proceed on their way of life. That the ordinary Christian cross should be called by the English Gipsies a trin bongo drum, or the 3 cross roads, is not remarkable when we consider that their only association with it is that of a Weishower, as Germans would call it. To you, reader, it may be that it points the way of eternal life; to the benighted Rommany English Hindu, it indicates nothing more than the same old weary track of daily travel. Of wayfare and warfare with the world, seeking food and too often finding none, living for petty joys and driven by dire need. Lying down with poverty and rising with hunger, ignorant in his very wretchedness of 1,000 things which he ought to want, and not knowing enough to miss them. Just as the reader 1,000, or perhaps only 100, years hence, should a copy of this work be then extant, may pity the writer of these lines for his ignorance of the charming comforts, as yet unborn, which will render his physical condition so delightful. To thee, O, future reader, I am what the gypsy is to me. Wait, my dear boy of the future, wait, till you get to heaven, which is a long way off from the gypsies. Let us return. We had spoken of pattern, or of crosses by the wayside, and this led naturally enough to speaking of him who died on the cross, and of wandering. And I must confess that it was with great interest I learned that the gypsies, from a very singular and Rommany point of view, respect, and even pay him, in common with the peasantry in some parts of England, a peculiar honor. For this reason I bade the gypsy carefully repeat his words, and wrote them down accurately. I give them in the original, with a translation. Let me first state that my informant was not quite clear in his mind as to whether the Burrow Divis, or Great Day, was Christmas or New Year's, nor was he by any means certain on which Christ was born. But he knew very well that when it came, the gypsies took great pains to burn an ashwood fire. Avali, adusta kairos I've had to jal dui or trin mees of a Burrow Divis sig, in the sala, to lel ashwood for the yag. That was when I was a biddy chavo, for my daughters always would care of it. And we cares it because folky pens our saviour, the Tickno Duvel was born apres the Burrow Divis, pre the Puv, of Re in the Tem, like we Romanis, and he was brought pre-passion ash yag, why you can dick dovo adri the scriptures. The ivy and holly and pine rucks never puckered a lav when our saviour was gavern of his coquero, and so they tools their jivaban saw, sar, the one, and Dick Selno saw the besh. But the ash, like the sorello ruck, puckered a tut him, where he was gavern, so they have to hatch mullo adri the one. And so we Rommany chals always hatchers and ash yag saw the Burrow Divuses. For the Tickno Duvel was chived a wadras, pre the Puvius like a Rommany chow, and kisterd a prey a mila like a Rommany, and jald pale the Tem a mangan his moro like a Rom. And he was always a poveri coro mush, like we, till he was nashered by the Gorgios. And he kisterd a prey a mila. Avali. Yekaris he putchered the pashgray if he might kister her, but she puckered him kek. So because the pashgray wouldn't recur him, she was sovahold against us never to be a die or lel ticknos. So she never lelled kek, nor any cross either. Then he putchered the mila to recur him, and she penned, Avali. So he pet a cross apres Lockie's dumo. And to the divis the mila has a trin bongo drum and latchers ticknos, but the pashgray has kek. So the milas longs of the Romanis. Translation. Yes, many a time I've had to go 2 or 3 miles of a great day, Christmas, early in the morning, to get ashwood for the fire. That was when I was a small boy, for my father always would do it. And we do it because people say our Savior, the small God, was born on the great day, in the field, out in the country, like we Romanies, and he was brought up by an ash fire. Here a sudden sensation of doubt or astonishment at my ignorance seemed to occur to my informant, for he said, "Why, you can see that in the scriptures." To which I answered, "But the Gipsies have scripture stories different from those of the Gorgios, and different ideas about religion. Go on with your story. Why do you burn ash wood?" "The ivy, and holly, and pine trees, never told a word where our Savior was hiding himself, and so they keep alive all the winter, and look green all the year. But the ash, like the oak, lit. Strong tree, told of him, lit. A cross, against him, where he was hiding, so they have to remain dead through the winter. And so we Gipsies always burn an ash fire every great day. For the Saviour was born in the open field like a gipsy, and rode on an ass like one, and went round the land a-begging his bread like a rom. And he was always a poor wretched man like us, till he was destroyed by the Gentiles. And he rode on an ass. Yes. Once he asked the mule if he might ride her, but she told him no. So because the mule would not carry him, she was cursed never to be a mother or have children. So she never had any, nor any cross either. Then he asked the ass to carry him, and she said, yes, so he put a cross upon her back. And to this day the ass has a cross and bears young, but the mule has none. So the asses belong to, are peculiar to, the Gipsies. There was a pause, when I remarked, that is a fino gudlo, a fine story, and all of it about an ash tree. Can you tell me anything about the sorrello ruck, the strong tree, the oak? Only what I've often heard our people say about its life. And what is that? Dui 100 besh a hatchin, Dui 100 besh nasher and his chucko, Dui 100 besh pre he mullers, and then he nasher sar his rat and he's kikumi kushto. That is good, too. There are a great many men who would like to live as long. Tacho, true. But an old coat can hold out better than a man. If a man gets a hole in him he dies, but his chucko, coat, can be tuffered and sieved up mended and sewed up, forever. So, unless a man could get a new life every year, as they say the hepoots, the little lizards do, he needn't hope to live like an oak. Do the lizards get a new life every year? Avali. A heput only lives 1 year, and then he begins life over again. Do snails live as long as lizards? Not when I find emria, if I am hungry. Snails are good eating. You can find plenty on the hedges. When they're going about in the fields or, are found, under wood, they are not good eating. The best are those which are kept, or live through, literally sleep, the winter. Take and wash and throw into the kettle, with water and a little salt. The broth's good for the yellow jaundice. So you call a snail? A bavries, said the old fortune-teller. Bavries. The Hungarian Gipsies call it a burro. But in Germany the Romanis say stargally. I wonder why a snail should be a stargally. I know, cried the brother, eagerly. When you put a snail on the fire it cries out and squeaks just like a little child. Stargally means, for cries. I had my doubts as to the accuracy of this startling derivation, but said nothing. The same Gipsy on a subsequent occasion, being asked what he would call a roan horse in Rommany, replied promptly. A machno grey, a fish horse. Why a machno grey? Because a fish has a roan, i.e., roe, hasn't it? Leastways I can't come no nearer to it, if it ain't that. But he did better when I was puzzling my brain, as the learned Pot and Zipple had done before me, over the possible origin of cho or churro, a ball, or anything round, when he suggested. Ria, I should say that as a cho is round. And a kuro or cup is round, and they both sound alike and look alike, it must be all very much the same thing. Can you tell me anything more about snails? I asked, reverting to a topic which, by the way, I have observed is like that of the hedgehog, a favorite one with Gipsies. Yes, You can cure warts with the big black kind that have no shells. You mean slugs? I never knew they were fit to cure anything. Why, that's one of the things that everybody knows. When you get a wart on your hands, you go onto the road or into the field till you find a slug, one of the large kind with no shell, literally, with no house upon him, and stick it on the thorn of a blackthorn in a hedge, and as the snail dies. One day after the other, for 4 or 5 days, the wart will die away. Many a time I've told that to Gorgios, and Gorgios have done it, and the warts have gone away, literally, cleaned away, from their hands. Here the gypsy began to inquire very politely if smoking were offensive to me. And as I assured him that it was not, he took out his pipe. And knowing by experience that nothing is more conducive to sociability, be it among Chippeways or gypsies, than that smoking which is among our Indians, literally a burnt offering, I produced a small clay pipe of the time of Charles II. Given to me by a gentleman who has the amiable taste to collect such curiosities, and give them to his friends under the express condition that they shall be smoked, and not laid away as relics of the past. If you move in etching circles, dear readers, you will at once know to whom I refer. The quick eye of the gypsy at once observed my pipe. That is a crowswaggler, a crow pipe, he remarked. Why a crow pipe? I don't know. Some gypsies call mullos swagglers, or dead men's pipes, because those who made were dead long ago. There are places in England where you can find by dozens in the fields. I never saw one with so long a stem to it as yours. And they're old, very old. What is it you call it before everything? Here he seemed puzzled for a word, when the world was making. The creation. Avily, that's it, the creation. Well, them crowswagglers was cared at the same time. They're hundreds, avily, thousands of beshes, years, old. And sometimes we call the bang, devil, a swaggler, or we calls a swaggler the bang. Why? Because the devil lives in smoke. 3. The Gipsy Tinker. Difficulty of coming to an understanding with gypsies. The cabman. Rommany for French. Wanderlust. Gypsy politeness. The tinker and the painting. Secrets of bat catching. The piper of Hamelin, and the tinker's opinion of the story. The Walloon tinker of Spada, Argo. One summer day in London, in 1871, I was seated alone in an artist's studio. Suddenly I heard without, beneath the window, the murmur of 2 voices, and the sleepy, hissing, grating sound of a scissors grinder's wheel. By me lay a few tools, one of which, a chisel, was broken. I took it, went softly to the window, and looked down. There was the wheel, including all the apparatus of a traveling tinker. I looked to see if I could discover in the 2 men who stood by it any trace of the Rommany. One, a fat, short, mind his own business, ragged son of the roads, who looked, however, as if a sturdy drinker might be hidden in his shell, was evidently not my affair. He seemed to be the company of the firm. But by him, and officiating at the wheeling smithy, stood a taller figure, the face to me invisible, which I scrutinized more nearly. And the instant I observed his hat I said to myself, this looks like it. For dilapidated, worn, wretched as that hat was, there was in it an attempt, though indescribably humble, to be something melodramatic, foreign, bohemian, and poetic. It was the mere blind, dull, dead germ of an effort, not even life, only the ciliary movement of an antecedent embryo, and yet it had got beyond Anglo-Saxondom. No costermonger, or common cad, or true Englishman, ever yet had that indefinable touch of the opera supernumerary in the streets. It was a sombrero. That's the man for me, I said. So I called him, and gave him the chisel, and after a while went down. He was grinding away, and touched his hat respectfully as I approached. Now the reader is possibly aware that of all difficult tasks one of the most difficult is to induce a disguised gypsy, or even a professed one, to utter a word of Rommany to a man not of the blood. Of this all writers on the subject have much to say. For it is so black-swainish, I may say so centenarian in unfrequency, for a gentleman to speak gypsy, that the Zingaro thus addressed is at once subjected to morbid astonishment and nervous fears, which under his calm countenance and infinite cheek are indeed concealed, but which speedily reduce themselves to two categories. 1. That Rommany is the language of men at war with the law. Therefore you are either a detective who has acquired it for no healthy purpose, or else you yourself are a scamp so high up in the profession that it behooves all the little fish of outlawdom to beware of you. 2. Or else, what is quite as much to be dreaded, you are indeed a gentleman, but one seeking to make fun of him, and possibly able to do so. At any rate, your knowledge of Rommany is a most alarming coign of vantage. Certainly, reader, you know that a regular London streeter, say a cabman, would rather go to jail than be beaten in a chaffing match. I nearly drove a hansom into sheer convulsions one night, about the time this chapter happened, by a very light puzzler indeed. I had hesitated between him and another. You don't know your own mind, said the disappointed candidate to me. Mind your own business, I replied. It was a poor palindrome, reader, hardly worth telling, yet it settled him. But he swore, oh, of course he did, he swore beautifully. Therefore, being moved to caution, I approached calmly and gazed earnestly on the revolving wheel. Do you know, I said, I think a great deal of your business, and take a great interest in it. Yes, sir. I can tell you all the names of your tools in French. You'd like to hear them, wouldn't you? Very much indeed, sir. So I took up the chisel. This, I said, is a churi, sometimes called a chinamescro. That's the French for it, is it, sir? Replied the tinker, gravely. Not a muscle of his face moved. The coals, I added, are hangers or wungers, sometimes called collos. Never heard the words before in my life, quoth the sedate tinker. The bellows is a putamengro. Some call it a pechota. Very fine language, sir, is French, rejoined the tinker. In every instance he repeated the words after me, and pronounced them correctly, which I had not invariably done. Very fine language. But it's quite new to me. You wouldn't think now, I said, affably, that I had ever been on the roads. The tinker looked at me from my hat to my boots, and solemnly replied. I should say it was very likely. From your language, sir, very likely indeed. I gazed as gravely back as if I had not been at that instant the worst-sold man in London, and asked. Can you rake a Romanies? I.e., speak Gipsy. And he said he could. Then we conversed. He spoke English intermingled with Gipsy, stopping from time to time to explain to his assistant, or to teach him a word. This portly person appeared to be about as well up in the English Gipsy as myself, that is, he knew it quite as imperfectly. I learned that the master had been in America, and made New York and Brooklyn glad by his presence, while Philadelphia, my native city, had been benefited as to its scissors and morals by him. And as I suppose you made money there, why didn't you remain? I inquired. The Gipsy, for he was really a Gipsy, and not a half-scrag, looked at me wistfully, and apparently a little surprised that I should ask him such a question. Why, sir, you know that we can't keep still. Somethin' kept telling me to move on, and keep a-movin'. Some day I'll go back again. Suddenly, I suppose because a doubt of my perfect Freemasonry had been aroused by my absurd question, he said, holding up a kettle. What do you call this here in Rommany's? I call it a kakavi or a covey, I said. But it isn't right Rommany. It's Greek, which the Romanicals picked up on their way here. And here I would remark, by the way, that I have seldom spoken to a Gipsy in England who did not try me on the word for kettle. And what do you call a face, he added. I call a face a mui, I said, and a nose a nak, and as for mui, I call Rika or Tyro mui, hold your jaw. That is German Rommany. The tinker gazed at me admiringly, and then said, You're deep Gipsy, I see, sir, that's what you are. Mo rava jaw, mo racker so droven. I answered. Don't talk so loud, do you think I want all the Gorgios around here to know I talk Gipsy? Come in, Jal adri the cur and pi a kuro leviner. The tinker entered. As with most gypsies there was really, despite the want of education, a real politeness, a singular intuitive refinement pervading all his actions, which indicated, through many centuries of brutalization, that fountain source of all politeness, the Oriental. Many a time I have found among gypsies whose life, and food, and dress, and abject ignorance, and dreadful poverty were far below that of most paupers and prisoners, a delicacy in speaking to and acting before ladies, and a tact in little things, utterly foreign to the great majority of poor Anglo-Saxons, and not by any means too common in even higher classes. For example, there was a basket of cakes on the table, which cakes were made like soldiers in platoons. Now Mr. Katzenmengro, or Scissorman, as I call him, not being familiar with the anatomy of such delicate and winsome marrow, or bread, was startled to find, when he picked up one biscuit de Reims, that he had taken a row. Instantly he darted at me an astonished and piteous glance, which said, "I cannot, with my black tinker fingers, break off and put the cakes back again, I do not want to take all, it looks greedy." So I said, "Put them in your pocket." And he did so, quietly. I have never seen anything done with a better grace. On the easel hung an unfinished picture, representing the piper of Hamelin surrounded by rats without number. The gypsy appeared to be much interested in it. "I used to be a rat catcher myself," he said. "I learned the business under old Lee, who was the greatest rat catcher in England. I suppose you know, of course, sir, how to draw rats." "Certainly," I replied. "Oil of rhodium. I have known a house to be entirely cleared by it. There were just 36 rats in the house, and they had a trap which held exactly 12. For 3 nights they caught a dozen, and that finished the congregation." "Aniseed is better," replied the gypsy, solemnly. By the way, another and an older gypsy afterwards told me that he used caraway oil and the heads of dried herrings. "And if you've got a rat, sir, anywhere in this here house, I'll bring it to you in 5 minutes." He did, in fact, subsequently bring the artist as models for the picture 2 very pretty rats, which he had quite tamed while catching them. "But what does the picture mean, sir?" he inquired, with curiosity. "Once upon a time," I replied, "there was a city in Germany which was overrun with rats. They teased the dogs and worried the cats, and bit the babies in the cradle, and licked the soup from the cook's own ladle. There must have been an uncommon lot of them, sir," replied the tinker, gravely. "There was. Millions of them. Now in those days there were no romanicals, and consequently no rat-catchers." "'Tain't so nowadays," replied the gypsy, gloomily. "The business is quite spiled, and not to get a livin' by. Avu." And by the time the people had almost gone crazy, one day there came a man, a gypsy, the first gypsy who had ever been seen in Dovo-Tem, or that country. And he agreed for 1,000 crowns to clear all the rats away. So he blew on a pipe, and the rats all followed him out of town. What did he blow on a pipe for? Just for Hockerben, to humbug them. I suppose he had oils rubbed on his heels. But when he had drawn the rats away and asked for his money, they would not give it to him. So then, what do you think he did? I suppose, I see, said the gypsy, with a shrewd look. He went and drew them all back again. No. He went, and this time piped all the children away. They all went after him, all except one little lame boy, and that was the last of it. The gypsy looked earnestly at me, and then, as if I puzzled, but with an expression of perfect faith, he asked. "And is that all Tacho, all a fact, or is it made up, you know?" "Well, I think it is partly one and partly the other. You see, that in those days gypsies were very scarce, and people were very much astonished at rat drawing, and so they made a queer story of it." "But how about the children?" "Well," I answered. "I suppose you have heard occasionally that gypsies used to chor gorgios chavis, steal people's children?" Very grave indeed was the assent yielded to this explanation. He had heard it among other things. "My dear Mr. Robert Browning, I little thought, when I suggested to the artist your poem of the Piper, that I should ever retail the story in Rommany to a tinker. But who knows with whom he may associate in this life, or whither he may drift on the great white rolling sea of humanity. Did not Lord Lytton, unless the preface to Pelham, himself once tarry in the tents of the Egyptians? And did not Christopher North also wander with them, and sing? Oh, little did my mother think, the day she cradled me, the lands that I should travel in, or the death that I should die, or gie rovin about why tinkler loons, and sick like company. You know, sir, said the gypsy, that we have two languages. For besides the Rommany, there's the reg'lar cant, which all tinkers talk. Can Nick you mean? Yes, sir. That's the Rommany for it. A dolly mort is Ken Nick, but it's Juva or Rackley in Romanis. It's a girl, or a rom's chi. You say rom sometimes, and then rum. There's rums and roms, sir. The rum is a gypsy, and a rom is a husband. That's your English way of calling it. All the rest of the world over there is only one word among gypsies, and that is rom. Now, the allusion to Ken Nick or cant by a tinker, recalls an incident which, though not strictly gypsy in its nature, I will nevertheless narrate. In the summer of 1870 I spent several weeks at Spa, in the Ardennes. One day while walking I saw by the roadside a picturesque old tinker, looking neither better nor worse than the grinder made immortal by tenures. I was anxious to know if all of his craft in Belgium could speak gypsy, and addressed him in that language, giving him at the same time my knife to grind. He replied politely in French that he did not speak Rommany, and only understood French and Walloon. Yet he seemed to understand perfectly the drift of my question, and to know what gypsy was, and its nature, since after a pause he added, with a significant smile. But to tell the truth, monsieur, though I cannot talk Rommany, I know another secret language. I can speak argot fluently. Now, I retain in my memory, from reading the memoirs of Vidocq 30 years ago, one or two phrases of this French thieves' slang, and I at once replied that I knew a few words of it myself, adding, Tu sais Jaspiner en Bigorne. You can talk argot? Oui, monsieur. Et tu vas roulant de Verne en Verne. And you go about from town to town. Grave and keen, and with a queer smile, the tinker replied, very slowly. Monsieur knows the gypsies, here he shook his head, and monsieur speaks argot very well. A shrug. Perhaps he knows more than he credits himself with. Perhaps, and here his wink was diabolical, perhaps monsieur knows the entire tongue. Spa is full not only of gamblers, but of numbers of well-dressed Parisian sharpers who certainly know the entire tongue. I hastened to pay my tinker, and went my way homewards. Ross Brown was accused in Syria of having burgled onions, and the pursuit of philology has twice subjected me to be suspected by tinkers as a flourishing member of the dangerous classes. But to return to my rat-catcher. As I quoted a verse of German gypsy song, he manifested an interest in it, and put me several questions with regard to the race in other lands. I wish I was a rich gentleman. I would like to travel like you, sir, and have nothing to do but go about from land to land, looking after our Rommany people as you do, and learn everything Rommany. Is it true, sir, we come from Egypt? No. I think not. There are gypsies in Egypt, but there is less Rommany in their Jib language than in any other gypsy tribe in the world. The gypsies came from India. And don't you think, sir, that we're of the children of the lost 10 tribes? I am quite sure that you never had a drop of blood in common with them. Tell me, do you know any gypsy gillis, any songs? Only a bit of a one, sir. Most of it isn't fit to sing, but it begins. And here he sang. Jal dree the cur my honey. And you shall be my rom. And chanting this, after thanking me, he departed, gratified with his gratuity, rejoiced at his reception, and most undoubtedly benefited by the beer with which I had encouraged his palaver, a word, by the way, which is not inappropriate. since it contains in itself the very word of words, the lav, which means a word, and is most antiquely and excellently Gipsy. Pahlavi is Old Persian, and to pen lavi is Rommany all the world over, to speak words. 4. Gipsy respect for the dead. Gipsies and Comteists identical as to religion, singular manner of mourning for the dead. As practiced by Gipsies, illustrations from life, Gipsy job and the cigars, oaths by the dead, universal Gipsy custom of never mentioning the names of the dead, burying valuable objects with the dead, Gipsies, Comteists, Hegelians, and Jews, the Rev. James Crabb. Kant, the author of the positivist philosophy, never felt the need of a religion until he had fallen in love, and at the present day his faith appears to consist in a worship of the great and wise and good among the dead. I have already spoken of many Gipsies reminding me, by their entirely unconscious ungodliness, of thorough Hegelians. I may now add, that, like the positivists, they seem to correct their irreligion through the influence of love. And by a strange custom, which is, in spirit and fact, nothing less than adoring the departed and offering to the dead a singular sacrifice. He who has no house finds a home in family and friends, whence it results that the Gipsy, despite his ferocious quarrels in the clan, and his sharp practice even with near relations, is, all things considered, perhaps the most devoted to kith and kin of anyone in the world. His very name, Rom, a husband, indicates it. His children, as almost every writer on him, from Grellman down to the present day, has observed, are more thoroughly indulged and spoiled than any non-Gipsy can conceive. And despite all the apparent contradictions caused by the selfishness born of poverty, irritable Eastern blood, and the eccentricity of semi-civilization, I doubt if any man, on the whole, in the world, is more attached to his own. It was only 3 or 4 hours ago, as I write, on the 5th day of February 1872, that a Gipsy said to me, "It is 9 years since my wife died, and I would give all Angleterre to have her again." That the real religion of the Gipsies, as I have already observed, consists like that of the Comteists, in devotion to the dead, is indicated by a very extraordinary custom, which, notwithstanding the very general decay, of late years, of all their old habits, still prevails universally. This is the refraining from some usage or indulgence in honor of the departed, a sacrifice, as it were, to their manes, and I believe that, by inquiring, it will be found to exist among all Gipsies in all parts of the world. In England it is shown by observances which are maintained at great personal inconvenience, sometime for years, or during life. Thus, there are many Gipsies who, because a deceased brother was fond of spirits, have refrained, after his departure, from tasting them, or who have given up their favorite pursuits, for the reason that they were last indulged in company with the lost and loved one. As a further illustration, I will give in the original Gipsy language, as I myself took it down rapidly, but literally, the comments of a full-blooded Gipsy on this custom, the translation being annexed. I should state that the narrative which precedes his comments was a reply to my question, why he invariably declined my offer of cigars. "No, I never to've cigaras, kek. I never to'ves kenna since my pal's chavo job mullard. And I'll pooker toot how it welled. It was at the Burrow Welgoro where the greyes prasters. I was Kyron the pias of the coasters, and Mandy dicked a rye and pookered him for a droppy leviner. Avali, he penned, I'll del you leviner and a kushto tuvelo too. Paraco, says I, Ria. So he del Mandy the leviner and a dozen cigaras. I pet emadri my pochi and jailed a pray the purge and latched odoy my pal's chavo, and he pooked Mandy, where you jalin to, Keiko? And I penned, job, I've lelled some kovas for toot. Tacho, says he, so I del him the cigaras. Penned he, where did toot latcher, A rye del a Mandy. So he pet emadri his pochi, and pookered Mandy, waddle tu lel to pie. A droppy leviner. So he penned, Polly the Grey's prasters, I'll jalatut the puvius and dick toot. 8 or 9 devuses Polly, at the Calis gav, his pal well to Mandine pookered me job sus naflo. And I penned, anything dush. Worse nor Dovo. What is the Covo? Says YUV, Mandy calms toot to jowl to my pal, don't spare the GRY, muck her jowl. So he del me a fino grey, and I kissed her ate me so sig that I thought I'd moored her. And I pet her dree the stanya, and I jowled a lay in the puv and odoy I dick job. Thank me duvel. Penned he, Keiko use well the sigh, and if Mandy gets opper this bugny, for 'twas the bugny he'd leld, I'll del toot the kushtiest gry that you'll beat sar the Rommany chuls. But he mullered. And he pens as he was mullerin. Keiko, toot jeans the cigaras you della Mandy. Avali, I says he, I've got MSI in my pochi. Mandy in my pens was by him, but his Rommany was of a dree the burrow tan, bikinin kovas, for she'd never leld the bugny, nor his chavos, so they couldn't well a dickin, for we wouldn't muck em. And so he mullered. And when YUV's mullo I pet my wasta dree his pochi and their Mandy lastered the cigaras. And from Dovo Chiris, Ria, Mandy never took the cigar. Avali, there's a dusta Rommany chuls that cares Dovo. And when my juvo mullered, Mandy never leld no kengro kikumi. Some chair uses in her jivaban, she'd lel a bitty no kengro of re my mokto, and when I'd pen, dearie juvo, what do you care Dovo for, she pooker Mandy, it's kushti for my shero. And so when she mullered Mandy never leld shishi census. Some mushies won't haw mass because the pal or pen that mullered was camaban to it, some won't pi leviner for ponge or ten besh, some won't haw the camaban macho that the chavo hawed. Some won't haw puvengros or pi tude, or haw pavos, and saw, sar, for the mullos. Some won't care wardos or kill the bashamengro, that's Mandy's puro chavos gilly, and some won't kell. No, I can't kell, the last time I kellied was with Mandy's poor juvo that's been mullo this store besh. Come pal, let's jowl and have a drappy leviner, the bashamengri's odoy. Kek, pal, kikumi, I never pied a drappy leviner since my BB's jowled. Kushto, lel some tuvalo pal. Kek, Mandy never tuved since Minno Juvo pelled a lay in the panny, and never jowled of Riki Kumi a jivaban. Well, let's jowl and care pias with the coasters, we dui'll play you dui for a pint o' leviner. Kek, I never cared the pias of the coasters since my dada's mullered, the last chiris I ever played was with him. And Lena, the juva of my pal's chavo, job, never hawed plums ater her rom mullered. Translation, no, I never smoke cigars. No, I never smoked them now since my brother's son Job died. And I'll tell you how it came. It was at the great fair where the horses run, i.e., the races, I was keeping a cock shy, and I saw a gentleman, and asked him for a drop of ale. Yes, he said, I'll give you ale, and a good smoke too. Thank you, says I, sir. So he gave me the ale, and a dozen cigars. I put them in my pocket, and went on the road and found there my brother's son, and he asked me, where are you going, uncle? And I said, Job, I have something for you. Good, says he, so I gave him the cigars. He said, where did you find them? A gentleman gave them to me. So he put them in his pocket, and asked me, what'll you take to drink? A drop of ale. So he said, after the horses have run I'll go across the field and see you. 8 or 9 days after, at Hampton Court, his pal came to me and told me that Job was ill. And I said, anything wrong? Worse nor that. What is the affair? Said he, I want you to go to my pal, don't spare the horse, let her go. So he gave me a fine horse, and I rode 8 miles so fast that I thought I'd killed her. And I put her in the stable, and I went down into the field, and there I saw Job. Thank God, said he, uncle, you've come here, and if I get over this smallpox, for 'twas the smallpox he'd caught, I'll give you the best horse that you'll beat all the gypsies. But he died. And he says as he was dying, uncle, you know the cigars you gave me? Yes. Says he, I've got 'em here in my pocket. I and my sisters were by him, but his wife was outside in the great tent, selling things, for she never had the smallpox, nor his children, so they couldn't come to see, for we wouldn't let them. And so he died. And when he was dead, I put my hand in his pocket, and there I found the cigars. And from that time, sir, I never smoked a cigar. Yes. There are plenty of gypsies who do that. And when my wife died, I never took snuff again. Sometimes in her life she'd take a bit of snuff out, from my box, and when I'd say, "Dear wife, what do you do that for?" she'd tell me, "It's good for my head." And so when she died I never took any, none, since. Some men won't eat meat because the brother or sister that died was fond of, it. Some won't drink ale for 5 or 10 years, some won't eat the favorite fish that the child ate. Some won't eat potatoes, or drink milk, or eat apples. And all for the dead. Some won't play cards or the fiddle, that's my poor boy's tune, and some won't dance. No, I can't dance, the last time I danced was with my poor wife or girl, that's been dead this 4 years. Come, brother, let's go and have a drop of ale, the fiddler is there. No, brother, I never drank a drop of ale since my aunt died. Well, take some tobacco, brother. No, no, I have not smoked since my wife fell in the water and never came out again alive. Well, let's go and play at cockshy, we two'll play you two for a pint o' ale. No, I never played at cockshy since my father died. The last time I played was with him. And Lena, the wife of my nephew Job, never ate plums after her husband died. This is a strange manner of mourning, but it is more effective than the mere wearing of black, since it is often a long-sustained and trying tribute to the dead. Its Oriental Indian origin is apparent enough. But among the German gypsies, who, I am firmly convinced, represent in language and customs their English brethren as the latter were 3 centuries ago, this reverence for the departed assumes an even deeper and more serious character. Mr. Richard Liebich, Die Zeuner, Leipzig, 1863, tells us that in his country their most sacred oath is api mulend, by the dead, and with it may be classed the equally patriarchal imprecation, by my father's hand. Since writing the foregoing sentence a very remarkable confirmation of the existence of this oath among English gypsies, and the sacredness with which it is observed, came under my own observation. An elderly gypsy, during the course of a family difficulty, declared to his sister that he would leave the house. She did not believe he would until he swore by his dead wife, by his Molo Jovo. And when he had said this, his sister promptly remarked, "Now you have sworn by her, I know you will do it." He narrated this to me the next day, adding that he was going to put a tent up, about a mile away, and live there. I asked him if he ever swore by his dead father, to which he said, "Always, until my wife died." This poor man was almost entirely ignorant of what was in the Bible, as I found by questioning him. But I doubt whether I know any Christian on whom a Bible oath would be more binding than was to him his own by the dead. To me there was something deeply moving in the simple earnestness and strangeness of this adjuration. The German, like the older English gypsies, carefully burned the clothes and bed of the deceased, and, indeed, most objects closely connected with them, and what is more extraordinary, evince their respect by carefully avoiding mentioning their names, even when they are borne by other persons or are characteristic of certain things. So that when a gypsy maiden named Forella once died, her entire nation, among whom the trout had always been known only by its German designation, Forli, at once changed the name, and, to this day it is called by the Mulo Madsko, the dead fish. Or at times Lolo Madsko, the red fish. This is also the case among the English gypsies. Wishing to have the exact words and views of a real Rommani on this subject, I made inquiry, and noted down his reply, which was literally as follows. Avali. When Rommani chows or juvos are mullos, their pals don't come to shoon their navs polly, it cares to bongo, so they're puraben to waver navs. Saw don't care it, kek, but posh do, kenna. My chavos nav was horfer or horferus, but the biddy chavis penned him whacker. Well, yek divis pre the welgoro o the greyas prasters, my juvo dicta burro doladri some hev of a butica and penned, dovo odoi dix just like moro whacker. So we penned him wackerdol, but ater my juvo mullard I rackard him whacker again, because wackerdol pet mandy in camaben oh, my poor juvo. In English, yes. When gypsy men or women die, their friends don't care to hear their names again, it makes them too sad, so they are changed to other names. All don't do it, no, but half of them do so still. My boy's name was Horfer or Horferus, Orpheus, but the children called him Whacker. Well, one day at the great fair of the races, my wife saw a large doll in some window of a shop, and said, "That looks just like our Whacker." So we called him Whackerdol, but after my wife died I called him Whacker again, because Whackerdol put me in mind of my poor wife. When further interrogated on the same subject, he said, "Ater my juva mullard, if I dicta waver rackly with lacus nav, and mandy was a rackran locky, mandid penajaw a waver giris nav. And racker her by a waver nav, dovos to pen I'd lel some bonganav sars poly or suki. And, it was the sar kova with my dades nav, if I dicta mush with a nav that simmed leskers, mandid racker him by a waver nav. For 'twould care any mush wafro to shoon the navias of the mullahs 8 were camaben to him. Or in English, after my wife died, if I saw another girl with her name, and I was talking to her, I'd speak another woman's name, and call her by another name, that's to say, I'd take some nickname, such as Polly or Suki. And it was the same thing with my father's name, if I saw a man with a name that was the same as his, literally, that samed his, I'd call him by another name. For 'twould make any man grieve, lit. Bad, to hear the names of the dead that were dear to him. I suppose that there are very few persons, not of gypsy blood, in England, to whom the information will not be new, that there are to be found everywhere among us, people who mourn for their lost friends in this strange and touching manner. Another form of respect for the departed among gypsies, is shown by their frequently burying some object of value with the corpse, as is, however, done by most wild races. On questioning the same gypsy last alluded to, he spoke as follows on this subject, I taking down his words. When Job mullard and was chived adri the puv, there was a nevi kushto dikin dui chakas packard adri the mullo mokto. Dighton penda mandi the waver divis, that 3,000 bars was gathered posh yek o, the chilkits. And I've shooned o, some Stanleys were buried with Sonakai Wangashis apre langus wastos. Do sar the Rommany chows karadovo? Kek. Some chivs kovas pash the mullos adri the puv, and Buddha dusta don't. In English, when Job died and was buried, there was a new beautiful pair of shoes put in the coffin, lit. Corpse box. Dighton told me the other day, that 3,000 pounds were hidden with one of the chilkits. And I have heard of some Stanleys who were buried with gold rings on their fingers. Do all the gypsies do that? No. Some put things with the dead in the earth, and many do not. Mr. Liebich further declares, that while there is really nothing in it to sustain the belief, this extraordinary reverence and regard for the dead is the only fact at all indicating an idea of the immortality of the soul which he has ever found among the gypsies. But, as he admits, it proves nothing. To me, however, it is grimly grotesque, when I return to the disciples of Kant, the positivists, the most highly cultivated scholars of the most refined form of philosophy in its latest stage, and find that their ultimate and practical manifestation of la religion, is quite the same as that of those unaffected and natural positivists, the gypsies. With these, as with the others, our fathers find their immortality in our short-lived memories, and if among either, some one moved by deep love, as Auguste was by the eyes of Clotilda, has yearned for immortality with the dear one, and cursed in agony annihilation, he falls upon the faith founded in ancient India, that only that soul lives forever which has done so much good on earth, as to leave behind it in humanity, ineffaceable traces of its elevation. Verily, the poor gypsies would seem, to a humorist, to have been created by the devil, whose name they almost use for God, a living parody in satanic burlesque of all that human faith, doubt, or wisdom, have ever accomplished in their highest forms. Even to the weakest-minded and most uninformed manufacturers of Grellman-diluted pamphlets on the Gipsies, their parallel to the Jews is most apparent. All over the world this black and God-wanting shadow dances behind the solid theism of the people, affording proof that if the latter can be preserved, even in the wildest wanderings. To illustrate Holy Writ, so can Gipsydom, for no apparent purpose whatever. How often have we heard that the preservation of the Jews is a phenomenon without equal? And yet they both live, the sad and sober Jew, the gay and tipsy Gipsy, Shemite and Aryan, the one so ridiculously like and unlike the other, that we may almost wonder whether humor does not enter into the divine purpose and have its place in the destiny of man. For my own part, I shall always believe that the heathen mythology shows a superiority to any other, in one conception, that of Loki, who into the tremendous upturnings of the universe always inspires a grim grotesqueness. A laughter either diabolic or divine. Judaism, which is preeminently the principle of religious belief, the metaphysical emancipation and enlightenment of Germany, and the materialistic positivism of France, are then, as I have indicated, nowhere so practically and yet laughably illustrated as by the Gipsy. Free from all the trammels of faith, and, to the last degree, indifferent and rationalistic, he satisfies the demands of Feuerbach. Devoted to the positive and to the memory of the dead, he is the ideal of the greatest French philosophy, while as a wanderer on the face of the earth, not neglectful of picking up things en route, he is the rather blurred facsimile of the Hebrew. The main difference in the latter parallel being that while the Jews are God's chosen people, the poor Gipsies seem to have been selected as favorites by that darker spirit, whose name they have naively substituted for divinity, nomen iti omen. I may add, however, in due fairness, that there are in England some true Gipsies of unmixed blood, who, it may be without much reflection, have certainly adopted ideas consonant with a genial faith in immortality, and certain phases of religion. The reader will find in another chapter a curious and beautiful Gipsy custom recorded, that of burning an ash fire on Christmas Day, in honor of our Saviour, because he was born and lived like a Gipsy. And one day I was startled by bearing a ram say, medieval hatch for Mandy and care me kushto. My God, stand up for me and make me well. That, he added, in an explanatory tone, is what you say when you're sick. These instances, however, indicate no deep-seated conviction, though they are certainly curious, and, in their extreme simplicity, affecting. That truly good man, the Rev. James Crabb, in his touching little book, The Gipsy's Advocate, gave numbers of instances of Gipsy conversions to religion and of real piety among them, which occurred after their minds and feelings had been changed by his labors. Indeed, it would seem as if their lively imaginations and warm hearts render them extremely susceptible to the sufferings of Jesus. But this does not in the least affect the extraordinary truth that in their nomadic and natural condition, the Gipsies, all the world over, present the spectacle, almost without a parallel, of total indifference to, and ignorance of, religion. And that I have found true old-fashioned specimens of it in England. I would say, in conclusion, that the Reverend James Crabb, whose unaffected and earnest little book tells its own story, did much good in his own time and way among the poor Gipsies. And the fact that he is mentioned to the present day, by them, with respect and love, proves that missionaries are not useless. Nor Gipsies ungrateful, though it is almost the fashion with too many people to assume both positions as rules without exceptions. 5. Gipsy Letters. A Gipsy's letter to his sister. Drabbing horses. Fortune-telling. Cock shies. Hatch M. Polly, or Hill Lel Sarthakovas. 2 German Gipsy Letters. I shall give in this chapter a few curious illustrations of Gipsy life and character, as shown in a letter, which is illustrated by 2 specimens in the German Rommany dialect. With regard to the first letter, I might prefix to it, as a motto, old John Willet's remark, "What's a man without an imagination?" Certainly it would not apply to the Gipsy, who has an imagination so lively as to be at times almost ungovernable. Considering which I was much surprised that, so far as I know, the whole race has as yet produced only one writer who has distinguished himself in the department of fiction, albeit he who did so was a giant therein, I mean John Bunyan. And here I may well be allowed an unintended digression, as to whether Bunyan were really a gypsy. In a previous chapter of this work, with little thought of Bunyan, narrated the fact that an intelligent tinker, and a full gypsy, asked me last summer in London, if I thought that the Rommani were of the 10 tribes of Israel. When John Bunyan tells us explicitly that he once asked his father whether he and his relatives were of the race of the Israelites, he having then never seen a Jew, and when he carefully informs his readers that his descent was of a low and inconsiderable generation. My father's house being of that rank that is meanest and most despised of all the families of the land, there remains no rational doubt whatever that Bunyan was indeed a Rom of the Rommani. Apropos of which, as my own special and particular gypsy is wont to say, it is worth noting that the magician Shakespeare, who knew everything, showed himself superior to many modern dramatists in being aware that the tinkers of England had not a peculiar cant, but a special language. And now for the letters. One day Wardangro of the Calices Gav asked me to write him a letter to his daughter, in Rommany. So I began to write from his dictation. But being, like all his race, unused to literary labor, his lively imagination continually led him astray, and as I found amusement in his so doing, it proved to be an easy matter to induce him to wander off into scenes of gypsy life, which, however edifying they might be to my reader, would certainly not have the charm of novelty to the black-eyed lady to whom they were supposed to be addressed. However, as I read over from time to my Rommany chal what I had written, his delight in actually hearing his own words read from writing, partook of all the pride of successful authorship. It was, my dear sir, like your delight over your first proof sheet. Well, this was the letter. A translation will be found following it. The Pani Gav, December 16, 1871. My Kmli Sicha with Makranvi, Kushti Bak. My Kamaben to Turo Mushan, Turo Dadazan, Besto Bak. We've had Wafri Bak, my pen's been Naflo this here Cooricus, we're doin' very Wafro and couldn't lel no wunger. Your DUI pals are Kyran Kushto, Prasturin, bout the Tem, Bikanin Kovas. Your poro Keiko weld asai to his pen, and hatched Trin Divis, and jawed of re like a poro Jucko, and never del Mandi a Pashero. Kekadusta Nevi. A Rakli asai lel the oro waver Divis from a waver Rakli, and the one who nashed it pens, del it Paulia Mandi in I want ducker toot. Del it up ray. But the waver Rakli penned, Kek, and so they beachured for the Prastramengro. He lelled the Juva to the Wardo, and just before she welled Odoy, she hatched her wast in her pochi, and chivit of re, and the Prastramengro hatched it up ray. So they beachured her for Shuraban. Here my gypsy suggested that Stardo or Staramangro might be used for greater elegance, in place of Shuraban. I've got Kek Gry and can't lel no wunger to kin Kek. My Camly Javi, if you could bitch me a few bars it would be Camaben. I recurs my kovas apre mi dumo kenna. I dict my Keiko, waver divis adri a lot o ra many chals, saw a pin. There was the Juvas a Coranadoy and the Mushies a Coranan, there was a Burro Chingari, some with Kali Yakas and some with Shuros Chin so the rat jowled alai pre the drum. There was Dui or Trin Bar to Pesser in the Sala for the Grayas and Milas that got in Pandaman, Pandapen. Your pals got a Kushti Gry that can jowl Alangus the drum Kushto. El Tus got a Barrow Kushto Gry. He jawed to the Welgoro, to the Burro Gav, with a Pagobavescro Gry and Anokengro. You could amor Dovo Gry and Kek Penda Lav Toot. I delit some belovas to hatch his bavel nigh bike net it for 9 bar, to a rye that Eugene's Kushto. Lottie was at the Welgoro Duckerin the Ranis. She lelled some Kushti Haben, and her Jellico was saw porter, when she dicked her mush and shelled. Havakai. I've got some fine Haben. She penned to a Rakli, pet your Wonger adri Toro wast an al ducker toot. And she lelled a pash bar from the Rani. She penned her, you calms a rye a longo duros. He's a colo and there's a waver rye, a pano, that calms you too, and you'll soon lell a Chinamangry. Tootle rummerban before dui besh, and be the die of Trin Chavis. There was a Gry Jalan with a Wardo Langus the drum, and I dicked a Racklow, and pushed him. How much wonger, and he puckered Manny desh bar, I penned, is Dovo, noko Gry. Avali. Well, a Rommany chul del him desh bar for the Gry and bikened it for 12 bar to a burro rye. It was a fino colo Gry with a burro heri, but had a naflo piro, it was the Nero piro and was a delamescro. He del it some hopium drab to hatch a doy, and tooled his solavengro yupo the purges. At the payas with the coasters a rye weld and wantalo shelled of re, Trin costers for a hora, 18 for a shikori. And the rye leld a coaster and we had panj colos for Trin dosnos. The rye cared payas kushto and leld panj coconuts, and leld us to his wardo, and deld Mandy Trin Curris of Taddy Panny, so that I was most motto. He was a Kushti rye and his Ronnie was as good as the rye. There was a waver mush a playin, and Mandy pen the kosh polier, hatch odoy, don't well adorer or he'll lel saw the kovos. Chiv Polly. A chi rackard the rise and got 15 culos from Yek. And no moro the divis from your calm pal. M. Translation. The Water Village, December 16, 1871. My dear daughter, good luck. My love to your husband and your father, and best luck. We've had bad fortune, my sister has been sick this here week, we're doing very badly and could not get any money. Your 2 brothers are doing well, running about the country selling things. Your old uncle came to his sister and stayed 3 days, and went away like an old dog and never gave me a penny. Nothing much new. A girl here took a watch the other day from another girl, and the one who lost it said, "Give it back to me and I won't hurt you." But the other girls said, "No," and so they sent for the constable. He took the girl to the station, or carriage, and just before she got there she put her hand in her pocket and threw it away, and the policeman picked it up. So they sent her to prison. I have no horse, and can't get any money to buy none. My dear daughter, if you could send me a few pounds it would be agreeable. I carry my traps on my back now. I saw my uncle the other day among a lot of gypsies, all drinking. There were the women fighting there, and the men fighting, and there was a great shindy, some with black eyes, and some with heads cut so that the blood ran down on the road. There were 2 or 3 pounds to pay in the morning for the horses and asses that were in the pound. Your brother has got a capital horse that can go along the road nicely. L, too, has a large fine horse. He went to the fair in with a broken-winded horse and a glandard. You could have killed that horse and nobody said a word to you. I gave it some lard to stop his breathing, and I sold it for £9 to a gentleman whom you know well. Lottie was at the fair telling fortunes to the ladies. She got some excellent food, and her apron was quite full, when she saw her husband and cried out, "Come here. I've got some nice victuals." She said to a girl, "Put you money in your hand and I'll tell you your fortune." And she took half a sovereign from the lady. She told her, "You love a gentleman who is far away. He is dark, and there is another gentleman, a fair-haired man that loves you, and you'll soon get a letter. You'll marry before 2 years, and be the mother of 3 children." There was a horse going with a wagon along the road. And I saw a youth, and asked him, "How much money?" "For the horse," and he replied to me, £10. I said, "Is that your horse?" "Yes." Well, a gypsy gave him £10 for the horse, and sold it for £12 to a great gentleman. It was a good black horse, with a handsome, strong leg, literally large, but it had a bad foot, it was the near foot, and it was a kicker. He gave it some opium medicament to keep quiet, literally to stop there, and held his rein, i.e. trotted him so as to show his pace, and conceal his faults, on the road. At the cockshy a gentleman came, and Wantalo halloed out, 3 sticks for a penny, 18 for a 6pence. And the gentleman took a stick, and we had 5 shillings for 3 dozen throws. The gentleman played well, and got 5 coconuts, and took us to his carriage and gave me 3 glasses of brandy, so that I was almost drunk. He was a good gentleman, and his lady was as good as her husband. There was another man playing, and I said, "Set the sticks more back, set him there, don't go further or he'll get all the things. Set him back." A gypsy girl talked to the gentleman, i.e., persuaded them to play, and got 15 shillings from one. And no more today from your dear brother. M. One thing in the foregoing letter is worth noting. Every remark or incident occurring in it is literally true, drawn from life, per et simple. It is, indeed, almost the resume of the entire life of many poor gypsies during the summer. And I may add that the language in which it is written, though not the deep or grammatical gypsy, in which no English words occur, as for instance in the Lord's Prayer, as given by Mr. Barrow in his appendix to the Gypsies in Spain, is still really a fair specimen of the Rommany of the present day, which is spoken at races by cockshysters and fortune-tellers. The water village, from which it is dated, is the generic term among gypsies for all towns by the seaside. The phrase kushto, or kushti, bak, good luck, is after, sorry Sean, or how are you, the common greeting among gypsies. The fight is from life and to the life, and the 2 or 3 pounds to pay in the morning for the horses and asses that got impounded, indicates its magnitude. To have a beast impound in consequence of a frolic, is a common disaster in gypsy life. During the dictation of the foregoing letter, my gypsy paused at the word broken-winded horse, when I asked him how he could stop the heavy breathing. With belovas, or lard and starch, long enough to sell it. But how would you sell a glandered horse? Here he described, with great ingenuity, the manner in which he would tool or manage the horse, an art in which gypsies excel all the world over, and which, as Mr. Barrow tells us, they call in Spain de pecuaro, which is pure Persian. But that would not stop the running. How would you prevent that? I don't know. Then I am a better grey-and-grow than you, for I know a powder, and with a penny's worth of it I could stop the glanders in the worst case, long enough to sell the horse. I once knew an old horse-dealer who paid £60 for a nokengro, a glandered horse, which had been powdered in this way. The gypsy listened to me in great admiration. About a week afterwards I heard he had spoken of me as follows. Don't talk about knowing. My Rye knows more than anybody. He can cheat any man in England selling him a glandered horse. Had this letter been strictly confined to the limits originally intended, it would have spoken only of the sufferings of the family, the want of money, and possibly, the acquisition of a new horse by the brother. In this case it bears a decided family likeness to the following letter in the German gypsy dialect, which originally appeared in a book entitled Beitrag zur Rottweilischen Grammatik oder Wörterbuch von der Zeugener Sprache, Leipzig 1755. And which was republished by Dr. A. F. Pott in his stupendous work, Die Zeugener in Europa und Asien. Halle, 1844. German Gypsy. Miri Comley Rommany, Erdiwiem Frankfurter Wiem te Gagem Apro Nuaforo. Apro Dramini his mange mishtu. Mer Manish Tschingerweens Kedni. Skiel his te Mitzchach Wetra. Tskal will Nasweel. Dawa Kur, Kaimi Gaijam Medra Gazdias Tella, Mer Ziga Tio Turno Kalbo Nasal Penge. O Flach so te Hanfa te Wula te Schwiger Izakri te Stif Shakri ho Spinderd Gachias Nina. Lopanawa, Wiem ko Cherero te Wiem Halater Nange Denkerdum Tschingerwam Mangi Cash te Emri Wasti Angry Buten, Oder Hunt D ka te Kinats Kamoni pre te Bikawa Pale, te de Denkerwa te Ernerwa Man Kiaki. Mi Bayan Kiaki Kurmangrander Peen Aper Monde, Buten Skinnerd Buten Trinen Mar te Man, Shimaster a pre Buten Shida. O Balaban te Rackle Tut Andre Saya Kolister, Kaimi Wiem Otter te Meet Shawa Tyro Rum Shin Andro Maraben. Translation. My dear wife, before I came to Frankfurt I went to Neustadt. On the way it did not go well with me. Our men quarreled together. It was cold and wet weather. The children were ill. That house into which we had gone burnt down. Our kid and the young calf run away. The flax and hemp and wool, which, the sister-in-law and stepdaughter spun are also burned. In short, I say I became so poor that we all went naked. I thought of cutting wood and working by hand, or I should go into business and sell something. I think I will make my living so. I was so treated by the soldiers. They fell on us, wounded many, 3 they killed, and I was taken to prison to work for life. Heaven preserve you in all things from that into which I have fallen, and I remain thy husband unto death. It is the same sad story in all, wretchedness, poverty, losses, and hunger. In the English letter there was a chingari, a shindy, in the German they have a chinger, which is nearly the same word, and means the same. It may be remarked as curious that the word maraben at the end of the letter, meaning death, is used by English gypsies to signify life as well. Dick at the Gorgios. The Gorgios round Mandy. Trying to take my marapon. My marapon away. The third letter is also in the German gypsy dialect, and requires a little explanation. Once a man named Charles Augustus was arrested as a beggar and suspected gypsy, and brought before Mr. Richard Liebich, who appears to have been nothing less in the total than the Fürstlich Rußblauenchem Kriminalrath und Vorstand de Fürstlichen Kriminalgerichts zu Lobenstein, in fact, a rather lofty local magistrate. Before this terrible title Charles appeared, and swore stoutly that he was no more a Rommany Chow than he was one of the apostles, for be it remembered, reader, that in Germany at the present day, the mere fact of being a gypsy is still treated as a crime. Suddenly the judge attacked him with the words, Tu hau Ram, mi ham, rackert Skatschapen. Thou art a gypsy, I am a gypsy, speak the truth. And Charles, looking up in amazement and seeing the black hair and brown face of the judge, verily believed that he was of the blood of Dom. So crossing his arms on his breast in true Oriental style, he salaamed deeply, and in a submissive voice said, Mi ham Ram, I am a gypsy. The judge did not abuse the confidence gained by his little trick, since he appears to have taken Charles under his wing, employed him in small jobs, in America we should say chores, but the word would be frightfully significant if applied to a gypsy, and finally dismissed him. And Charles replied Romanesquely, by asking for something. His application was as follows. German Gypsy. Lichtenberg Anne Dato, January 1859. Ladsko Baro Rai, mi hund skyna duj gol dui trin launser meyer zelgau, har hayas mangen demero foro de demeyer berendrenser. Har weam mi stildo gauge lean demeyer byrenger Mr. Lo Delhi, de har weam byro gauge lean John man dran o stillaben brie, de mangam mi Mr. Lo lender, guy deum Delhi. John pendin len wellen geg mander. Guy mi deum miro lo lenda, nast penin John Garvaver. Brinsherdo lo hyen I sig, o baro gotter lolo paro, trin cherengier de jeg skildo gotter sinagro lo. Man wies Mr. Lo gar gobt scannel o baro dul ani bolbin. Miro baro bargerbin vasht de mer ladsheben bena. O baro dul de pleiserwell de maro ladcho sii I pure sastat skawaha dement demero zelo biro. De hadsin e byrenger miro lo, dale mangawa mi len de bidschin John Meyer lo gadier o foro nail abi bitschebusker wordum sick. Guy meet skingerdom of demand, high guard skatsho, guy miri romney has mando, gau hide skatsho. O baro dul de blizerwell de mange demero ladscho sii. Miro bargerbin. Demid Shaw Demero Gandello Waledo. Charles Augustine. Translation. Lichtenberg, January 18, 1859. Good great Sir, I must write to you with these 2 or 3 words my whole business, Gao, English Gipsy Kovo, literally, thing, how it happened to me in your town, by your servants, literally, footmen. When I was arrested, your servants took my money away, and when I was freed they took me out of prison. I asked my money of them which I had given up. They said they had got none from me. That I gave them my money they cannot deny. The said, literally, known, money is in a purse, a great piece, red, and, old, 3 kreuzers, and a yellow piece of good-for-nothing money. I did not get my money, as the great God in heaven knows. My great thanks for your goodness, I say. The great God reward your good heart with long healthy life, you and your whole family. And if your servants find my money, I beg they will send it to the town Nyla, by the post at once. That I cursed you is not true. That my wife was drunk is true. The great God reward your good heart. My thanks. And I remain, your obedient servant. Charles Augustine. Those who attempt to read this letter in the original, should be informed that German Gypsy is, as compared to the English or Spanish dialects, almost a perfect language. In fact, Pott has by incredible industry, actually restored it to its primitive complete form, and its orthography is now settled. Against this orthography poor Charles Augustine sins sadly, and yet it may be doubted whether many English tramps and beggars could write a better letter. The especial gypsy characteristic in this letter is the constant use of the name of God, and the pious profusion of blessings. "She's the blessingest old woman I ever came across," was very well said of an old Rommany dame in England. And yet these well-wishings are not always insincere, and they are earnest enough when uttered in gypsy. 6. Gypsy words which have passed into English slang. Jockey. Tool. Cove or covey. Hook, hooky, and walker, hocus, hanky-panky, and hocus-pocus. Shindy. Row. Chivy. Bungdie. Shavers. Cliche. Caliban, a rum, un. Pald, trash. Cadger. Cad. Bosh. Bats. Chi. The cheese. Chiv fencer. Cooter. Gorger. Dick. Duck. Tanner. Drum. Gibberish. Ken. Lil. Lure. Loafer. Maunder. Moke. Parney. Posh. Queer. Racklon. Bivy. Riggs. Mauled. Distarabin. Tiny. Toffer. Tool. Punch. Wardo. Voker, one of Mr. Houghton's gypsy words. Welcher. Yak. Lushy. Emole. Pros. Toshers. Up to trap. Barney. Bb. Cull, Cully. Jomer. Bloke. Duffer. Niggling. Mug. Bamboozle, Slang, and Bite. Rules to be observed in determining the etymology of gypsy words. Though the language of the gypsies has been kept a great secret for centuries, still a few words have in England oozed out here and there from some unguarded crevice, and become a portion of our tongue. There is, it must be admitted, a great difficulty in tracing, with anything like accuracy, the real origin or identity of such expressions. Some of them came into English centuries ago, and during that time great changes have taken place in Rommany. At least 1/3 of the words now used by Scottish gypsies are unintelligible to their English brothers. To satisfy myself on this point, I have examined an intelligent English gypsy on the Scottish gypsy vocabularies in Mr. Simson's work, and found it was as I anticipated. A statement which will not appear incredible when it is remembered, that even the Rommany of Yetholm have a dialect marked and distinct from that of other Scotch gypsies. As for England, numbers of the words collected by William Marsden, and Jacob Bryant, in 1784-5, Dr. Bright in 1817, and by Harriet in 1830, are not known at the present day to any gypsies whom I have met. Again, it should be remembered that the pronunciation of Rommany differs widely with individuals, thus the word which is given as Cumbo, a hill, by Bryant, I have heard very distinctly pronounced Cumur. I believe that to Mr. Barrow is due the discovery that the word jockey is of gypsy origin, and derived from chuckney, which means a whip. For nothing is more clearly established than that the jockey whip was the original term in which this word first made its appearance on the turf, and that the chuckney was a peculiar form of whip, very long and heavy, first used by the gypsies. Jockeyism, says Mr. Barrow, properly means the management of a whip, and the word jockey is neither more nor less than the term, slightly modified, by which they designate the formidable whips which they usually carry, and which are at present in general use among horse traffickers, under the title of jockey whips. In Hungary and Germany the word occurs as tschukini or chukni, and skupni. Many of my readers are doubtless familiar with the word to tool as applied to dexterously managing the reins and driving horses. To tool the horses down the road is indeed rather a fine word of its class, being as much used in certain clubs as in stables, and often denotes stylish and gentlemanly driving. And the term is without the slightest modification either of pronunciation or meaning, directly and simply gypsy, and is used by gypsies in the same way. It has, however, in Rommany, as a primitive meaning, to hold, or to take. Thus I have heard of a feeble old fellow that he could not tool himself togetherus, for which last word, by the way, ketinus might have been more correctly substituted. Cove is not an elegant, though a very old, word, but it is well known, and I have no doubt as to its having come from the gypsy. In Rommany, all the world over, cova means a thing, but it is almost indefinite in its applicability. It is, says Pott, a general helper on all occasions, is used as substantive and adjective, and has a far wider scope than the Latin res. Thus covo may mean, that man, covi, that woman. And covo or covo, as it very often does in English, that, there. It sometimes appears in the word accavat, or this. There is no expression more frequent in a gypsy's mouth, and it is precisely the one which would be probably overheard by gorgios and applied to persons. I believe that it first made its appearance in English slang as covey, and was then pronounced covey, being subsequently abbreviated into cove. Quite a little family of words has come into English from the Rommany, hockben, huckaben, hockany, or hooker, all meaning a lie, or to lie, deception and humbug. Mr. Barrow shows us that hocus, to bewitch, liquor with an opiate, and hoax, are probably Rommany from this root, and I have no doubt that the expression, yes, with a hook, meaning, it is false, comes from the same. The well-known hooky, who corresponds so closely with his untruthful and disreputable pal, Walker, is decidedly of the streets, gypsy. In German gypsy we find chachavav and hochawawa, and in Romanian gypsy kokeo, a lie. Hanky-panky and hocus-pocus are each one half almost pure Hindustani. A shindy approaches so nearly in sound to the gypsy word chingari, which means precisely the same thing, that the suggestion is at least worth consideration. And it also greatly resembles chindi, which may be translated as cutting up, and also quarrel. To cut up shindis was the first form in which this extraordinary word reached the public. In the original gypsy tongue the word to quarrel is chingarav, meaning also, pot, zejuner, page 209, to cut, hew, and fight, while to cut is chinav. Cutting up is, if the reader reflects, a very unmeaning word as applied to outrageous or noisy pranks. But in gypsy, whether English, German, or Oriental, it is perfectly sensible and logical, involving the idea of quarreling, separating, dividing, cutting, and stabbing. What, indeed, could be more absurd than the expression, cutting up shines, unless we attribute to shine its legitimate gypsy meaning of a piece cut off, and its cognate meaning, a noise? I can see but little reason for saying that a man cut away or that he shinned it, for run away, unless we have recourse to gypsy, though I only offer this as a mere suggestion. Applico to shindy we have the word row, meaning nearly the same thing and as nearly gypsy in every respect as can be. It is in gypsy at the present day in England, correctly, rov, or roven, to cry, but v and w are so frequently transposed that we may consider them as the same letter. Raw or me raw, I howl, or cry, is German gypsy. Rowan is given by Pott as equivalent to the Latin ululatus, which constituted a very respectable row as regards mere noise. Rowdy comes from row, and both are very good gypsy in their origin. In Hindustani row mutt is, don't cry. Chivy is a common English vulgar word, meaning to goad, drive, vex, hunt, or throw as it were here and there. It is purely gypsy, and seems to have more than one root. Chiv, chib, or chipe, in Rommany, mean a tongue, inferring scolding, and chiv anything sharp-pointed, as for instance a dagger, or goad or knife. But the old gypsy word chivav among its numerous meanings has exactly that of casting, throwing, pitching, and driving. To chiv in English gypsy means as much and more than to fix in America. In fact, it is applied to almost any kind of action. It may be remarked in this connection, that in German or continental gypsy, which represents the English in a great measure as it once was, and which is far more perfect as to grammar, we find different words, which in English have become blended into one. Thus, chib or chiv, a tongue, and skiwawa, or chivava, to lay, place, lean, sow, sink, set upright, move, harness, cover up, are united in England into chiv, which embraces the whole. Chivit après may be applied to throwing anything, to covering it up, to lifting it, to setting it, to pushing it, to circulating, and in fact to a very great number of similar verbs. There is, I think, no rational connection between the bung of a barrel and an eye which has been closed by a blow. One might as well get the simile from a knot in a tree or a cork in a flask. But when we reflect on the constant mingling of gypsies with prize-fighters, it is almost evident that the word bongo may have been the origin of it. A bongo yakko or yak, means a distorted, crooked, or, in fact, a bunged eye. It also means lame, crooked, or sinister, and by a very singular figure of speech, bongo tem or the crooked land is the name for hell. Shavers, as a quaint nickname for children, is possibly inexplicable, unless we resort to gypsy, where we find it used as directly as possible. Chavo is the Rommany word for child all the world over, and the English term chavies, in Scottish gypsy shavies, or shavers, leaves us but little room for doubt. I am not aware to what extent the term little shavers is applied to children in England, but in America it is as common as any cant word can be. I do not know the origin of the French word cliché, as applied to the noted prison of that name, but it is perhaps not undeserving the comment that in continental gypsy it means a key and a bolt. I have been struck with the fact that Caliban, the monster in The Tempest, by Shakespeare, has an appellation which literally signifies blackness in gypsy. In fact, this very word, or coliban, is given in one of the gypsy vocabularies for black. Colipan or coliban would, however, be more correct. A regular rum was the form in which the application of the word rum to strange, difficult, or distinguished, was first introduced to the British public. This, I honestly believe, as Mr. Barrow indicates, came from rum or rom, a gypsy. It is a peculiar word, and all of its peculiarities might well be assumed by the sporting gypsy, who is always, in his way, a character, gifted with an indescribable self-confidence, as are all horsey men characters, sports, and boxers. Which enables them to keep to perfection the German 11th commandment, thou shalt not let thyself be bluffed, i.e., abashed. Pal is a common cant word for brother or friend, and it is purely gypsy, having come directly from that language, without the slightest change. On the continent it is prala, or prawl. In England it sometimes takes the form pel. Trash is derived by Mr. Wedgwood, Dictionary of English Etymology, 1872, from the old word trouse, signifying the clipping of trees. But in Old Gypsy or in the German gypsy of the present day, as in the Turkish Rommani, it means so directly fear, mental weakness and worthlessness, that it may possibly have had a Rommani origin. Terror in gypsy is trash, while thirst is trush, and both are to be found in the Hindustani. Traz, which means thirst and alarm or terror. It should be observed that in no instance can these gypsy words have been borrowed from English slang. They are all to be found in German gypsy, which is in its turn identical with the Rommani language of India, of the Nats, Bezeggers, Doms, Multani, or Banjari, as I find the primitive wandering gypsies termed by different writers. I am aware that the word CAD was applied to the conductor of an omnibus, or to a non-student at universities, before it became a synonym for vulgar fellow, yet I believe that it was abbreviated from cadger. And that this is simply the gypsy word gorjo, which often means a man in the abstract. I have seen this word printed as gorger in English slang. Codger, which is common, is applied, as gypsies use the term gorjo, contemptuously, and it sounds still more like it. Bosh, signifying nothing, or in fact empty humbug, is generally credited to the Turkish language, but I can see no reason for going to the Turks for what the gypsies at home already had, in all probability, from the same Persian source. Or else from the Sanskrit. With the gypsies, bosh is a fiddle, music, noise, barking, and very often an idle sound or nonsense. Stop your bosherin, or your bosh, is what they would term flicken lav, or current phrase. Bats, a low term for a pair of boots, especially bad ones, is, I think, from the gypsy and Hindustani pat, a foot, generally called, however, by the Rommany in England, tom pats. To pad the hoof, and to stand pad, the latter phrase meaning to stand upright, or to stand and beg, are probably derived from pat. It should be borne in mind that gypsies, in all countries, are in the habit of changing certain letters, so that P and B, like L and N, or K and G hard, may often be regarded as identical. Sichi, be silent. Or phi, is termed Anglo-Indian, by the author of the Slang Dictionary, but we need not go to India of the present day for a term which is familiar to every gypsy and traveller in England, and which, as Mr. Simson discovered long ago, is an excellent spell to discourage the advances of thimble-riggers and similar gentry, at fairs, or in public places. Cheese, or the cheese, meaning that anything is preeminent or superior, in fact, the thing, is supposed by many to be of gypsy origin because gypsies use it, and it is to be found as chiz in Hindustani, in which language it means a thing. Gypsies do not, however, seem to regard it themselves, as tacho or true Romanis, despite this testimony, and I am inclined to think that it partly originated in some wag's perversion of the French word chose. In London, a man who sells cutlery in the streets is called a chive fencer, a term evidently derived from the gypsy chiv, a sharp-pointed instrument or knife. A knife is also called a chiv by the lowest class all over England. Cooter or cooter is a common English slang term for a guinea. It was not necessary for the author of the Slang Dictionary to go to the banks of the Danube for the origin of a word which is in the mouths of all English gypsies, and which was brought to England by their ancestors. A sovereign, a pound, in gypsy, is a bar. A gorger, meaning a gentleman, or well-dressed man, and in theatrical parlance, a manager, is derived by the author of the Slang Dictionary, absurdly enough, it must be confessed, from gorgeous. A word with which it has no more in common than with gouges or chisels. A gorger or gorjo, the two are often confounded, is the common gypsy word for one who is not gypsy, and very often means with them a rye or gentleman, and indeed any man whatever. Actors sometimes call a fellow performer a cullygorger. Dick, an English slang word for sight or seeing, is purely gypsy in its origin, and in common use by Romanies over all the world. Dioke, to tell fortunes, and duking, fortune-telling, are derived by the writer last cited, correctly enough, from the gypsy duckerin, a fact which I specify. Since it is one of the very rare instances in which he has not blundered when commenting on Rommany words, or other persons' works. Mr. Barrow has told us that a tanner or sixpence, sometimes called a downer, owes its pseudonym to the gypsy word tano or tano, meaning little, the sixpence being the little coin as compared with a shilling. Drum or duroem, is the common English gypsy word for a road. In English slang it is applied, not only to highways, but also to houses. If the word gibberish was, as has been asserted, first applied to the language of the gypsies, it may have been derived either from gyp, the nickname for gypsy, with ish or rish appended as in England ish, Irish. Or from the Rommany word gib signifying a language. Ken, a low term for a house, is possibly of gypsy origin. The common word in every Rommany dialect for a house is, however, neither ken nor con, but cur. Lil, a book, a letter, has passed from the gypsies to the low gorgios, though it is not a very common word. In Rommany it can be correctly applied only to a letter or a piece of paper, which is written on, though English gypsies call all books by this name, and often speak of a letter as a chinamangri. Lur or lowr, and lover, are all vulgar terms for money, and combine two gypsy words, the one lovo or lovey, and the other lure, to steal. The reason for the combination or confusion is obvious. The author of the Slang Dictionary, in order to explain this word, goes as usual to the Wallachian Gipsies, for what he might have learned from the first tinker in the streets of London. I should remark on the word lure, that Mr. Barrow has shown its original identity with loot, the Hindustani for plunder or booty. I believe that the American word loafer owes something to this gypsy root, as well as to the German Laufer, Landlaufer, and Mexican-Spanish Galeafar, and for this reason, that when the term first began to be popular in 1834 or 1835, I can distinctly remember that it meant to pilfer. Such, at least, is my earliest recollection, and of hearing schoolboys ask one another in jest, of their acquisitions or gifts, "Where did you loaf that from?" A petty pilferer was a loafer, but in a very short time all of the tribe of loungers in the sun, and disreputable pickers up of unconsidered trifles, now known as bummers, were called loafers. On this point my memory is positive, and I call attention to it, since the word in question has been the subject of much conjecture in America. It is a very curious fact, that while the word loot is unquestionably Anglo-Indian, and only a recent importation into our English slanguage, it has always been at the same time English gypsy, although it never rose to the surface. Maunder, to stroll about and beg, has been derived from mand, the Anglo-Saxon for a basket, but is quite as likely to have come from maunder, the gypsy for, to beg. Mumper, a beggar, is also from the same source. Moke, a donkey, is said to be gypsy, by Mr. Houghton, but gypsies themselves do not use the word, nor does it belong to their usual language. The proper Rommany word for an ass is Mila. Parney, a vulgar word for rain, is supposed to have come into England from the Anglo-Indian source, but it is more likely that it was derived from the gypsy panny or water. Brandy pawnee is undoubtedly an Anglo-Indian word, but it is used by a very different class of people from those who know the meaning of parney. Posh, which has found its way into vulgar popularity, as a term for small coins, and sometimes for money in general, is the diminutive of the gypsy word pashero or pashero, a halfpenny, from pash a half, and hara or hara, a penny. Queer, meaning across, cross, contradictory, or bad, is supposed to be the German word queer, introduced by the gypsies. In their own language a tut means across or against, though to curry, German and Turkish gypsy kurava, has some of the slang meaning attributed to queer. An English rogue will say, to shove the queer, meaning to pass counterfeit money, while the gypsy term would be to chiv wafri lovo, or lovey. Raglan, a married woman, originally gypsy, but now a term with English tramps, the Slang Dictionary, London 1865. In gypsy, raklo is a youth or boy, and rakli, a girl, Arabic, ragel, a man. I am informed, on good authority, that these words are known in India, though I cannot find them in dictionaries. They are possibly transposed from lurka a youth and lurki a girl, such transpositions being common among the lowest classes in India. Rummy or rummy, as applied to women, is simply the gypsy word romi, a contraction of Rommany, a wife, the husband being her rom. Bivy for beer, has been derived from the Italian bevere, but it is probably gypsy, since in the old form of the latter language, biava or piava, means to drink. To pivot, is still known among English gypsies. Rigs, running one's rigs is said to be gypsy, but the only meaning of rig, so far as I am able to ascertain in Rommany, is a side or an edge. It is, however, possible that one side may in earlier times have been equivalent to face, or encounter. To recur or rigor in gypsy, is to carry anything. Moll, a female companion, is probably merely the nickname for Mary, but it is worth observing, that mal in Old Gypsy, or in German gypsy, means an associate, and mahar a wife, in Hindustani. Stash, to be quiet, to stop, is, I think, a variation of the common gypsy word hatch, which means precisely the same thing, and is derived from the older word achava. Sturaban, a prison, is purely gypsy. Mr. Houghton says it is from the gypsy distaraban, but there is no such word beginning with dis, in the English Rommany dialect. In German gypsy a prison is Kalitstillapan. Tiny or teeny has been derived from the gypsy tano, meaning little. Toffer, a woman who is well dressed in new clean clothes, probably gets the name from the gypsy tove, to wash, German gypsy tavava. She is, so to speak, freshly washed. To this class belong toff, a dandy. Toffiki, dressy or gay, and toft, a dandy or swell. Tool as applied to stealing, picking pockets, and burglary, is, like tool, to drive with the reins, derived beyond doubt from the gypsy word tool, to take or hold. In all the continental Rommany dialects it is Tuluwawa. Punch, it is generally thought, is Anglo-Indian, derived directly from the Hindustani panch or five, from the 5 ingredients which enter into its composition. But it may have partially got its name from some sporting gypsy in whose language the word for 5 is the same as in Sanskrit. There have been thousands of swell, Rommany chows who have moved in sporting circles of a higher class than they are to be found in at the present day. Vardo formerly was old cant for a wagon, the Slang dictionary. It may be added that it is pure gypsy, and is still known at the present day to every Rom in England. In Turkish gypsy, Vordan means a vehicle, in German gypsy, Wortin. Can you voca Rommany? Is given by Mr. Houghton as meaning, can you speak gypsy, but there is no such word in Rommany as voker. He probably meant, can you racker, pronounced very often roker. Continental gypsy rackervava. Mr. Houghton derives it from the Latin vocare. I do not know the origin of Welcher, a betting cheat, but it is worthy of remark that in Old Gypsy a Walshdo or Welsher meant a Frenchman, from the German Walsh, or any foreigner of the Latin races. Yack, a watch, probably received its name from the gypsy yak and eye, in the old times when watches were called bull's eyes. Lushy, to be tipsy, and lush, are attributed for their origin to the name of Lushington, a once well-known London brewer, but when we find Lasho and Loshano in a gypsy dialect, meaning jolly, from such a Sanskrit root as lush. As Paspati derives it, there seems to be some ground for supposing the words to be purely Rommany. Dr. Johnson said of lush that it was opposite to pale, and this curiously enough shows its first source, whether as a slang word or as indicative of color, since one of its early Sanskrit meanings is light or radiance. This identity of the so regarded vulgar and the refined, continually confronts us in studying Rommany. To make a mull of anything, meaning thereby to spoil or confuse it, if it be derived, as is said, from the gypsy, must have come from mullo meaning dead, and the Sanskrit mara. There is, however, no such gypsy word as mull, in the sense of entangling or spoiling. Pros is a theatrical slang word, meaning to instruct and train a tyro. As there are several stage words of manifest gypsy origin, I am inclined to derive this from the old gypsy pris, to read. In English gypsy prasser or pros means to ridicule or scorn. Something of this is implied in the slang word pros, since it also means, to sponge upon a comrade, and, for drink. Toshers are in English Low Language, men who steal copper from ships' bottoms. I cannot form any direct connection between this word and any in English gypsy, but it is curious that in Turkish gypsy tesai is a cup, and in Turkish Persian it means, according to Paspati, a copper basin used in the baths. It is as characteristic of English gypsy as of any of its cognate dialects, that we often find lurking in it the most remarkable Oriental fragments, which cannot be directly traced through the regular line of transmission. Up to trap means, in common slang, intelligent. It is worth observing, that in gypsy, drab or trap, which words were pronounced alike by the first gypsies who came from Germany to England, is used for medicine or poison, and the employment of the latter is regarded, even at the present, as the greatest Rommany secret. Indeed, it is only a few days since a gypsy said to me, if you know drab, you're up to everything, for there's nothing goes above that. With drab the gypsy secures game, fish, pigs, and poultry, he quiets kicking horses until they can be sold. And last, not least, kills or catches rats and mice. As with the Indians of North America, medicine, whether to kill or cure, is to the gypsy the art of arts, and those who affect a knowledge of it are always regarded as the most intelligent. It is, however, remarkable, that the gypsy, though he lives in fields and woods, is, all the world over, far inferior to the American Indian as regards a knowledge of the properties of herbs or minerals. One may pick the first 50 plants which he sees in the woods, and show them to the first Indian whom he meets, with the absolute certainty that the latter will give him a name for every one, and describe in detail their qualities and their use as remedies. The gypsy seldom has a name for anything of the kind. The country people in America, and even the farmers' boys, have probably inherited by tradition much of this knowledge from the aborigines. Barney, a mob or crowd, may be derived from the gypsy barrow, great or many, which sometimes takes the form of Barno or Barney, and which suggests the Hindustani Barna, to increase, proceed, to gain, to be promoted. And Barna, to fill, to satisfy, to be filled, and Bryce's Hindustani and English Dictionary. London, Trübner Co., 1864. Bibi, which the author of the Slang Dictionary declares means a lady, and is Anglo-Indian, is in general use among English gypsies for aunt. It is also a respectful form of address to any middle-aged woman, among friends. Cull or cully, meaning a man or boy, in Old English cant, is certainly of gypsy origin. Chulai signifies man in Spanish gypsy, borrow, and kulai a gentleman, according to Paspati. In Turkish Rommani, a distinction which the word cully often preserves in England, even when used in a derogatory sense, as of a dupe. Jomer, a sweetheart or female favorite, has probably some connection in derivation with choomer, a kiss, in gypsy. Bloke, a common coarse word for a man, may be of gypsy origin. Since, as the author of the Slang Dictionary declares, it may be found in Hindustani, as lok. Lok, people, a world, region. Bryce's Hind Dictionary. Bala, lok, a gentleman. A duffer, which is an Old English cant term, expressive of contempt for a man, may be derived from the gypsy adovo, that man, or that fellow there. Adovo is frequently pronounced almost like a duffer, or a dova. Niggling, which means idling, wasting time, doing anything slowly, may be derived from some other Indo-European source, but in English gypsy it means to go slowly, to potter along, and in fact it is the same as the English word. That it is pure Old Rommany appears from the fact that it is to be found as niglavava in Turkish gypsy, meaning I go, which is also found in Nikliovava and Nikavava, which are in turn probably derived from the Hindustani nikalna, to issue. To go forth or out, and Bryce, Hind Dick. Niggle is one of the English gypsy words which are used in the East, but which I have not been able to find in the German Rommany, proving that here, as in other countries, certain old forms have been preserved. Though they have been lost where the vocabulary is far more copious, and the grammar much more perfect. Mug, a face, is derived by Mr. Wedgwood from the Italian macca, a mocking or apish mouth, Dictionary of English Etymology, but in English gypsy we have not only mui, meaning the face, but the older forms from which the English word was probably taken, such as mak-h, paspati, and finally the Hindustani mukh and the Sanskrit mukha, mouth or face, Shakespeare, Hind. Dick, page 745. In all cases where a word is so slangy as mug, it seems more likely that it should have been derived from Rommany than from Italian. Since it is only within a few years that any considerable number of the words of the latter language was imparted to the lower classes of London. Bamboozle, bite, and slang are all declared by the author of the Slang Dictionary to be gypsy, but, with the exception of the last word, I am unable to verify their Rommany origin. Bamhorna does indeed mean in Hindustani, Bryce, to bite or to worry, and bambubakshish to deceive by paying with a whipping, while swang, as signifying mimicking, acting, disguise and sham, whether of words or deeds, very curiously conveys the spirit of the word slang. As for bite, I almost hesitate to suggest the possibility of a connection between it and bidorna, to laugh at. I offer not only these three suggested derivations, but also most of the others, with every reservation. For many of these words, as for instance bite, etymologists have already suggested far more plausible and more probable derivations, and if I have found a place for Rommany roots, it is simply because what is the most plausible. and apparently the most probable, is not always the true origin. But as I firmly believe that there is much more gypsy in English, especially in English slang and cant, than the world is aware of, I think it advisable to suggest what I can, leaving to abler philologists the task of testing its value. Writers on such subjects err, almost without an exception, in insisting on one accurately defined and singly derived source for every word, when perhaps 3 or 4 have combined to form it. The habits of thought and methods of study followed by philologists render them especially open to this charge. They wish to establish every form as symmetrical and mathematical, where nature has been freakish and bizarre. Some years ago when I published certain poems in the broken English spoken by Germans, an American philologist, named Hoyland, demonstrated to his own satisfaction that the language which I had put into Hans Breitmann's mouth was inaccurate. Because I had not reduced it to an uniform dialect, making the same word the same in spelling and pronunciation on all occasions, when the most accurate observation had convinced me, as it must any one, that those who have only partially learned a language continually vary their methods of uttering its words. That some words have come from one source and been aided by another, is continually apparent in English Gipsy, as for instance in the word for reins, guiders, which, until the Rommani reached England, was voidas. In this instance the resemblance in sound between the words undoubtedly conduced to an union. Gibberish may have come from the Gipsy, and at the same time owe something to gabble, jabber, and the Old Norse or Icelandic gifra. Lush may owe something to Mr. Lushington, something to the earlier English lush, or rosy, and something to the Gipsy in Sanskrit. It is not at all unlikely that the word codger owes, through cadger, a part of its being to kid, a basket, as Mr. Halliwell suggests, Dictionary of Archaic and Provincial Words, 1852, and yet come quite as directly from gorger or gorgio. The cheese probably has the Gipsy Hindustani chiz for a father, and the French chose for a mother, while both originally sprung thousands of years ago in the great parting of the Aryan nations. To be united after so long a separation in a distant island in the far northern seas. The etymologist who hesitates to adopt this principle of joint sources of derivation, will find abundant instances of something very like it in many English Gipsy words themselves, which, as belonging to a language in extreme decay, have been formed directly from different, but somewhat similarly sounding, words, in the parent German or Eastern Rommany. Thus, shucker, pretty, bishucker, slow, schucko, dry, and scoranes, secretly, have in England all united in shakar, which expresses all of their meanings. 7. Proverbs and chance phrases. An old Gipsy proverb, common proverbs in Gipsy dress, quaint sayings, characteristic Rommany picture phrases. Every race has not only its peculiar proverbs, sayings, and catchwords, but also idiomatic phrases which constitute a characteristic chiaroscuro, if not color. The Gipsies in England have of course borrowed much from the Gorgios, but now and then something of their own appears. In illustration of all this, I give the following expressions noted down from Gipsy conversation. Tacho like my dad. True like my father. Kushto like my dad. Good like my father. This is a true Gipsy proverb, used as a strongly marked indication of approbation or belief. Kushto bak. Good luck. As the Genoese of old greeted their friends with the word guadagna. Or gain, indicating as Rabelais declares, their sordid character, so the Gipsy, whose life is precarious, and who depends upon chance for his daily bread, replies to Sari Shan. Good day, with Kushto bak, or good luck to you. The Arabic bakshish is from the same root as bak, i.e., backed. When there's a burrow bavel, huller the tan parled the waver rick polly the burrow. When the wind is high, move the tent to the other side of the hedge behind it. That is to say, change sides in an emergency. Hatch up pray. Hushti. The prastromengros wellen. Jow the greyas of re. Prasti. Jump up. Wide awake there. The policeman's coming. Run the horses off. Scamper. This is an alarm in camp, and constitutes a sufficiently graphic picture. The hint to run the horses off indicates a very doubtful title to their possession. The prastromengro pens me mustn't hatch a sigh. The policeman says we mustn't stop here. No phrase is heard more frequently among gypsies, who are continually in trouble with the police as to their right to stop and pitch their tents on commons. I can hatch a prey for Pange, Ponge, Devuses. I can stop here for 5 days. A common phrase indicating content, and equivalent to, I would like to sit here for a week. The Greyas have tattered at the Castagas, we must jal endure, the Gorgos dict us. The horses have been pulling at the haystack, we must hurry away, the man has seen us. When gypsies have remained overnight on a farm, it sometimes happens that their horses and asses, inadvertently of course, find their way to the haystacks or into a good field. Humanum est errare. Yek mush can lell a grey tapani, but 20 can't care him pie. One man can take a horse to water, but 20 can't make him drink. A well-known proverb. A churico dree the mast is worth dui dree the boar. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, hedge. Never kin a pong dishler nor lell a Rommany by mommy dude. Never buy a handkerchief nor choose a wife by candlelight. Always jowl by the divas. Always go by the day. Chin toots chucko by toots calm. Cut your coat according to your fancy. This is a gypsy variation of an old proverb. Fino ranyas care fino trushnees. Nice reeds make nice baskets. He can't tool his cockerus togetherus, kednus. He can't hold himself together. Spoken of an infirm old man. Too boot of a mush for his coquero. Too much of a man for himself, i.e., he thinks too much of himself. He's too boot of a mush to racker a poveri chavo. He's too proud to speak to a poor man. This was used, not in depreciation of a certain nobleman, whom the gypsy who gave it to me had often seen, but admiringly, as if such hauteur were a commendable quality. More, kumi, kovas the well. There are more things to come. Spoken of food on a table, and equivalent to, don't go yet. The appears to be used in this as in many other instances, instead of to for the sake of euphony. The jivaban has jawed of re out of his gad. The life has gone out of his shirt, i.e., body. This intimates a long and close connection between the body and the undergarment. Of re out of, a phrase in which the gypsy word is immediately followed by its English equivalent, is a common form of expression for the sake of clearness. I toves my own gad. I wash my own shirt. A saying indicating celibacy or independence. Mo racker for a pennies when toot can't lell it. Don't ask for a thing when you can't get it. The wonders cares the grassny jow. Money makes the mare go. It's allers the burrow macho that pedale dree the panny. It is always the largest fish that falls back into the water. Benji's your sea. Bang in toots bucko. The devil in your heart. The devil in your body, or bowels. This is a common form of imprecation among gypsies all over the world. Jawin Sara mush molar and adri the burrow naflokur. Going like a man dying in the hospital. Rika it adri toots coquero si and kekel jean. Keep it a secret in your own heart, and nobody will know it. Del sar mush a sigaben to hair his jivaban. Give every man a chance to make his living. It sim to a choomer, kushti for kek till it's portered atween dui. It's like a kiss, good for nothing until it is divided between two. A cloudy sala often puribends to a fino divus. A cloudy morning often changes to a fine day. Yuziu pani never jowled of re from a chickly tan. Clean water never came out from a dirty place. Sar mush must jowl to the kangri, yek divus or the waver. Every man must go to the church, i.e., be buried, some day or other. Kek mush ever lell the dustamonger. No man ever got money enough. Hail the wafri bok jowls the kushti bok. Behind bad luck comes good luck. Saw mushies ain't got the sim kamaben as waivers. All men have not the same tastes. Lel the tacho piro, and it's pash cared. Well begun is half done. Whilst toots rakrin the kairos is jow. While you are talking the times, hours, fly. Wafri bach in a burrow cur, sims adri a biddy her. There may be adversity in a large house as well as in a small one. The kushtiest kovas allers jal of re sigest. The best is soonest gone. To dick a poro pal is as kamaben as a kushti haben. To see an old friend is as agreeable as a good meal. When tooties pals chinger yek with a waver, don't toot jal adoy. When your brothers quarrel don't you meddle. Pet up with the rakran and more pen shishi. Endure the chattering and say nothing. When a mush dells toot a grey tootmon dick dree lester's mooey. When a man gives you a horse you must not look in his mouth. Mon jalatut the puvius. Do not go across the field. Intimating that one should travel in the proper road. There's a kushti savaban at the kunsis of a duro drum. There is a sweet sleep at the end of a long road. Care the kamadira. Make the best of it. Rika dovo adri toot si. Keep that a secret. The kumi foki the tacho. The more the merrier. The pisham cares the gudlo. The bee makes the honey. Id est, each does his own work. The pisham lels the gudlo of re the rusers. The bee gets honey from flowers. Id est, seeks it in the right place. Hatch till the dude wells a prey. Wait till the moon rises. A very characteristic gypsy saying. Can't pen shucker a tutlendi. You cannot say aught against them. He's bakalo a jaw to haw his chakas. He's hungry enough to eat his shoes. The poro bang is a fino mush. The devil is a nice character. Man sha tu pow. Cheer up, brother. Be a man. Spoken to anyone who seems dejected. This corresponds partially to the German gypsy manishwari. Which is, however, rather an evil wish and a curse, meaning according to Dr. Liebich, die Zerner, the gallows, dire need, and epilepsy. Both in English and German it is, however, derived from manish, a man. He's a hunalo nakin mush. He is an avaricious man. Literally, a spiteful-nosed man. Toot can hair a kova feridirer if you jal shakar. You can do a thing better if you go about it secretly. We're lolero adoy we don't gene the jib. We are dumb where we do not understand the language. Chucked, chived, saw the haben of re. He threw all the victuals about. A melancholy proverb, meaning that state of irritable intoxication when a man comes home and abuses his family. A mila that recurs toot is kushtier to kister than a grey that chives you a prey. An ass that carries you is better than a horse that throws you off. The juva, that sickers her birk will sicker her bull. Free of her lips, free of her hips. He sims mandi dree the mooey, like a puvengro. He resembles me, like a potato. Yek hachoichi sims a waver as yek bubby sims the waver. One hedgehog is as like another as two peas. He moored men dui. He killed both of us. A sarcastic expression. I dicked their stades and langus churros. I saw their hats on their heads. Apropos of amazement at some very ordinary thing. When you've toddy panny and recur toots coquero pash motto you can jowl a pray the one sara grey. When you have brandy, spirits, and keep yourself half drunk, you can go through the winter like a horse. 8. Indications of the Indian origin of the Gypsies. Burro Duvel, or Great God, an old Gypsy term for water, Bishnu or Vishnu, the rain god, the rain, called God's blood by Gypsies, the snow, angel's feathers. Mahadeva, Buddha, the Simurg, the Pintni or mermaid, the nag or blindworm, Nagari and niggering, the Nile, gnats and notches, Nobbit and Nobbit, a puncher, pitch. Pillar and Pivlabibi, Quat, Kishmet or destiny, the Quran in England, Sass, Sharengro, Sarzarin, Shayli or rice, the Shastar in England, the evil, Sikhs, Stan, Hindostan, Iranistan, the true origin of slang, tat. The essence of being, Bahar and Bar, the origin of the words Ram and Rommany. Dam and Damni, the Hindi Tem, Gipsy and Hindustani points of the compass, Salam and Shulam, Sari Sham, the cups, women's treading on objects, horseflesh, English and foreign gypsies, Bohemian and Rommany. A learned Sclavonian, Michael von Kogelnichen, has said of Rommany, that he found it interesting to be able to study a Hindu dialect in the heart of Europe. He is quite right. But as mythology far surpasses any philology in interest, as regards its relations to poetry, how much more wonderful is it to find, today in England, traces of the tremendous avatars, whose souls were gods, long ago in India. And though these traces be faint, it is still apparent enough that they really exist. One day an old gypsy, who is said to be more than usually deep in Rommany, and to have had unusual opportunity for acquiring such knowledge from gypsies older and deeper than himself, sent word to me. To know if the Rai was aware that Burro Duvel, or the great god, was an old Rommany expression for water. I thought that this was a singular message to come from a tent at Battersea, and asked my special gypsy factotum, why God should be called water, or water, God. And he replied in the following words. Pani is the Burro Duvel, and it is Bishnu or Vishnu, because it pels Alai from the Burro Duvel. Vishnu is the Burro Duvel then. Avali. There can't be no stretchadoy, can there, Ria? Duvel is Duvel all the world over, but by the right formation, Vishnu is the Duvel's rat. I've shuan de dovo but dust a kyrises. And the snow is Poris, that jowls from the angel's wing uses. And what I penned, that Bishnu is the Duvel's rat, is Poro Rommany's, and ginned by Saar Foki. Now in India, Vishnu and Indra are the gods of the rain. The learned, who insist that as there ought to be, so there must be, but a single source of derivation for every word, ignoring the fact that a dozen causes may aid in its formation, will at once declare that. As Bishnu or Vishnu is derived from the old gypsy Brishni or Briskindo, and this from the Hindu Barish, and the Sanskrit Varish or Prish, there can be no rational ground for connecting the English gypsy word with the Hindu god. But who can tell what secret undercurrents of dim tradition and vague association may have come down to the present day from the olden time? That rain should be often called God's blood, and water bearing the name of Vishnu be termed God, and that this should be regarded as a specially curious bit of gypsy lore, is at any rate remarkable enough. As for the gypsies in question ever having heard of Vishnu and other gods, as a friend suggests to me, save in this dim tradition, I can only say, that I doubt whether either of them ever heard even of the apostles. And I satisfied myself that the one who brought the secret had never heard of Joseph, was pitiably ignorant of Potiphar's wife, and only knew of Moses or Moses, that he once heard he was on the bulrushes. Mahadeva or Mahadev exists apparently in the mouth of every English gypsy in the phrase Meduvalest, or God bless you. This word Meduval is often changed to me, Duvel, and is generally supposed to mean my God. But I was once assured that the old and correct form was Ma, meaning great, and that it only meant great in connection with Duvel. A curious illustration of a lost word returning by chance to its original source was given one day, when I asked a gypsy if he knew such a word as Buddha. He promptly replied, yes, that a Buddhari or Buddha mush was an old man. And pointing to a Chinese image of Buddha, said, that is a Buddha. He meant nothing more than that it represented an aged person, but the coincidence was at least remarkable. Buddha in Hindustani really signifies an old man. The same gypsy, observing on the chimney-piece a quaint image of a Chinese griffin, a hideous little goblin with wings, informed me that the gypsy name for it was a semir or semirus, and further declared that the same word meant a dolphin. But a dolphin has no wings, I remarked. Oh, hasn't it? Rejoined the gypsy, its fins are its wings, if it hadn't wings it could not be a semir. I think I recognize in this semir, the simurg or griffin of Persian fable. I could learn nothing more than this, that the gypsy had always regarded a dolphin as resembling a large-headed winged monster, which he called a semir. Nag is a snake in Hindustani. The English Gipsies still retain this primeval word, but apply it only to the blindworm. It is, however, remarkable that the nag, or blindworm, is, in the opinion of the Rommani, the most mysterious of creatures. I have been told that, when a nag mullers its hardest as a cosh, and you can pogger it like a swagler's tuve, when a blindworm dies it is as hard as a stick, and you can break it like a pipe stem. They also believe that the nag is gifted, so far as his will goes, with incredible malignity, and say of him, if he could dick Sims he can shoon. He wouldn't muck mush or grey jowl on the drum. If he could see as well as he can hear, he would not allow man or horse to go on the road. The Hindi alphabet Deva Nagari, the writing of the gods, is commonly called Nagari. A common English gypsy word for writing is niggering. He niggered sar he could pooker a dree a Chinamangri. The resemblance between Nagari and nigger may, it is true, be merely accidental, but the reader, who will ascertain by examination of the vocabulary the proportion of Rommani words unquestionably Indian, will admit that the terms have probably a common origin. From Sanskrit to English gypsy may be regarded as a descent from the Nile to a street gutter, but it is amusing at least to find a passable parallel for this simile. Nil in gypsy is a rivulet, a river, or a gutter. Nala is in Hindustani a brook. Nali, a kennel, and it has been conjectured that the Indian word indicates that of the great river of Egypt. All of my readers have heard of the Nach girls, the so-called bayadirs or dancing girls of India. But very few, I suppose, are aware that their generic name is remotely preserved in several English gypsy words. Nakna in Hindustani means to dance, while the Nats, who are a kind of gypsies, are generally jugglers, dancers, and musicians. A Nachua is one of these Nats, and in English gypsinottering means going about with music. Other attractions may be added, but, as I have heard a gypsy say, it always takes music to go a notterin or nobbin. Nobbat in the language of the Hindu Nats signifies time, turn, and instruments of music sounding at the gate of a great man, at certain intervals. Nobbat, which is a gypsy word well known to all itinerant Negro minstrels, means to go about with music to get money. To nobbat round the tem, boshrin. It also implies time or turn, as I inferred from what I was told on inquiry. You can shoon dovo at the Welguras when yek rackers the waver, you jal and nobbat. You can hear that at the fairs when one says to the other, you go and nobbat, meaning, it is your turn to play now. Nakna, to dance, Hindustani, appears to be reflected in the English gypsy, nichering, moving restlessly, fidgeting and dancing about. Nobbatting, I was told, is notterin, it's all one, ria. Pajama in India means very loose trousers. And it is worth noting that gypsies call loose leggings, trousers, or overalls, piajamangris. This may be Anglo-Indian derived from the Gorgios. Whether pea-jacket belongs in part to this family, I will not attempt to decide. Living constantly among the vulgar and uneducated, it is not to be wondered at that the English gypsies should have often given a vulgar English and slangy term to many words originally Oriental. I have found that, without exception, there is a disposition among most people to promptly declare that all these words were taken, of course, from English slang. Thus, when I heard a gypsy speak of his fist as a puncher, I naturally concluded that he did so because he regarded its natural use to be to punch heads with. But on asking him why he gave it that name, he promptly replied, because it takes panj, 5, fingers to make a fist. And since panja means in Hindustani a hand with the 5 fingers extended, it is no violent assumption to conclude that even puncher may owe quite as much to Hindustani as to English. Though I cheerfully admit that it would perhaps never have existed had it not been for English associations. Thus a gypsy calls a peddler a packer or pack mush. Now, how much of this word is due to the English word pack or packer, and how much to paikar, meaning in Hindustani a peddler? I believe that there has been as much of the one as of the other, and that this doubly formative influence, or influence of continuation, should be seriously considered as regards all Rommani words which resemble in sound others of the same meaning. either in Hindustani or in English. It should also be observed that the gypsy, while he is to the last degree inaccurate and a blunderer as regards English words, a fact pointed out long ago by the Reverend Mr. Crabbe, has, however, retained with great persistence hundreds of Hindu terms. Not being very familiar with peasant English, I have generally found gypsies more intelligible in Rommany than in the language of their stepfatherland. And have often asked my principal informant to tell me in gypsy what I could not comprehend in Anglo-Saxon. To pitch together does not in English mean to stick together, although pitch sticks, but it does in gypsy, and in Hindustani, pitchy means sticking or adhering. I find in all cases of such resemblance that the gypsy word has invariably a closer affinity as regards meaning to the Hindu than to the English, and that its tendencies are always rather Oriental than Anglo-Saxon. As an illustration, I may point out pillar, English gypsy, to attack, having an affinity in pilna, Hindustani, with the same meaning. Many readers will at once revert to pillar, and pillage, all simply implying attack, but really meaning to rob, or robbery. But pillar in English gypsy also means, as in Hindustani, to assault indecently. And this is almost conclusive as to its Eastern origin. It is remarkable that the gypsies in England, or all the world over, have, like the Hindus, a distinctly descriptive expression for every degree of relationship. Thus a pivli bibi in English gypsy, or pufferi bahim in Hindustani, is a father's sister's daughter. This in English, as in French or German, is simply a cousin. Quat, imprisonment, is an Old English cant and gypsy word which Mr. Houghton attempts to derive from a college quadrangle, but when we find that the Hindu quaid also means confinement, the probability is that it is to it we owe this singular term. There are many words in which it is evident that the Hindu gypsy meaning has been shifted from a cognate subject. Thus putty, the hub of a wheel in gypsy, means the felly of a wheel in Hindustani. Kaizi, to rub a horse down, or scrape him, in the original tongue signifies, to tie up a horse's head by passing the bridle to his tail, to prevent his kicking while being rubbed or scraped. Quasur, orchesser, is in Hindustani flame, in English gypsy kesser signifies smoke, but I have heard a gypsy more than once apply the same term to flame and smoke, just as Miraben stands for both life and death. Very Oriental is the word kismet, or destiny, as most of my readers are probably aware. It is also English gypsy, and was explained to me as follows: a man's kismet is what he's bound to care, it's the kismet of his sea. Some men's kismet is better and wavers, 'cause they've got more better chiv. Some men's kismet's to bike and graze, and some to bike and canis, but saw folky has their kismet, and they can't pen shishi elsis. In English, a man's destiny is what he is bound to do, it is the fate of his soul, life. Some men's destiny is better than others, because they have more command of language. Some are fated to sell horses, and others to sell hens. But all people have their mission, and can do nothing else. Quran in the East means the Quran, and Quran Yuthra to take an oath. In English gypsy Quran, or Quran, is also an oath, and it seems strange that such a word from such a source should exist in England. It is, however, more interesting as indicating that the gypsies did not leave India until familiarized with Mohammedan rule. He cared his Quran pre the Duvel's Babel that he would jal vri the tem for a besh. He swore his oath upon God's breath, the Bible, that he would leave the country for a year. Upon inquiring of the gypsy who uttered this phrase why he called the Bible God's breath, he replied naively, "It sim to the Duvel's jivaban, just the same as his breathus. It is like God's life, just the same as his breath." It is to be observed that nearly all the words which gypsies claim as gypsy, notwithstanding their resemblance to English, are to be found in Hindustani. Thus rudder, to copulate, certainly resembles the English rut, but it is quite as much allied to rutana, Hindustani, meaning the same thing. Sass, or sauce, meaning in gypsy, bold, forward impudence, is identical with the same English word, but it agrees very well with the Hindu sahas, bold, and was perhaps born of the latter term, although it has been brought up by the former. Dr. A. F. Pott remarks of the German gypsy word sketra, or violin, that he could nowhere find in Rommany a similar instrument with an Indian name. Sarangi, or sarungi, is the common Hindu word for a violin. And the English Gipsies, on being asked if they knew it, promptly replied that it was an old word for the neck or head of a fiddle. It is true they also called it sarengro, saringro, and sharengro, the latter word indicating that it might have been derived from sharoengro, i.e., head thing. But after making proper allowance for the gypsy tendency, or rather passion, for perverting words towards possible derivations, it seems very probable that the term is purely Hindu. Zuru, or Zoru, means in the east Venus, or the morning star. And it is pleasant to find a reflection of the rosy goddess in the gypsy sower, signifying early in the morning. I have been told that there is a Rommany word much resembling sower, meaning the early star, but my informant could not give me its exact sound. Dude of the Sala is the common name for Venus. Sunrise is indicated by the eccentric term of cam left the pani, or sun left the water. It wells from the waver Tem Eugene, said my informant, in explanation. The sun comes from a foreign country, and first leaves that land, and then leaves the sea, before it gets here. When a gypsy is prowling for hens, or any other little waifs, and wishes to leave a broken trail, so that his tracks may not be identified, he will walk with the feet interlocked, one being placed outside the other, making what in America is very naturally termed a snake trail. This he calls sarzaran, and in Hindu sarasana means to creep along like a snake. Supposing that the Hindu word for rice, shaili, could hardly have been lost, I asked a gypsy if he knew it, and he at once replied, shaili give is small grain corn, very little grain uses indeed. Shalita in Hindustani is a canvas sack in which a tent is carried. The English gypsy has confused this word with shelter, and yet calls a small or shelter tent a shelter gunno, or bag. For we rolls up the big tent in the shelter tent, to carry it. A tent cloth or canvas is in gypsy a shumi, evidently derived from the Hindu shumiyana, a canopy, or awning. It is a very curious fact that the English gypsies called the scripture or Bible the Shastra, and I record this with the more pleasure, since it fully establishes Mr. Barrow as the first discoverer of the word in Rommany, and vindicates him from the suspicion with which his assertion was received by Dr. Pott. On this subject the latter speaks as follows. Escastra de Moises, L. 2. 22, Omicron Nu Omicron Mu Omicron, M. Sanskrit, Castra, Hind, Shastra, M. Hindu religious books, Hindu law, scripture, institutes of science, Shakespeare. In proportion to the importance of the real existence of this word among the gypsies must be the suspicion with which we regard it, when it depends, as in this instance, only on Barrow's assertion, who, in case of need, to supply a non-existing word, may have easily taken one from the Sanskrit. Die Zijunner, Volume 2. Page 224. The word Shastra was given to me very distinctly by a gypsy, who further volunteered the information, that it not only meant the scriptures, but also any written book whatever. And somewhat marred the dignity of the sublime association of the Bible and Shastra, by adding that any feller's bettin' book on the race ground was a Shasterni lil, 'cause it's written. I have never heard of the evil eye among the lower orders of English, but among gypsies a belief in it is as common as among Hindus, and both indicate it by the same word, seer or seer. In India seer, it is true, is applied to enchantment or magic in general, but in this case the whole may very well stand for a part. I may add that my own communications on the subject of the jetatura, and the proper means of averting it by means of crab's claws, horns, and the usual sign of the fore and little finger, were received by a gypsy auditor with great faith and interest. To show, teach, or learn, is expressed in gypsy by the word sikher, sig, or seek. The reader may not be aware that the Sikhs of India derive their name from the same root, as appears from the following extract from Dr. Paspati's Etudes, Sakava, v. Prim. 1 cl 1 conjunction part, Siklo, Montur, Aprandra. Sanskrit, Essex, to learn, to acquire science, Siksaka, Adj, a learner, a teacher. Hindustani, Sikhna, va, to learn, to acquire, sf, admonition. I next inquired why they were called Sikhs, and they told me it was a word borrowed from one of the commandments of their founder, which signifies, learn thou, and that it was adopted to distinguish the sect soon after he disappeared. The word, as is well known, has the same import in the Hindavi, Asiatic Researches, Volume 1, page 293, and Volume 2, page 200. This was a noble word to give a name to a body of followers supposed to be devoted to knowledge and truth. The English gypsy calls a mermaid a pintni, in Hindu it is bintul bur, a maid of the sea. Barrow in gypsy is the sea or a ship, but the Rommany had reduced the term to the original bint, by which a girl is known all over the East. Ye bint Iskandaraya. Stan is a word confounded by gypsies with both stand, a place at the races or a fair, and tan, a stopping place, from which it was probably derived. But it agrees in sound and meaning with the Eastern stan, a place, station, and by application, country, so familiar to the reader in Hindustan, Iranistan, Belukistan, and many other names. It is curious to find in the gypsy tan not only the root word of a tent, but also the Alabama, or here we rest, applied by the world's early travelers to so many places in the morning land. Slang does not mean, as Mr. Houghton asserts, the secret language of the gypsies, but is applied by them to acting, to speaking theatrical language, as in a play, to being an acrobat, or taking part in a show. It is a very old gypsy word, and indicates plainly enough the origin of the cant word, slang. Using other men's words, and adopting a conventional language, strikes a gypsy as artificial. And many men not gypsies express this feeling by speaking of conventional stage language as theatrical slang. Its antiquity and origin appear in the Hindu swangi, an actor, swang, mockery, disguise, sham, and swang lina, to imitate. As regards the sound of the words, most English gypsies would call swang, slang, as faithfully as a cockney would exchange hat with at. Deepest among deep words in India is tat, an element, a principle, the essence of being. But it is almost amusing to hear an English gypsy say, that's the tattoo, or tat, of it, meaning thereby, the thing itself, the whole of it. And thus the ultimate point of Brahma, and the infinite depth of all transcendental philosophy, may reappear in a cheap, portable, and convenient form. As a declaration that the real meaning of some mysterious transaction was that it amounted to a sixpenny swindle at Thimblerig. For to such base uses have the Shastra and the Vedas come in England. It is, however, pleasant to find the Persian Bahar, a garden, recalling Bahar Danish, the garden of knowledge, Hindustani, Bagh, reappearing in the English gypsy bar. She peered adri the bar Leland Ruzzers. She walked in the garden plucking flowers. And it is also like old times and the Arabian Nights at home, to know that bazaar is a gypsy word, though it be now quite obsolete, and signifies no longer a public street for shops, but an open field. But of all words which identify the gypsies with the East, and which prove their Hindu origin, those by which they call themselves Ram and Rommany are most conclusive. In India the Dam caste is one of the lowest, whose business it is for the men to remove carcasses, while the Damni, or female Dam, sings at weddings. Everything known of the Dam identifies them with gypsies. As for the sound of the word, anyone need only ask the first gypsy whom he meets to pronounce the Hindu D or the word Dam, and he will find it at once converted into L or R. There are, it is true, other castes and classes in India, such as Nats, the roving Banjari, thugs, and K, all of which have left unmistakable traces on the gypsies, from which I conclude that at some time when these pariahs became too numerous and dangerous there was a general expulsion of them from India. I would call particular attention to my suggestion that the corn of India is the true parent of the Ram, because all that is known of the former caste indicates an affinity between them. The Dam pariahs of India who carry out or touch dead bodies, also eat the bodies of animals that have died a natural death, as do the gypsies of England. The occupation of the Damni in Rommany, dancing and making music at festivals, are strikingly allied. I was reminded of this at the last opera which I witnessed at Covent Garden, on seeing stage gypsies introduced as part of the fete in La Traviata. A curious indication of the Indian origin of the Gipsies may be found in the fact that they speak of every foreign country beyond sea as the Hindi Tem, Hindi being in Hindustani their own word for Indian. Nothing was more natural than that the Rommani on first coming to England should speak of faraway regions as being the same as the land they had left. And among such ignorant people the second generation could hardly fail to extend the term and make it generic. At present an Irishman is a Hindi Tem Mush, or Hindu. And it is rather curious, by the way, that a few years ago in America everything that was anti-Irish or Native American received the same appellation, in allusion to the exclusive system of castes. Although the Gipsies have sadly confounded the Hindu terms for the cardinal points, no one can deny that their own are of Indian origin. Uttar is north in Hindustani, and Uttar is west in Rommani. As it was explained to me, I was told that Uttar means west and wet too, because the west wind is wet. Shirmal is also north in Hindu, and on asking a Gipsy what it meant, he promptly replied, "It's where the snow comes from." Purab is the east in Hindustani, in Gipsy it is changed to Porus, and means the west. This confusion of terms is incidental to every rude race, and it must be constantly borne in mind that it is very common in Gipsy. Night suggests day, or black-white, to the most cultivated mind, but the Gipsy confuses the name, and calls yesterday and tomorrow, or light and shadow, by the same word. More than this, he is prone to confuse almost all opposites on all occasions, and wonders that you do not promptly accept and understand what his own people comprehend. This is not the case among the Indians of North America, because oratory, involving the accurate use of words, is among them the one great art. Nor are the Negroes, despite their heedless ignorance, so deficient, since they are at least very fond of elegant expressions and forcible preaching. I am positive and confident that it would be 10 times easier to learn a language from the wildest Indian on the North American continent than from any real English Gipsy, although the latter may be inclined with all his heart and soul to teach. Even to the extent of passing his leisure days in skirmishing about among the tents picking up old Rommany words. Now the Gipsy has passed his entire life in the busiest scenes of civilization, and is familiar with all its refined rascalities. Yet notwithstanding this, I have found by experience that the most untutored Kaw or Chippewa, as ignorant of English as I was ignorant of his language, and with no means of intelligence between us save signs, was a genius as regards ability to teach language when compared to most Gipsies. Everybody has heard of the Oriental salam. In English Gipsy shulam means a greeting. Shulam to your kokero, is another form of sarishan. The common form of salutation. The Hindu sari sham signifies, early in the evening, from which I infer that the Dom or Ram was a nocturnal character like the Night Cavalier of Quevedo, and who sang when night fell, "Arouse ye, then, my merry men," or who said, "Good evening." Just as we say, or used to say, "Good day." A very curious point of affinity between the Gipsies and Hindus may be found in a custom which was described to me by a Ram in the following words. When a mush mullers. And the Juvas adri his cur can't care haben because they feel so naflo about the Ram being gone, or the Havi or Juvalo mush, or whoever it may be, then their friends for trin divuses cares their haben and beachers at alenda. And that's tacho Romanis, and they wouldn't be dessen Rommany chuls that wouldn't care dovo for mushies in Sigan, Tuckly. When a man dies, and the women in his house cannot prepare food, literally, make food, as they feel so badly because the man is gone, or the girl, or young man, or whoever it may be. Then their friends for 3 days prepare their food and send it to them. And that is real Rommany custom, and they would not be decent Rommany fellows who would not do that for people in sorrow and distress. Precisely the same custom prevails in India, where it is characterized by a phrase strikingly identical with the English Gipsy term for it. In England it is to care haben, in Hindustani, Bryce, Hin. Dictionary. Karwa Kena is the food that is sent for 3 days from relations to a family in which one of the members has died. The Hindu karwana, to make or to cause to do, and kara, to do, are the origin of the English Gipsy care, to make or cook, while from kena, or hana, to eat, comes ha and haben, or food. The reader who is familiar with the religious observances of India is probably aware of the extraordinary regard in which the cup is held by many sects. In Germany, as Mr. Liebich declares, drinking cups are kept by the gypsies with superstitious regard, the utmost care being taken that they never fall to the ground. Should this happen, the cup is never used again. By touching the ground it becomes sacred, and should no more be used. When a gypsy cares for nothing else, he keeps his drinking cup under every circumstance. I have not been able to ascertain whether this species of regard for the cup ever existed in England, but I know of many who could not be induced to drink from a white cup or bowl, the reason alleged being the very frivolous and insufficient one. That it reminded them of a blood basin. It is almost needless to say that this could never have been the origin of the antipathy. No such consideration deters English peasants from using white crockery drinking vessels. In Germany, among the gypsies, if a woman has trodden on any object, or if the skirt of her dress has swept over or touched it, it is either destroyed, or if of value, is disposed of or never used again. I found on inquiry that the same custom still prevails among the old gypsy families in England, and that if the object be a crockery plate or cup, it is at once broken. For this reason, even more than for convenience, real gypsies are accustomed to hang every cooking utensil, and all that pertains to the table, high up in their wagons. It is almost needless to point out how closely these ideas agree with those of many Hindus. The gypsy eats every and anything except horseflesh. Among themselves, while talking Rommani, they will boast of having eaten mullo bowlers, or pigs that have died a natural death, and hotchawachie, or hedgehog, as did the belle of a gypsy party to me at Walton-on-Thames in the summer of 1872. They can give no reason whatever for this inconsistent abstinence. But Mr. Simson in his History of the Gipsies has adduced a mass of curious facts, indicating a special superstitious regard for the horse among the Rommani in Scotland, and identifying it with certain customs in India. It would be a curious matter of research could we learn whether the missionaries of the Middle Ages, who made abstinence from horseflesh a point of salvation, when preaching in Germany and in Scandinavia, derived their superstition, in common with the gypsies, from India. There can be no doubt that in seeking for the Indian origin of many gypsy words we are often bewildered, and that no field in philology presents such opportunity for pugnacious critics to either attack or defend the validity of the proofs alleged. The very word for doubtful or ambiguous, dubini or dubna, is of this description. Is it derived from the Hindu dubdha, which every gypsy would pronounce dubna, or from the English dubious, which has been made to assume the gypsy Indian termination na? Of this word I was naively told, if a Juva's bori, girl is big, that's dub-ni, and if she's shuvalo, swelled up, that's dubni, for it may pen, say, she's cared a tickno, is enceinte, and it may pen she hasn't. But when we find that the English gypsy also employs the word dakini for doubtful, and compare it with the Hindustani dakna or dukna, the true derivation becomes apparent. Had Dr. Pott or Dr. Paspati had recourse to the plan which I adopted of reading a copious Hindustani dictionary entirely through, word by word, to a patient gypsy, noting down all which he recognized, and his renderings of them, it is very possible that these learned men would in Germany and Turkey have collected a mass of overwhelming proof as to the Indian origin of Rommani. At present the dictionary which I intend shall follow this work shows that, so far as the Rommani dialects have been published, that of England contains a far greater number of almost unchanged Hindu words than any other. A fact to which I would especially call the attention of all who are interested in this curious language. And what is more, I am certain that the supply is far from being exhausted, and that by patient research among old gypsies, the Anglo-Rommani vocabulary might be increased to possibly 5,000 or 6,000 words. It is very possible that when they first came from the East to Europe the gypsies had a very copious supply of words, for there were men among them of superior intelligence. But in Turkey, as in Germany, they have not been brought into such close contact with the gorgios as in England. They have not preserved their familiarity with so many ideas, and consequently their vocabulary has diminished. Most of the continental gypsies are still wild, black wanderers, unfamiliar with many things for which the English gypsy has at least a name, and to which he has continued to apply old Indian words. Every one familiar with the subject knows that the English gypsies in America are far more intelligent than their German Rommany cousins. A few years ago a large party of the latter appeared at an English racecourse, where they excited much attention, but greatly disgusted the English Roms, not as rivals, but simply from their habits. They couldn't do a thing but beg, said my informant. They ginned, knew, nothing else, they were the dirtiest gypsies I ever saw. And when the juvas suckled the children, they sickered their birks, showed their breasts, as I never saw women do before folky. Such people would not, as a rule, know so many words as those who looked down on them. The conclusion which I have drawn from studying Anglo-Rommany, and different works on India, is that the gypsies are the descendants of a vast number of Hindus, of the primitive tribes of Hindustan, who were expelled or emigrated from that country early in the 14th century. I believe they were chiefly of the primitive tribes, because evidence which I have given indicates that they were identical with the two castes of the Doms and Nats, the latter being, in fact, at the present day, the real gypsies of India. Other low castes and outcasts were probably included in the emigration, but I believe that future research will prove that they were all of the old stock. The first pariahs of India may have consisted entirely of those who refused to embrace the religion of their conquerors. It has been coolly asserted by a recent writer that gypsies are not proved to be of Hindu origin because a few Hindu words are to be found in their language. What the proportion of such words really is may be ascertained from the dictionary which will follow this work. But throwing aside all the evidence afforded by language, traditions, manners, and customs, one irrefutable proof still remains in the physical resemblance between gypsies all the world over and the natives of India. Even in Egypt, the country claimed by the gypsies themselves as their remote great-grandfatherland, the native gypsy is not Egyptian in his appearance but Hindu. The peculiar brilliancy of the eye and its expression in the Indian is common to the gypsy, but not to the Egyptian or Arab, and every donkey boy in Cairo knows the difference between the Ragaran and the native as to personal appearance. I have seen both Hindus in Cairo and gypsies, and the resemblance to each other is as marked as their difference from Egyptians. A few years ago an article on the Rommany language appeared in the Atlantic magazine, Boston, U.S. America, in which the writer declared that gypsy has very little affinity with Hindustani, but a great deal with Bohemian or Czech. In fact, he maintained, if I remember right, that a Czech and a Rom could understand one another in either of their respective tongues. I once devoted my time for several months to unintermitted study of Czech, and consequently do not speak in entire ignorance when I declare that true Rommany contains scores of Hindu words to one of Bohemian. 9. Miscellanea. Gypsies and cats. Christians. Christians not animals. Green, red, and yellow. The evil-eyed. Models and morals. Pungy and sponge cake. Troubles with a gypsy teacher. Pilferin and bilberin. Kapana and hopper. Hopper glasses. The little wooden bear. Huckany ponky, hanky panky, hocus pocus, and hockany barrow. Burning a gypsy which alive in America. Daniel in the Lion's Denver, Gypsy Life in Summer. The Gavingros. The Gypsy Story of Pichantos. You didn't fight your stockings off. The Guileless and Venerable Gypsy. The Gypsy Professor of Rommany and the Police. His delicacy of feeling. The Old Gypsy and the Beautiful Italian Models. The Admired of the Police. Honesty strangely illustrated. Gypsies willing or unwilling to communicate Rommany. Romance and eccentricity of gypsy life and manners. The Gypsy Grandmother and her family. A fine frolic interrupted. The Gypsy Gentleman from America. No such language as Rommany. Hedgehogs. The witch element in gypsy life. Jackdaws and dogs. Their uses. Lurchers and poachers. A gypsy camp. The ancient Henry. I am mistaken for a magistrate or policeman. Gypsies of 3 grades. The slangs. Jim and the twigs. Beer rain from heaven. Fortune telling. A golden opportunity to live at my ease. Petula mengro. I hear of a New York friend. The professor's legend of the olive leaf and the dove, a very tidy little story. The story of Samson as given by a gypsy. The great prizefighter who was hocussed by a fancy girl. The judgment day. Passing away in sleep or dream to God. A gypsy on ghosts. Dogs which can kill ghosts. Twisted-legged stealing. How to keep dogs away from a place. Gypsies avoid unions. A gypsy advertisement in the Times. A gypsy poetess and a Rommany song. It would be a difficult matter to decide whether the superstitions and odd fancies entertained by the gypsies in England are derived from the English peasantry, were brought from India, or picked up on the way. This must be left for ethnologists more industrious and better informed than myself to decide. In any case, the possible common Aryan source will tend to obscure the truth, just as it often does the derivation of Rommany words. But nothing can detract from the inexpressibly quaint spirit of gypsy originality in which these odd credos are expressed, or surpass the strangeness of the reasons given for them. If the spirit of the goblin and elfin lingers anywhere on earth, it is among the Rommany. One day I questioned a gypsy as to cats, and what his opinion was of black ones, correctly surmising that he would have some peculiar ideas on the subject, and he replied. Romanies never lel colo matchers adri the cur, cause they're mullows. And bang is covas. And the poro bang, Eugene, is colo, and has stor harrows and dui mushies, and a shero. But pano matchers sen kushto, for their sim to pano ghosts of Ranis. Which means in English, gypsies never have black cats in the house, because they are unearthly creatures, and things of the devil, and the old devil, you know, is black, and has 4 legs and 2 arms, and a head. But white cats are good, for they are like the white ghosts of ladies. It is in the extraordinary reason given for liking white cats that the subtle gypsyism of this cat commentary consists. Most people would consider a resemblance to a white ghost rather repulsive. But the gypsy lives by night a strange life, and the reader who peruses carefully the stories which are given in this volume, will perceive in them a familiarity with goblin land and its denizens which has become rare among Christians. But it may be that I do this droll old gypsy great wrong in thus apparently classing him with the heathen, since he one day manifested clearly enough that he considered he had a right to be regarded as a true believer, the only drawback being this. That he was apparently under the conviction that all human beings were Christians. And the way in which he declared it was as follows. I had given him the Hindustani word Janwar, and asked him if he knew such a term, and he answered. Do I gene sich a lav, know such a word, as Janwar for a honeymal? Avu, yes. It's jumper, it's a totus, toad. But do you gene the lav, know the word, for an animal? Didn't I just pooker toot, tell you, it was a jumper? For if a toad's a honeymal, jumper must be the lav for honeymal. But don't Eugene kek lav, know a word, for sar the kovas that have jivaban, all living things, for jumpers, and biddy matchers, mice, and gryas, horses? You and I are animals. Kek, ria, kek, no, sir, no, we aren't hanimals. Hanimals is critters that have something queer about 'em, such as the lions and elephants at the Welgurus, fairs, or cows with 5 legs, or wonderful piebald greys. Them's hanimals. But Christians ain't hanimals. Them's mushies, men. To return to cats, it is remarkable that the color which makes a cat desirable should render a bowl or cup objectionable to a true gypsy, as I have elsewhere observed in commenting on the fact that no old-fashioned Rommany will drink, if possible, from white crockery. But they have peculiar fancies as to other colors. Till within a few years in Great Britain, as at the present day in Germany, their fondness for green coats amounted to a passion. In Germany a gypsy who loses caste for any offence is forbidden for a certain time to wear green, so that ver non semper virae may be truly applied to those among them who bloom too rankly. The great love for red and yellow among the gypsies was long ago pointed out by a German writer as a proof of Indian origin, but the truth is, I believe, that all dark people instinctively choose these hues as agreeing with their complexion. A brunette is fond of amber, as a blonde is of light blue, and all true colo or dark Rommany chows delight in a bright yellow pongdishler, or neckerchief, and a red waistcoat. The long red cloak of the old gypsy fortune-teller is, however, truly dear to her heart. She feels as if there were luck in it, that bach which is ever on gypsy lips. For to the wanderers, whose home is the roads, and whose living is precarious, luck becomes a real deity. I have known 2 old fortune-telling sisters to expend on new red cloaks a sum which seemed to a lady friend very considerable. I have spoken in another chapter of the deeply seated faith of the English Gipsies in the evil eye. Subsequent inquiry has convinced me that they believe it to be peculiar to themselves. One said in my presence, there was a cowly juva that Dick the evil yak ad mandi the sala, my chavo's missus, and a ter dovo I shewn that my chavo was naflo. A bongoyaki mush cares wafer lucas. Avali, the gorgios don't gene it, it's so Rommany. I.e., there was a dark woman that looked the evil eye at me this morning, my son's wife, and after that I heard that my son was ill. A squint-eyed man makes bad luck. Yes, the gorgios don't know it, it's all Rommany. The gypsy is of an eminently social turn, always ready when occasion occurs to take part in every conversation, and advance his views. One day my old Rom, hearing an artist speak of having rejected some uncalled-for advice relative to the employment of a certain model, burst out in a tone of hearty approbation with, "That's what I say. Every man his own juva, every man his own girl, and every painter his own morals." If it was difficult in the beginning for me to accustom the gypsy mind to reply clearly and consistently to questions as to his language, the trouble was tenfold increased when he began to see his way, as he thought, to my object, and to take a real interest in aiding me. For instance, I once asked, "Poro, do you know such a word as punji?" "It's the Hindu for capital." Calmly. "Yes, Ria, that's a very good word for capital. But is it Rommany?" "Decidedly. It'll go first radius into Rommany. But can you make it out?" "Prove it." Fiercely. "Of course I can make it out. Kushto. Suppose a man sells punj cake, would nt that be his capital? Punj must be capital." But this was nothing to what I endured after a vague fancy of the meaning of seeking a derivation of words had dimly dawned on his mind, and he vigorously attempted to aid me. Possessed with the crude idea that it was a success whenever 2 words could be forced into a resemblance of any kind, he constantly endeavored to anglicize gypsy words, often, alas, an only too easy process, and could never understand why it was I then rejected them. By the former method I ran the risk of obtaining false Hindustani gypsy words, though I very much doubt whether I was ever caught by it in a single instance. So strict were the tests which I adopted, the commonest being that of submitting the words to other gypsies, or questioning him on them some days afterwards. By the latter aid I risked the loss of many words altogether, and undoubtedly did lose a great many. Thus with the word bilber, to entice or allure, he would say, in illustration, that the girls bilbered the gentleman into the house to rob him, and then cast me into doubt by suggesting that the word must be all right, 'cause it looked all the same as pilferin. One day I asked him if the Hindustani word kapana, pronounced almost hapana, to make away with, sounded naturally to his ears. "Yes, Ria, that must be happer, haber, or hover. To hopper kovas away from the tan, i.e. to hopper things from the place, is when you recur moyas, carry them away, steal them, and gather it, hide it, tally your chucko, under your coat. And I can pen you a waiver kova, I can tell you another thing, that's hopper, them's the glasses that you look through, hopper glasses." And here in bounding triumph he gave the little wooden bear a drink of ale, as if it had uttered this chunk of solid wisdom, and then treated himself to a good long pull. But the glance of triumph which shot from his black basilisk eyes, and the joyous smile which followed these feats of philology, were absolutely irresistible. All that remained for me to do was to yield in silence. One day we spoke of huckany pokey, or huckany ponky, as it is sometimes called. It means in Rommany, sleight of hand, and also the adroit substitution of a bundle of lead or stones for another containing money or valuables, as practiced by gypsy women. The gypsy woman goes to a house, and after telling the simple-minded and credulous housewife that there is a treasure buried in the cellar, persuades her that as silver draws silver, she must deposit all her money or jewels in a bag near the place where the treasure lies. This is done, and the Rommani die adroitly making up a parcel resembling the one laid down, steals the latter, leaving the former. Mr. Barrow calls this Hockney Barrow, the great swindle. I may remark, by the way, that among jugglers and show people, sleight of hand is called hanky-panky. Hocus pocus is attributed by several writers to the gypsies, a derivation which gains much force from the fact, which I have never before seen pointed out, that Hagubazi, which sounds very much like it, means in Hindustani legerdemain. English gypsies have an extraordinary fancy for adding the termination us in a most irregular manner to words both Rommani and English. Thus ketin, together, is often changed to ketnus, and side to situs. In like manner, hagu, haku or hanku, bazi could not fail to become hocus pocus, and the next change, for the sake of rhyme, would be to hocus pocus. I told my ancient rambler of an extraordinary case of huckany pokey, which had recently occurred in the United States, somewhere in the West. The details of which had been narrated to me by a lady who lived at the time in the place where the event occurred. A gypsy woman, I said, came to a farmhouse and played huckany pokey on a farmer's wife, and got away all the poor woman's money. Did she indeed, Ria? Replied my good old friend, with a smile of joy flashing from his eyes, the unearthly Rommani light just glinting from their gloom. Yes, I said impressively, as a mother might tell an affecting story to a child. All the money that poor woman had, that wicked gypsy woman took away, and utterly ruined her. This was the culminating point. He burst into an irrepressible laugh. He couldn't help it, the thing had been done too well. But you haven't heard all yet, I added. There's more kovas to well. Oh, I suppose the Rommani cheap prostitute ran away, and got off with the swag? No, she didn't. Then they caught her, and sent her to Starabun, prison. No, I replied. And what did they do? They burnt her alive. His jaw fell, a glossy film came over his panther eyes. For a long time he had spoken to me, had this good and virtuous man, of going to America. Suddenly he broke out with this vehement answer. I won't go to that country, es up me duvel. I'll never go to America. It is told of a certain mother, that on showing her darling boy a picture in the Bible representing Daniel in the lion's den, she said, and there is good Daniel, and there are those naughty lions, who are going to eat him all up. Whereupon the dear boy cried out, Oh mother, look at that poor little lion in the corner, he won't get any. It is from this point of view that such affairs are naturally regarded by the Rommani. There is a strange goblinesque charm in gypsydom, something of nature, and green leaves, and silent nights, but it is ever strangely commingled with the forbidden. And as among the Greeks of old with Mercury amid the singing of leafy brooks, there is a tinkling of, at least, petty larceny. Witness the following, which came forth one day from a gypsy, in my presence, as an entirely voluntary utterance. He meant it for something like poetry, it certainly was suggested by nothing, and as fast as he spoke I wrote it down. It's kushto in Tataban for the Rommani chals. Then they can jow langs the drum, and hatch their tanasai and odoi pre the tem. Will lel moro haben asai, and jow endure by and bias, and then jow by ratty, so's the gorgios won't dick us. I jeans a kushti puv for the greyas. We'll hatch, pre in the sala, before they latcher we've been odoi, and jow on the drum and lel moro haben. It is pleasant for the gypsies in the summertime. Then they can go along the road, and pitch their tent here and there in the land. We'll take our food here, and go further on by and by, and then go by night, so that the gorgios won't see us. I know a fine field for the horses. We'll stop there in the morning, before they find we have been there, and go on the road and eat our food. I suppose that you often have had trouble with the Gavengros, police, when you wish to pitch your tent. Now it was characteristic of this gypsy, as of many others, that when interested by a remark or a question, he would reply by bursting into some picture of travel, drawn from memory. So he answered by saying, "They hunaload the coro puro mush by penning him he mustn't hatch odoy. What's toot, he pens to the prastramengro, I'll del you thrin bar to lel your chucko office and cor mandy. You're a ratfully jucko and a huckaben." English, they angered the poor old man by telling him he must not stop there. "What are you?" he said to the policeman, "I'll give you £3 to take your coat off and fight me. You're a bloody dog and a liar. I suppose you have often taken your coat off." "Once I lelled it of re and never chived it up rea jaw. I.e., once I took it off and never put it on again." "How was that?" "Yekarus when I was a tonno mush, 30 besh kenna, rummed about panj besh, but with kek chavis, I jowl to the prasters of the Greyas at Brighton. There was the pias of Wussin the Pacheros a pray for Wunger, and I got to the pias, and first Kairos I lelled a burro bidis, 12 or 13 bar. Then I nashered my Wunger, and penned I wouldn't pias kumi, and I'd latch what I had in my pochi. Adoy I jowled from the Gudli, dree the toss ring for a Peshora, when I dicked a waver mush, and he puched Mandy, what bok. And I penned Polly, kek bok, but I've got a bidis left. So I wussered with Lester and nashered saw my kovas, my chucko, my gad, and saw, baron my rocamias. Then I jowled carry with kek but my rocamias and I boried a chucko off my pen's chavo. And when my juva dictomandi pashnango, she pens, dovos toots hesis, and I pookered her I'd been acorn. But she penned, why, you haven't got your hovelos in, you didn't court toots hovelos of re. No, I rackered. I tattered em office. The mush played me with a dui shero pashero. But dree the sala, when the mush welled to lel of re the jucko, for I'd nashered dovo a jaw, I felt wafferderer than when I'd nashered saw the waver kovas. And my poor juva rubbed a jaw, for she had no chavo. I had in those devuses as kushti kapas and heesis as any young gypsy in Anglaterra, good chuckos, and gads, and pongdishlers. And that mush curried many a giro a termandi, but he never lelled no bok. He'd chore from his own dadas, but he mullered wafro a dree East Kent. Once when I was a young man, 30 years ago, now, married about 5 years, but with no children, I went to the races at Brighton. There was tossing halfpence for money, and I took part in the game, and at first time, I took a good bit, 12 or 13 pounds. Then I lost my money, and said I would play no more, and would keep what I had in my pocket. Then I went from the noise in the toss ring for half an hour, when I saw another man, and he asked me, what luck, and I replied, no luck, but I've a little left yet. So I tossed with him and lost all my things, my coat, my shirt, and all, except my breeches. Then I went home with nothing but my breeches on, I borrowed a coat of my sister's boy. And when my wife saw me half naked, she says, where are your clothes, and I told her I had been fighting. But she said, why, you have not your stockings on, you didn't fight your stockings off. No, I said, I drew them off. The man played me with a two-headed halfpenny. But in the morning when the man came to take away the dog, for I had lost that too, I felt worse than when I lost all the other things. And my poor wife cried again, for she had no child. I had in those days as fine clothes as any young gypsy in England, good coats, and shirts, and handkerchiefs. And that man hurt many a man after me, but he never had any luck. He'd steal from his own father, but he died miserably in East Kent. It was characteristic of the venerable wanderer who had installed himself as my permanent professor of Rommany, that although almost every phrase which he employed to illustrate words expressed some act at variance with law or the rights of property, he was never weary of descanting on the spotlessness, beauty, and integrity of his own life and character. These little essays on his moral perfection were expressed with a touching artlessness and childlike simplicity which would carry conviction to any one whose heart had not been utterly hardened, or whose eye-teeth had not been remarkably well cut by contact with the world. In his delightful naivete and simple earnestness, in his ready confidence in strangers and freedom from all suspicion, in fact, in his whole deportment. This Rommany elder reminded me continually of one, and of one man only, whom I had known of old in America. Need I say that I refer to the excellent? It happened for many days that the professor, being a man of early habits, arrived at our rendezvous an hour in advance of the time appointed. As he resolutely resisted all invitation to occupy the room alone until my arrival, declaring that he had never been guilty of such a breach of etiquette, and as he was, moreover, according to his word, the most courteous man of the world in it. And I did not wish to contrary him, he was obliged to pass the time in the street, which he did by planting himself on the front steps or expanding himself on the railings of an elderly and lonely dame, who could not endure that even a mechanic should linger at her door, and was in agony until the milkman and baker had removed their feet from her steps. Now, the appearance of the professor, who always affected the old gypsy style, in striped corduroy coat, leather breeches and gaiters, red waistcoat, yellow neck-handkerchief, and a frightfully dilapidated old white hat, was not, it must be admitted, entirely adapted to the exterior of a highly respectable mansion. And he had such a vile way of looking, as if he were waitin' for some friend to come out o' the poos. It is almost needless to say that this apparition attracted the police from afar off and all about, or that they gathered around him like buzzards near a departed lamb. I was told by a highly intelligent gentleman who witnessed the interviews, that the professor's kindly reception of these public characters, the infantile smile with which he courted their acquaintance, and the good old grandfatherly air with which he listened to their little tales, was indescribably delightful. In a quarter of an hour any one of them would have lent him a shilling, and it was soon apparent that the entire force found a charm in his society. The lone lady herself made a sortie against him once. But one glance at the amiable smile, which was childlike and bland, disarmed her, and it was reported that she subsequently sent him out half a pint of beer. It is needless to point out to the reader accustomed to good society that the professor's declining to sit in a room where valuable and small objects abounded, in the absence of the owner, was dictated by the most delicate feeling. Not less remarkable than his strict politeness was the mysterious charm which this antique nomad unquestionably exercised on the entire female sex. Ladies of the highest respectability and culture, old or young, who had once seen him, invariably referred to him as that charming old gypsy. Nor was his sorcery less potent on those of low degree. Never shall I forget one morning when the two prettiest young Italian model girls in all London were posing to an artist friend while the professor sat and imparted to me the lore of the Rommany. The girls behaved like moral statues till he appeared, and like quicksilver imps and devilettes for the rest of the sitting. Something of the wild and weird in the mountain Italian life of these ex-contadines seemed to wake like unholy fire, and answer sympathetically to the gypsy wizard spell. Over mountain and sea, and through dark forests with legends of Streg and Zingaree, these semi-outlaws of society, the Neapolitan and Rommany, recognized each other intuitively. The handsomest young gentleman in England could not have interested these handsome young sinners as the dark brown, grey-haired old vagabond did. Their eyes stole to him. Heaven knows what they talked, for the girls knew no English, but they whispered. They could not write little notes, so they kept passing different objects, to which gypsy and Italian promptly attached a meaning. Scolding them helped not. It was a pensive sight. To impress me with a due sense of his honesty and high character, the professor informed me one day that he was personally acquainted, as he verily believed, with every policeman in England. You see, Ria, he remarked, any man as is so well known couldn't never do nothing wrong now, could he? Innocent, unconscious, guileless air, and smile. I shall never see its equal. I replied. Yes. I think I can see you, Poirot, walking down between two lines of hundreds of policemen, every one pointing after you and saying, there goes that good honest, the honestest man in England. Avu, Ria, he cried, eagerly turning to me, as if delighted and astonished that I had found out the truth. That's just what they all pens of me, and just what I seen M.A. doin' every time. You know all the police, I remarked. Do you know any turnkeys? He reflected an instant, and then replied, artlessly. I don't gee many o' them. But I can just tell you a story. Once at Wimbledon, when the Coromangros were Odoi, when the troopers were there, I used to get £1 a week carry-in things. One day, when I had well on to 2 stun on my dummo, back, the chief of police sees me and says, "There's that old scoundrel again. That villain gives the police more trouble than any other man in the country." "Thank you, sir," says I, very respectable to him. "I'm glad to see your ear neen, honest livin', for once," says he. "How much do you get for carry-in that there bundle?" "A 6pence, Ria," says I. "It's twice as much as you ought to have," says he, "and I'd be glad to carry it myself for the money." "All right, sir," says I, touchin' my hat and goin' off, for he was a werry nice gentleman. "Ria," he exclaimed, with an air of placid triumph, "do you think the head police hisselfus would a spoke in them werry words to me if he hadn't a thought I was a good man? Well, let's get to work, old honesty. What is the Rommanies for to hide?" "To gavret is to hide anything, Ria. Gavret." And to illustrate its application he continued. "They penned Mandy to gaver the gry, but I nasher to care of it, and the mush who leld the gry weld Allengus and dicked it. They told me to hide the horse, but I forgot to do it, and the man who owned the horse came by and saw it. It is only a few hours since I heard of a gentleman who took incredible pains to induce the gypsies to teach him their language, but never succeeded. I must confess that I do not understand this. When I have met strange gypsies, it has often greatly grieved me to find that they spoke their ancient tongue very imperfectly, and were ignorant of certain Rommany words which I myself, albeit a stranger, knew very well, and would fain teach them. But instead of accepting my instructions in a docile spirit of ignorant humility, I have invariably found that they were eagerly anxious to prove that they were not so ignorant as I assumed. And in vindication of their intelligence proceeded to pour forth dozens of words, of which I must admit many were really new to me, and which I did not fail to remember. The scouting, slippery night life of the gypsy, his familiarity with deep ravine and lonely wood path, moonlight and field lairs, his use of a secret language, and his constant habit of concealing everything from everybody. His private superstitions, and his inordinate love of humbugging and selling friend and foe, tend to produce in him that goblin, elfin, boyish mischievous, out-of-the-age state of mind which is utterly indescribable to a prosaic modern-souled man, but which is delightfully piquant to others. Many a time among gypsies I have felt, I confess with pleasure, all the subtlest spirit of fun combined with picture memories of Herad and Mogrebin, witch legends and the Egyptians. For in their ignorance they are still an unconscious race, and do not know what the world writes about them. They are not attractive from the outside to those who have no love for quaint scholarship, odd humors, and rare fancies. A lady who had been in a camp had nothing to say of them to me save that they were dirty, and begged. But I ever think, when I see them, of Teek's elves, and of the strange valley, which was so grim and repulsive from without, but which, once entered, was the gay forecourt of Goblin Land. The very fact that they hide as much as they can of their gypsy life and nature from the Gorgios would of itself indicate the depths of singularity concealed beneath their apparent life, and this reminds me of incidents in a Sunday which I once passed beneath a gypsy roof. I was, en voyage, at a little cathedral town, when learning that some gypsies lived in a village 8 miles distant, I hired a carriage and rode over to see them. I found my way to a neat cottage, and on entering it discovered that I was truly enough among the Rommany. By the fire sat a well-dressed young man. Near him was a handsome, very dark young woman, and there presently entered a very old woman, all gifted with the unmistakable and peculiar expression of real gypsies. The old woman overwhelmed me with compliments and greetings. She is a local celebrity, and is constantly visited by the most respectable ladies and gentlemen. This much I had learned from my coachman. But I kept a steady silence, and sat as serious as Odin when he visited the Vala, until the address ceased. Then I said in Rommany, "Mother, you don't know me. I did not come here to listen to fortune-telling." To which came the prompt reply, "I don't know what the gentleman is saying." I answered always in Rommany, "You know well enough what I am saying." You needn't be afraid of me, I'm the nicest gentleman you ever saw in all your life, and I can talk Rommany as fast as ever you ran away from a policeman. What language is the gentleman talking? Cried the old dame, but laughing heartily as she spoke. Oh die, Miri die. Don't toot Jean a Rommany rye. Can't tu rack a Rommany jib. Tachapen and kekfib. Avu, my rye, I can understand you well enough, but I never saw a gypsy gentleman before. Since I wrote that last line I went out for a walk, and on the other side of Walton Bridge, which legend says marks the spot where Julius Caesar crossed, I saw a tent and a wagon by the hedge. And knew by the curling blue smoke that a gypsy was near. So I went over the bridge, and sure enough there on the ground lay a full-grown peculiarities, while his brown Juva tended the pot. And when I spoke to her in Rommany she could only burst out into amazed laughter as each new sentence struck her ear, and exclaim, well! Well! That ever I should live to hear this! Why, the gentleman talks just like one of us. Bien apropos, say ye lady. Die, quoth I to the old gypsy dame, don't be afraid. I'm Tacho. And shut that door if there are any Gorgios about, for I don't want them to hear our rackerben. Let us take a drop of brandy, life is short, and here's my bottle. I'm not English, I'm a waver temeni mush, a foreigner. But I'm all right, and you can leave your spoons out. Tacho. The Boshnoan, Connie. The Ryan, the Ronnie. Well da sai, pre the burrow luan pani. Rinkany juva have a sigh. Del a choolmer to the rye. Duva lest, said the old fortune-teller, that ever I should live to see a rye like you. A burrow rye rackerin Romanies. But you must have some tea now, my son, good tea. I don't pie muttermangry die, drink tea, but an equivoque. It's muttermangry with you and with us of the German jib. Ha! Ha! But you must have food. You won't go away like a Gorgio without tasting anything. I'll eat bread with you, but tea I haven't tasted this 25 years. Bread you shall have, Ria. And saying this, the daughter spread out a clean white napkin, and placed on it excellent bread and butter, with plate and knife. I never tasted better, even in Philadelphia. Everything in the cottage was scrupulously neat, there was even an approach to style. The furniture and ornaments were superior to those found in common peasant houses. There was a large and beautifully bound photograph album. I found that the family could read and write, the daughter received and read a note, and one of the sons knew who and what Mr. Robert Browning was. But behind it all, when the inner life came out, was the wild Rommany and the witch-horror, the fierce spirit of social exile from the world in which they lived, the true secret of all the witch life of old. And the joyous consciousness of a secret tongue and hidden ways. To those who walk in the darkness of the dream, let them go as deep and as windingly as they will, and into the grimmest gloom of Goblinland, there will never be wanting flashes of light, though they be gleams diavoline, corpse candlelights. Elfin sparkles, and the unearthly blue loom of the eyes of silent night hags wandering slow. In the forgotten grave of the sorcerer burns steadily through long centuries the Rosicrucian lamp, and even to him whose eyes are closed, sparkle, on pressure, phosphorescent rings. So there was gypsy laughter. And the ancient Wicca and Vala flashed out into that skyrockety joyousness and Catherine will gaiety, which at 80 or 90, in a woman, vividly reminds one of the Sabbat on the Brocken, of the ointment. And all things terrible and unearthly and forbidden. I do not suppose that there are many people who can feel or understand that among the fearfully dirty dwellers in tents and caravans, cockshysters and dealers in dogs of doubtful character, there can be anything strange, and quaint, and deeply tinged with the spirit of which I have spoken. As well might one attempt to persuade the 20-stone half-illiterate and wholly old-fashioned rural magistrate of the last century that the poor devil of a hen-stealing gypsy dragged before him knew that which would send thrills of joy through the most learned philologist in Europe, and cause the great band of scholars to sing for joy. Life, to most of us, is nothing without its humor. And to me a whilom German student illustrating his military marauding by phrases from Fichte, or my friend Pano the Rommani urging me with words to be found in the Mahabharata and Hafiz to buy a terrier, is a charming experience. I believe that my imagination has neither been led nor driven, when it has so invariably, in my conversing with gypsy women, recalled Faust, and all I have ever read in Wierus, Bodinus, Becker, Mather, or Glanville, of the sorceress and Sorteliga. And certainly on this earth I never met with such a perfect replica of old Mother Baubo, the mother of all the witches, as I once encountered at a certain race. Swarthy, black-eyed, stout, half-centuried, fiercely cunning, and immoderately sensual. Her first salutation was expressed in a phrase such as a Corinthian soul might be greeted with on entering that portion of the afterworld devoted to the fastest of the fair. With her came a tall, lithe, younger sorceress, and verily the giant fat sow for her majesty, and the broom for the attendant, were all that was wanting. To return to the cottage. Our mirth and fun grew fast and furious. The family were delighted with my anecdotes of the Rommany in other lands, German, Bohemian, and Spanish, not to mention Thegeli. And we were just in the gayest center of it all, when, what a pity. This fine tea-party was suddenly broken up, as Patrick O'Flanagan remarked when he was dancing with the chairs to the devil's fiddling, and his wife entered. For in rushed a gypsy boy announcing that gorgios, or, as I may say, white trash, were near at hand, and evidently bent on entering. That this eruption of the enemy gave a tossy turn to our Rio try and revelling will be believed. I tossed the brandy in the cup into the fire, it flashed up, and with it a quick memory of the spilt and blazing witch brew in Faust. I put the tourist flask in my pocket, and in a trice had changed my seat and assumed the air of a chance intruder. In they came, 2 ladies, 1 decidedly pretty, and 3 gentlemen, all of the higher class, as they indicated by their manner and language. They were almost immediately followed by a gypsy, the son of my hostess, who had sent for him that he might see me. He was a man of 30, firmly set, and had a stern hard countenance, in which shone 2 glittering black eyes, which were serpent-like even among the Rommany. Nor have I ever seen among his people a face so expressive of self-control allied to wary suspicion. He was neatly dressed, but in a subdued gypsy style, the principal indication being that of a pair of cords, which, however, any gentleman might have worn, in the field. His English was excellent, in fact, that of an educated man. His sum total that of a very decided character, and one who, if you wronged him, might be a dangerous one. We entered into conversation, and the Rommany rollicking seemed all at once a vapory thing of the dim past. It was the scene in a witch revel suddenly shifted to a drawing-room in Mayfair. We were all, and all at once, so polite and gentle, and so readily acquainted and cosmopolite, quite beyond the average English standard. And not the least charming part of the whole performance was the skill with which the minor parts were filled up by the gypsies, who with exquisite tact followed our lead, seeming to be at once hosts and guests. I have been at many a play, but never saw anything better acted. But under it all burnt a lurid though hidden flame, and there was a delightful diablerie of concealment kept up among the Rommany, which was the more exquisite because I shared in it. Reader, do you remember the scene in George Barros' Gipsies in Spain, in which the woman blesses the child in Spanish, and mutters curses on it meanwhile in Zincali? So it was that my dear old hostess blessed the sweet young lady, and prodigaled compliments on her. But there was one instant when her eye met mine, and a soft, quick-whispered, wicked Rommany phrase, unheard by the ladies, came to my ear, and in the glance and word there was a concentrated anathema. The stern-eyed gypsy conversed well, entertaining his guests with ease. After he had spoken of the excellent behavior and morals of his tribe, and I believe that they have a very high character in these respects, I put him a question. Can you tell me if there is really such a thing as a gypsy language? One hears such differing accounts, you know. With the amiable smile of one who pitied my credulity, but who was himself superior to all petty deception or vulgar mystery, he replied. That is another of the absurd tales which people have invented about gypsies. As if we could have kept such a thing a secret. It does, indeed, seem to me, I replied, that if you had, some people who were not gypsies must have learned it. Of course, resumed the gypsy, philosophically, all people who keep together get to using a few peculiar terms. Tailors and shoemakers have their own words. And there are common vagabonds who go up and down talking thieves' slang, and imposing it on people for gypsy. But as for any gypsy tongue, I ought to know it, so I should think, I mentally ejaculated, as I contemplated his brazen calmness. And I don't know 3 words of it. And we, the Gorgios, all smiled approval. At least that humbug was settled, and the Rommany tongue was done for, dead and buried, if, indeed, it ever existed. Indeed, as I looked in the gypsy's face, I began to realize that a man might be talked out of a belief in his own name, and felt a rudimentary sensation to the effect that the language of the black wanderers was all a dream. And pot séjourner the mere tinkling of a pot of brass, Pespati a jingling Turkish cymbal, and all Rommany a praeterea nihil without the vox. To dissipate the delusion, I inquired of the gypsy. You have been in America. Did you ever hunt game in the West? Yes, many a time. On the plains. Of course, buffalo, antelope, jack-rabbits. And once, I said this as if forgetfully, I once ate a hedgehog. No, I don't mean a hedgehog, but a porcupine. A meaning glance shot from the gypsy's eye. I uttered a first-class password, and if he had any doubt before as to who the Rommany rye might be, there was none now. But with a courteous smile he replied. It's quite the same, sir, porcupine or hedgehog. I know perfectly well what you mean. Porcupines, I resumed, are very common in America. The Chippeways call them Hachiwachi. This Rommany word was a plumper for the gypsy, and the twinkle of his eye, the smallest star of mirth in the darkest night of gravity I ever beheld in my life, was lovely. I had trumped his card at any rate with as solemn gravity as his own. And the Gorgios thought our reminiscences of America were very entertaining. He had more toe upon his distaff. Then Gervais what of? But there was one in the party, and I think only one, who had her own private share in the play. That one was the pretty young lady. Through all the conversation, I observed from time to time her eyes fixed on my face, as if surmising some unaccountable mystery. I understood it at once. The bread and butter on the table, partly eaten, and the snow-white napkin indicated to a feminine eye that someone not of the household had been entertained, and that I was the guest. Perhaps she had seen the old woman's quick glance at me, but it was evident that she felt a secret. What she divined I do not know. Should this work ever fall into her hands, she will learn it all, and with it the fact that gypsies can talk double about as well as any human beings on the face of the earth, and enjoy fun with as grave a face as any Ojibwa of them all. The habits of the gypsy are pleasantly illustrated by the fact that the collection of animated books, which no Rommany gentleman's library should be without, generally includes a jackdaw. When the foot of the gorgio is heard near the tent, a loud waak from the wary bird, sounding very much like an alarm, at once proclaims the fact, and on approaching, the stranger finds the entire party in all probability asleep. Sometimes a dog acts as sentinel, but it comes to the same thing. It is said you cannot catch a weasel asleep. I am tempted to add that you can never find a gypsy awake, but it means precisely the same thing. Gypsies are very much attached to their dogs, and in return the dogs are very much attached to their masters, so much so that there are numerous instances, perfectly authenticated, of the faithful animals having been in the habit of ranging the country alone, at great distances from the tent, and obtaining hares, rabbits, or other game, which they carefully and secretly brought by night to their owners as a slight testimonial of their regard and gratitude. As the dogs have no moral appreciation of the game laws, save as manifested in gamekeepers, no one can blame them. Gypsies almost invariably prefer, as canine manifestors of devotion, lurchers, a kind of dog which of all others can be most easily taught to steal. It is not long since a friend of mine, early one morning between dark and dawn, saw a lurcher crossing the Thames with a rabbit in his mouth. Landing very quietly, the dog went to a gypsy tan, deposited his burden, and at once returned over the river. Dogs once trained to such secret hunting become passionately fond of it, and pursue it unweariedly with incredible secrecy and sagacity. Even cats learn it, and I have heard of one which is good for 3 rabbits a week. Dogs, however, bring everything home, while puss feeds herself luxuriously before thinking of her owner. But whether dog or cat, cock or jackdaw, all animals bred among gypsies do unquestionably become themselves Romanized, and grow sharp, and shrewd, and mysterious. A writer in the Daily News of October 19, 1872, speaks of having seen parrots which spoke Rommany among the gypsies of Epping Forest. A gypsy dog is, if we study him, a true character. Approach a camp, a black hound, with sleepy eyes, lies by a tent, he does not bark at you or act uncivilly, for that forms no part of his master's life or plans, but wherever you go those eyes are fixed on you. By and by he disappears, he is sure to do so if there are no people about the tan, and then reappears with some dark descendant of the Dom and Domini. I have always been under the impression that these dogs step out and mutter a few words in Rommany. Their deportment is, at any rate, Romanesque to the highest degree, indicating a transition from the barbarous silence of doghood to Christianly intelligence. You may persuade yourself that the gypsies do not mind your presence, but rest assured that though he may lie on his side with his back turned, the cunning Jucko is carefully noting all you do. The abject and humble behavior of a poor Negro's dog in America was once proverbial. The quaint shrewdness, the droll roguery, the demure devilry of a real gypsy dog are beyond all praise. The most valuable dogs to the gypsies are by no means remarkable for size or beauty, or any of the properties which strike the eye. On the contrary, an ugly, shirking, humble-looking, 2 and 6 countenanced cur, if he have but intellect, is much more their affair. Yesterday morning, while sitting among the tents of ye Egyptians, I overheard a knot of men discussing the merits of a degraded-looking doglet, who seemed as if he must have committed suicide. Were he only gifted with sense enough to know how idiotic he looked. "Would you take £7 for him?" asked one. "Avu, I would take 7 bar, but I wouldn't take 6, nor 6.5 neither." The stranger who casts an inquisitive eye, though from afar off, into a gypsy camp, is at once noted. And if he can do this before the wolf, I mean the Rom, sees him, he must possess the gift of fern seed and walk invisible, as was illustrated by the above-mentioned yesterday visit. Passing over the bridge, I paused to admire the scene. It was a fresh sunny morning in October, the autumnal tints were beautiful in golden brown or oak red, while here and there the horse chestnuts spread their saffron robes, waving in the embraces of the breeze like hetairæ of the forest. Below me ran the silver Thames, and above a few silver clouds, the bells of the air, were following its course, as if to watch themselves in the watery winding mirror. And near the reedy island, at the shadowy point always haunted by 3 swans, whom I suspect of having been there ever since the days of Odin Faith, was the usual punt, with its elderly gentlemanly gudgeon fishers. But far below me, along the dark line of the hedge, was a sight which completed the English character of the scene, a real gypsy camp. Caravans, tents, wagons, asses, smouldering fires. While among them the small forms of dark children could be seen frolicking about. One gypsy youth was fishing in the stream from the bank, and beyond him a knot of busy basket-makers were visible. I turned the bridge, adown the bank, and found myself near 2 young men mending chairs. They greeted me civilly, and when I spoke Rommany, they answered me in the same language. But they did not speak it well, nor did they, indeed, claim to be gypsies at all, though their complexions had the peculiar hue which indicates some other than Saxon admixture of blood. Half Rommany in their knowledge, and yet not regarded as such, these travellers represented a very large class in England, which is as yet but little understood by our writers, whether of fact or fiction. They laughed while telling me anecdotes of gentlemen who had mistaken them for real Rommany chowls, and finally referred me to old Henry, further down, who could talk with me. This ancient I found 100 yards beyond, basketing in the sun at the door of his tent. He greeted me civilly enough, but worked away with his osiers most industriously, while his comrades, less busy, employed themselves vigorously in looking virtuous. One nursed his infant with tender embraces, another began to examine green sticks with a view to converting them into clothes pegs. In fact, I was in a model community of wandering shakers. I regret to say that the instant I uttered a Rommany word, and was recognized, this discipline of decorum was immediately relaxed. It was not complimentary to my moral character, but it at least showed confidence. The ancient Henry, who bore, as I found, in several respects a strong likeness to the old Harry, had heard of me, and after a short conversation confided the little fact, that from the moment in which I had been seen watching them, they were sure I was a gavmush, or police or village authority, come to spy into their ways, and to at least order them to move on. But when they found that I was not as one having authority, but, on the contrary, came talking Rommany with the firm intention of imparting to them 3 pots of beer just at the thirstiest hour of a warm day, a great change came over their faces. A chair was brought to me from a caravan at some distance, and I was told the latest news of the road. "Matty's got his slangs," observed Henry, as he inserted a rania or osier into his basket, and deftly twined it like a serpent to right and left, and almost as rapidly. Now a slang means, among diverse things, a hawker's license. "I'm glad to hear it," I remarked. There was deep sincerity in this reply, as I had more than once contributed to the fees for the aforesaid slangs, which somehow or other were invariably refused to the applicant. At last, however, the slangs came. And his 2 boys, provided with them, at 10 shillings per head, were now, in their sphere of life, in the position of young men who had received an education or been amply established in business, and were gifted with all that could be expected from a doting father. In its way this bit of intelligence meant as much to the basket maker as, "Have you heard that young Fitzgrubber has just got the double first at Oxford?" or, "Do you know that old Cheshire has managed that appointment in India for his boy?" Splendid independence, isn't it? And I was shrewdly suspected by my audience, as the question implied, that I had had a hand in expanding this magnificent opening for the 2 fortunate young men. "Dick Adoy," cried one, pointing up the river. "Look there at Jim." I looked and saw a young man far off, shirking along the path by the river, close to the hedge. "He thinks you're a gavmush," observed Henry. "And he's got some sticks, and is tryin' to hide them 'cause he daren't throw 'em away. Oh, ain't he scared?" It was a pleasing spectacle to see the demi-gypsy coming in with his poor little green sticks, worth perhaps a halfpenny, and such as no living farmer in all North America would have grudged a cartload of to anybody. Droll as it really seemed, the sight touched me while I laughed. Oh, if charity covereth a multitude of sins, what should not poverty do? I care not through which door it comes, nay, be it by the very portal of vice herself. When sad and shivering poverty stands before me in humble form, I can only forgive and forget. And this child theft was to obtain the means of work after all. And if you ask me why I did not at once proceed to the next magistrate and denounce the criminal, I can only throw myself for excuse on the illustrious example of George IV, head of church and state, who once in society saw a pickpocket remove from a gentleman's fob his gold watch, winking at the king as he did so. "Of course I couldn't say anything," remarked the good-natured monarch, for the rascal took me into his confidence. Jim walked into camp amid mild chaff, to be greeted in Rommany by the suspected policeman, and to accept a glass of the ale, which had rained as it were from heaven into this happy family. These basket-makers were not real gypsies, but churty or half-bloods, though they spoke with scorn of the 2 chairmenders, who, working by themselves at the extremity of the tented town, and excluded from a share in the beer, seemed to be a sort of pariahs unto these higher casters. I should mention, en passant, that when the beer-bearer of the camp was sent for the 3 pots, he was told to go over to Bill and borrow his 2-gallon jug, and be very careful not to let him find out what it was for. I must confess that I thought this was deeply unjust to the imposed upon and beerless William, but it was another case of confidence, and he who sits among gypsies by hedgerows green must not be over-particular. Il faut hurler avec les loups. "Ain't it wrong to steal dese here chickens?" asked a negro who was seized with scruples while helping to rob a hen roost. Dat, cuff, am a great moral question, and we hain't got time to discuss it, so just hand down another pullet. I found that Henry had much curious knowledge as to old Rommany ways, though he spoke with little respect of the gypsy of the olden time, who, as he declared, thought all he needed in life was to get a row of silver buttons on his coat, a pair of high boots on his feet, and therewith, basta. He had evidently met at one time with Mr. George Borrow, as appeared by his accurate description of that gentleman's appearance, though he did not know his name. Ah! He could talk the jib first radius, remarked my informant. And he says to me, bless you. You've all of you forgotten the real gypsy language, and don't know anything about it at all. Do you know old Frank? He suddenly inquired. Avu, I replied. He's the man who has been twice in America. But d'ye know how rich he is? He's got money in bank. And when a man gets money in bank, I say there is something in it. And, how do you suppose he made that money? He inquired, with the air of one who is about to come down with a stunner. He did it a Duckeren. But he pronounced the word Durkeren, and I, detecting at once, as I thought, an affinity with the German Turquava, paused and stared, lost in thought. My pause was set down to amazement, and the ancient Henry repeated. Fact. By Durkeren. I don't wonder you're astonished. Tellin' fortunes just like a woman. It isn't every man who could do that. But I suppose you could, he continued, looking at me admiringly. You know all the ways of the Gorgios, and could talk to ladies, and are up to high life. Ah, you could make no end of money. Why don't you do it? Innocent gypsy. Was this thy idea of qualification for a seer and a reader of dark lore? What wouldst thou say could I pour into thy brain the contents of the scores of works on occult nonsense, from Agrippa to Tzadkiel, devoured with keen hunger in the days of my youth? Yes, in solemn sadness, out of the whole I have brought no powers of divination, and in it all found nothing so strange as the wondrous tongue in which we spoke. In this mystery called life many ways have been proposed to me of alleviating its expenses. As, for instance, when the old professor earnestly commended that we too should obtain, I trust honestly, a donkey and a rinkney juva, who by telling fortunes should entirely contribute to our maintenance, and so wander cost-free. And cost-free over merry England. But I threw away the golden opportunity, ruthlessly rejected it, thereby incurring the scorn of all scientific philologists, none of whom, I trow, would have lost such a chance. It was for doing the same thing that Matthew Arnold immortalized a clerk of Oxenford, though it may be that, since Elizabeth, such exploits have lost their prestige. As I knew of 2 students at the same university who a few years ago went off on a 6 weeks' lark with 2 gypsy girls. But who, far from desiring to have the fact chronicled in immortal rhyme, were even much afraid lest it should get into the county newspaper. Leaving the basket makers, among whom I subsequently found a granddaughter of the celebrated gypsy queen, Charlotte Stanley, I went up the river, and there, above the bridge, found, as if withdrawn in pride, 2 other tents. By one of which stood a very pretty little girl of 7 or 8 years with a younger brother. While talking to the children, their father approached leading a horse. I had never seen him before, but he welcomed me politely in Rommany, saying that I had been pointed out to him as the Rommany Rye, and that his mother, who was proficient in their language, was very desirous of meeting me. He was one of the smiths, a petulengro or petulamengro, or master of the horseshoe, a name familiar to all readers of Lavengro. This man was a full gypsy, but he spoke better English, as well as better Rommany, than his neighbors, and had far more refinement of manner. And singularly enough, he appeared to be simpler-hearted and more unaffected, with less gypsy trickery, and more of a disposition for honest labor. His brother and uncle were, indeed, hard at work among the masons in a new building not far off, though they lived like true gypsies in a tent. Petulamengro, as the name is commonly given at the present day, was evidently very proud of his Rommany, and talked little else, but he could not speak it nearly so well nor so fluently as his mother, who was of the old sort, and who was, I believe, sincerely delighted that her skill was appreciated by me. All gypsies are quite aware that their language is very old and curious, but they very seldom meet with gorgios who are familiar with the fact, and manifest an interest in it. While engaged in conversation with this family, Peculiarities asked me if I had ever met in America with Mr., adding, "He is a brother-in-law of mine." I confess that I was startled, for I had known the gentleman in question very well for many years. He is a man of considerable fortune, and nothing in his appearance indicates in the slightest degree any affinity with the Rommani. He is not the only real or partial gypsy whom I know among the wealthy and highly cultivated, and it is with pleasure I declare that I have found them all eminently kind-hearted and hospitable. It may be worth while to state, in this connection, that gypsy blood intermingled with Anglo-Saxon when educated, generally results in intellectual and physical vigor. The English gypsy has greatly changed from the Hindu in becoming courageous, in fact, his pugnacity and pluck are too frequently carried to a fault. My morning's call had brought me into contact with the three types of the gypsy of the roads. Of the half-breeds, and especially of those who have only a very slight trace of the dark blood or callow rat, there are in Great Britain many thousands. Of the true stock there are now only a few hundreds. But all are Rommani, and all have among themselves an understanding which separates them from the gorgios. It is difficult to define what this understanding is, suffice it to say, that it keeps them all in many respects peculiar, and gives them a feeling of Freemasonry, and of guarding a social secret. Long after they leave the roads and become highly reputable members of society. But they have a secret, and no one can know them who has not penetrated it. One day I mentioned to my old Rommani, what Mr. Barrow has said, that no English gypsy knows the word for a leaf, or patron. He admitted that it was true. But after considering the subject deeply, and dividing the deliberations between his pipe and a little wooden bear on the table, his regular oracle and friend, he suddenly burst forth in the following beautiful illustration of philology by theology. Ria. I pens you the Puridyrus lav for a leaf, and that's a hollof. Don't you gene that the hollof was the firstest leaf? So hollof must be the Rommani lav, since Rommani's is the Puridyrus gib o saw. For when the first mush was cared and created in the Temadri, and that was the Burrow Duvel himself, I expect, and annered the Tem après, he was in the barrow, and didn't gene if there was any Puvius about, so he bechured the Chilico of Re. And the Chilico was a dove, cause dovus is like Duvel, and Pasho the Duvel and Duvel's Chilico. So the dove muckered of Re and jowled round the Tem till he latchered the Puvius. For when he dickered a tan and leld a hollof leaf, he ginned there was a Tem, and hatched the hollof a poply to his Duvel. And, when Yuves Duvel ginned there was a Tem, he cared biddy ticknose and folky for the Tem, and I don't gene no more of it. Kikumi. And that is a wery tidy little story of the leaf, and it sickers that the hollof was the first leaf. Tacho. Sir, I will tell you the oldest word for a leaf, and that is an olive. Don't you know that the olive was the first leaf? So olive must be the Rommani word, since Rommani's is the oldest language of all. For when the first man was made and created in the world, and that was the great God himself, I expect, and brought the land out, he was in the ship, and didn't know if there was any earth about him, so he sent the bird out. And the bird was a dove, because dove is like Duvel, God, and half God and God's bird. So the dove flew away and went around the world till he found the earth. For when he saw a place and took an olive leaf, he knew there was a country, land, and took the olive leaf back to his lord. And when his lord knew there was land, he made little children and people for it, and I don't know anything more about it. And that is a very tidy little story of the leaf, and it shows that the olive was the first leaf. Being gratified at my noting down this original narrative from his own lips, my excellent old friend informed me, with cheerfulness not unmingled with the dignified pride characteristic of erudition, and of the possession of deep and darksome lore, that he also knew the story of Samson. And thus spake he. Samson was a burrow mush, wery hunolo and tattoo at Corin, so that he nashered saw the mushies of Re, and they were a trash o Leicester. He was so sorello that Yecarus when he pogged of re occur, and it had a burrow sesterni wooder, he just petted up re his dumo, and hookered it of re, and jowled carrion, bikened it. Yek divis he leld some weshni juckals, and pandered yagni trushnees to their pories and mucked jowl. And they gnashed of re like poro benjis, sig in the sala, when sar the mushies were sudo, unsa parl the give puvius, and hotchard sar the give. Then the krallis beacherd his mushies to lel Samson, but he koshered and pash moored the tat of they couldn't key him, and he sillered to praster for their miraben. And thus they couldn't serber him a corin, they cared it sid pre the chingerban drum. Now Samson was a sihiati mush, wary camaben to the juvas, so they got a wary rinkany chi to cutter and cuzzer him. So Yuv weld a locky to a wordy tan, and she hokest him with drab till Yuv was pilfree o sudo, and his shero hungered hooper side a lacquer. And, when Yuv was selvered, the mushies weld and chinned his ballows a prayin, chived him a dree the sturaban. And yek divis the folky hitchered him of re the sturaban to care pias for And as they were gillarin and hulgerin him, Samson chived his wasters ketanist the burrow shongers of the sturaban, and bongered his cockerus a dree, and sar the cur pet alay with a burrow Gudli. And sar the puro mushies were mullered and the cur poggered to biddy cutters. Samson was a great man, very fierce and expert at fighting, so that he drove all men away, and they were afraid of him. He was so strong that once when he broke into a house, and it had a great iron door, he just put it on his back, and carried it away and went home and sold it. One day he caught some foxes, and tied firebrands to their tails and let them go. And they ran away like old devils, early in the morning, when all the people were asleep, across the field, and burned all the wheat. Then the king sent his men to take Samson, but he hurt them, and half killed the whole of them. They could not injure him, and he compelled them to run for life. And because they could not capture him by fighting, they did it otherwise by an opposite way. Now Samson was a man full of life, very fond of the girls, so they got a very pretty woman to cajole and coax him. And he went with her to a lonely house, and she hokest him with poison till he was heavy with sleep, and his head drooped by her side, and when he was poisoned, the people came and cut his hair off and threw him into prison. And one day the people dragged him out of prison to make sport for them. And as they were making fun of him and teasing him, Samson threw his hands around the great pillars of the prison, and bowed himself in, and all the house fell down with a great noise. And all the poor men were killed and the house broken to small pieces. And so he died. Do you know what the judgment day is, Poro? Avu, Ria. The judgment day is when you soves alai, go in sleep, or dream away, to the burrow duvel. I reflected long on this reply of the untutored Rommany. I had often thought that the deepest and most beautiful phrase in all Tennyson's poems was that in which the impassioned lover promised his mistress to love her after death, ever on, into the dream beyond. And here I had the same thought as beautifully expressed by an old gypsy, who, he declared, for 2 months hadn't seen 3 nights when he wasn't as drunk as 4 fiddlers. And the same might have been said of Carolan, the Irish bard, who lived in poetry and died in whiskey. The soul sleeping or dreaming away to God suggested an inquiry into the gypsy idea of the nature of spirits. You believe in mullos, ghosts, Poro. Can everybody see them, I wonder? Avu, Ria, Avu. Every mush can dick mullos if it's their camaben to be dictus. But, dusta critters can dick mullos whether the mullos calm it or kek. There's greys and milas can dick mullos by the ratty, and Yecarus I had a grey that was trasher, dree a 10 langs the ricarus of a drum, pash a burrow park where a mush had been mullered. He prasted a me polly, but pash a kairos he weld a poply to the wardos. A chin jucko or a wixen can hunt mullos. Avali, they chase spirits just the sim as anything dree the world, dan r cor chinger 'cause the dogs can't be duckered by mullos. In English, yes, sir, yes. Every man can see ghosts if it is their will to be seen. But many creatures can see ghosts whether the ghosts wish it or not. There are horses and asses, which, can see ghosts by the night. And once I had a horse that was frightened in a place by the side of a road, near a great park where a man had been murdered. He ran a mile behind, but after a while came back to the wagons. A cut, castrated, dog or a vixen can hunt ghosts. Yes, they chase spirits just the same as anything in the world, bite M, fight M, tear M, because dogs cannot be hurt by ghosts. Dogs, I replied, sometimes hunt men as well as ghosts. Avu. But men can fool the juckals of Ree, and men too, and mullows can't. How do they care it? If a Coromangro comes to chore a cova when the snow is après the pluvius, he jowls yek piro, pale wavescro. If you chiv toots piros palo the waver, your custo piro cared bongo, jalan with it a ricorus, and the waver piro stratus, your paternal dick as if a bongo harrowed mush had been après the pluvius. I jinned a mush yekarus that had a dui chakas cared with the dui tachabens cared bongo, to jowl a corin with. But if you're pallard by juckals, and pet lully danti mangro adri the chakas, it'll ducker the sunaben of the juckos. And, if you chiv lully danti mangro where juckos care panny, ater they summit they won't jowl adoy shishi no morus, and, won't mutter in dovo tan, and you can keep it cleanus. That is, if a thief wants to steal a thing when the snow is on the ground, he goes with one foot behind the other. If you put your feet one behind the other, your right foot twisted, going with it to one side, and the other foot straight, your trail will look as if a crooked-legged man had been on the ground. I knew a man once that had a pair of shoes made with the two heels reversed, to go thieving with. But if you are followed by dogs, and put red pepper in your shoes, it will spoil the scent of the dogs. And if you throw red pepper where dogs make water, they will not go there any more after they smell it, and you can keep it clean. Well, I replied, I see that a great many things can be learned from the gypsies. Tell me, now, when you wanted a night's lodging did you ever go to a union? Kek, Ria, the tramps that jow langs the drum and mong at the unions are kek Rommany chows. The Rommany never care dovo, they'd sooner besh in the bavel puv firstus. We'd putch the farming rye for muckaben to hatch the ratty adri the grania but we'd sooner SUV under the bore in the bishnu than jowl adri the chovanikur. The Rommany chows ain't sim to tramps, for they've got a different drum into M. In English, no, sir, the tramps that go along the road and beg at the unions are not gypsies. The Rommany never do that, they'd sooner stay in the open field, literally, airfield. We would ask the farmer for leave to stop the night in the barn, but we'd sooner sleep under the hedge in the rain than go in the poorhouse. Gypsies are not like tramps, for they have a different way. The reader who will reflect on the extreme misery and suffering incident upon sleeping in the open air, or in a very scanty tent, during the winter in England, and in cold rains, will appreciate the amount of manly pride necessary to sustain the gypsies in thus avoiding the union. That the wandering Rommany can live at all is indeed wonderful, since not only are all other human beings less exposed to suffering than many of them, but even foxes and rabbits are better protected in their holes from storms and frost. The Indians of North America have, without exception, better tents. In fact, one of the last gypsy tans which I visited was merely a bit of ragged canvas, so small that it could only cover the upper portion of the bodies of the man and his wife who slept in it. Where and how they packed their 2 children I cannot understand. The impunity with which any fact might be published in English Rommany, with the certainty that hardly a soul in England not of the blood could understand it, is curiously illustrated by an incident which came within my knowledge. The reader is probably aware that there appear occasionally in the agony column of the Times, or in that devoted to personal advertisements, certain sentences apparently written in some very strange foreign tongue, but which the better informed are aware are made by transposing letters according to the rules of cryptography or secret writing. Now it is estimated that there are in Great Britain at least 1,000 lovers of occult lore and quaint curiosa, decipherers of rebuses and adorers of anagrams, who, when one of these delightful puzzles appears in the Times, set themselves down and know no rest until it is unpuzzled and made clear, being stimulated in the pursuit by the delightful consciousness that they are exploring the path of somebody's secret, which somebody would be very sorry to have made known. Such an advertisement appeared one day, and a friend of mine, who had a genius for that sort of thing, sat himself down early one Saturday morning to decipher it. First of all he ascertained which letter occurred most frequently in the advertisement, for this must be the letter E according to rules made and provided by the great Edgar A. Poe, the American poet-cryptographer. But to reveal the secret in full, I may as well say, dear reader, that you must take printers' type in their cases, and follow the proportions according to the size of the boxes. By doing this you cannot fail to unrip the seam of any of these transmutations. But, alas! This cock would not fight, it was a dead bird in the pit. My friend at once apprehended that he had to deal with an old hand, one of those aggravating fellows who are up to CRYP, a man who can write a sentence, and be capable of leaving the letter E entirely out. For there are people who will do this. So he went to work afresh upon now hypotheses, and pleasantly the hours fled by. Quires of paper were exhausted, he worked all day and all the evening with no result. That it was not in a foreign language my friend was well assured. For well he knows the Latine and the Dutch. Of France and Tuscany he hath a touché. Russian is familiar to him, and Arabic would not have been an unknown quantity. So he began again with the next day, and had been breaking the Sabbath until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when I entered, and the mystic advertisement was submitted to me. I glanced at it, and at once read it into English, though as I read the smile at my friend's lost labor vanished in a sense of sympathy for what the writer must have suffered. It was as follows, omitting names. Mandy Jeans of Patsa Mandy, te bitcha lav ki tu shan. Apre minno lav, mandiel kek pucka til tut muxa mandi. Tuts di cse welni pagado. Shama trash tutti dad el jal divio. Yavel fordel sor. For meduvals com, mook lesti shun chumani. In English, I know of. Trust me, and send word where you are. On my word, I will not tell till you give me leave. Your mother's heart is well nigh broken. I am afraid your father will go mad. He will forgive all. For God's sake, let him know something. This was sad enough, and the language in which it was written is good English Rommany. I would only state in addition, that I found that in the very house in which I was living, and at the same time, a lady had spent 3 days in vainly endeavoring to ascertain the meaning of these sentences. It is possible that many gypsies, be they of high or low degree, in society or out of it, may not be pleased at my publishing a book of their language and revealing so much of what they fondly cherish as a secret. They need be under no apprehension, since I doubt very much whether, even with its aid, a dozen persons living will seriously undertake to study it, and of this dozen there is not one who will not be a philologist. And such students are generally aware that there are copious vocabularies of all the other gypsy dialects of Europe easy to obtain from any bookseller. Had my friend used the works of Pott or Paspati, Ascoli or Grellman, he would have found it an easy thing to translate this advertisement. The truth simply is, that for scholars there is not a single secret or hidden word in English gypsy or in any other Rommany dialect, and none except scholars will take pains to acquire it. Any man who wished to learn sufficient gypsy to maintain a conversation, and thereby learn all the language, could easily have done so half a century ago from the vocabularies published by Bright and other writers. A secret which has been for 50 years published in very practical detail in 50 books, is indeed a secret de Ponchinelle. I have been asked scores of times, have the gypsies an alphabet of their own? Have they grammars of their language, dictionaries, or books? Of course my answer was in the negative. I have heard of vocabularies in use among crypto-Romanies, or those who having risen from the roads live a secret life, so to speak, but I have never seen one. But they have songs. And one day I was told that in my neighborhood there lived a young gypsy woman who was a poetess and made Rommany ballads. She can't write, said my informant, but her husband's a gorgio, and he can. If you want them, I'll get you some. The offer was of course accepted, and the gypsy dame, flattered by the request, sent me the following. The lyric is without rhyme, but, as sung, not without rhythm. Gilly of a Rommany Juva. Die at the Gargars, Gorgios. The Gargars round Mandy. Trying to lell my Maripon. My Maripon, away. I will care, up to my chungs. Up to my chungs in rat. All for my happy Racklo. My mush is lelled to Steraben. To Steraben. My mush is lelled to Steraben. To the tan where Mandy jeans. Translation. Look at the Gorgios around me. Trying to take my life away. I will wade up to my knees in blood, all for my happy boy. My husband is taken to prison, my husband is taken to prison, to the place of which I know. 10. Gipsies in Egypt. Difficulty of obtaining information. The Khedive on the Gipsies. Mr. Edward Elias. Muhammad introduces me to the Gipsies. They call themselves Tataran. The Ragaran or Gypsies at Bulak. Kafs. Her Seetsen on Egyptian Gypsies. The Gypsy with the monkey in Cairo. Street cries of the Gypsy women in Egypt. Captain Newbold on the Egyptian Gypsies. Since writing the foregoing pages, and only a day or two after one of the incidents therein described, I went to Egypt, passing the winter in Cairo and on the Nile. While waiting in the city for the friend with whom I was to ascend the mysterious river, it naturally occurred to me, that as I was in the country which many people still believe is the original land of the Gypsies, it would be well worth my while to try to meet with some, if any were to be found. It is remarkable, that notwithstanding my inquiries from many gentlemen, both native and foreign, including Savans and Bays, the only educated person I ever met in Egypt who was able to give me any information on the subject of its Gypsies was the Khedive or Viceroy himself. A fact which will not seem strange to those who are aware of the really wonderful extent of his knowledge of the country which he rules. I had been but a few days in Cairo when, at an interview with the Khedive, Mr. Beardsley, the American consul, by whom I was presented, mentioned to His Highness that I was interested in the subject of the Gypsies. Upon which the Khedive said that there were in Egypt many people known as Ragaran, Gagaran, who were probably the same as the Bohemians, or Gypsies of Europe. His words were, as nearly as I can remember, as follows. They are wanderers who live in tents, and are regarded with contempt even by the peasantry. Their women tell fortunes, tattoo, and sell small wares, the men work in iron, quincallery. They are all adroit thieves, and noted as such. The men may sometimes be seen going around the country with monkeys. In fact, they appear to be in all respects the same people as the Gypsies of Europe. This was all that I could learn for several days, for though there were Gypsies, or Egyptians, in Egypt, I had almost as much trouble to find them as Eilert Sunt had to discover their brethren in Norway. In speaking of the subject to Mr. Edward Elias, a gentleman well known in Egypt, he most kindly undertook to secure the aid of the chief of police, who in turn had recourse to the Sheikh of the Gypsies. But the Sheikh I was told was not himself a Gypsy, and there were none of his subjects in Cairo. After a few days, 3 wanderers, supposed to be Rommani, were arrested, but on examination they proved to be ignorant of any language except Arabic. Their occupation was music and dancing with a stick. In fact, they were performers in those curious and extremely ancient Fescennine farces, or Adelaini, which are depicted on ancient vases, and are still acted on the roads in Egypt as they were in Greece before the days of Thespis. Then I was informed that Gypsies were often encamped near the pyramids, but research in this direction was equally fruitless. Remembering what His Highness had told me, that Gypsies went about exhibiting monkeys, I one day, on meeting a man bearing an ape, endeavored to enter into conversation with him. Those who know Cairo can imagine with what result. In an instant we were surrounded by 50 natives of the lower class, jabbering, jeering, screaming, and begging, all intent, as it verily seemed, on defeating my object. I gave the monkey-bearer money. Instead of thanking me, he simply clamored for more, while the mob became intolerable, so that I was glad to make my escape. At last I was successful. I had frequently employed as donkey driver an intelligent and well-behaved man named Mohammed, who spoke English well, and who was familiar with the byways of Cairo. On asking him if he could show me any ragaran, he replied that every Saturday there was a fair or market held at Bulak, where I would be sure to meet with women of the tribe. The men, I was told, seldom ventured into the city, because they were subject to much insult and ill treatment from the common people. On the day appointed I rode to the market, which was extremely interesting. There were thousands of blue-shirted and red-tarbushed or white-turbaned Egyptians, buying or selling, or else merely amusing themselves, dealers in sugar cane, pipe peddlers, and vendors of rosaries, jugglers and minstrels. At last we came to a middle-aged woman seated on the ground behind a basket containing beads, glass armlets, and similar trinkets. She was dressed like any Arab woman of the lower class, but was not veiled, and on her chin blue lines were tattooed. Her features and whole expression were, however, evidently gypsy. I spoke to her in Rommany, using such words as would have been intelligible to any of the race in England, Germany, or Turkey. But she did not understand me, and declared that she could speak nothing but Arabic. At my request Muhammad explained to her that I had traveled from a distant country in Oraba, where there were many ragaran who declared that their fathers came from Egypt. And that I wished to know if any in the latter country could speak the old language. She replied that the ragaran of Montesinos could still speak it, but that her people in Egypt had lost the tongue. Muhammad declared that Montesinos meant Mount Sinai or Syria. I then asked her if the ragaran had no peculiar name for themselves, and she replied, "Yes, we call ourselves Tataran." This was at least satisfactory. All over southern Germany and in Norway the Rommani are sailed Tataran. And though the word means Tartars, and is simply a misapplied term, it indicates a common race. The woman seemed to be very much gratified at the interest I manifested in her people. I gave her a double piastre, and asked for its value in blue glass armlets. She gave me 2 pair, and as I turned to depart called me back, and with a good-natured smile handed me 4 more as a present. This generosity was very gypsy-like, and very unlike the usual behavior of any common Egyptian. While on the Nile, I inquired of people in different towns if they had ever seen gypsies where they lived, and was invariably answered in the negative. Remembering to have read in some book a statement that the Gawazi or dancing girls formed a tribe by themselves, and spoke a peculiar language, I asked an American who has lived for many years in Egypt if he thought they could be gypsies. He replied that an English lady of title, who had also been for a long time in the country, had formed this opinion. But when I questioned dancing girls myself, I found them quite ignorant of any language except Arabic, and knowing nothing relating to the Rommani. 2 Gawazi whom I saw had, indeed, the peculiarly brilliant eyes and general expression of gypsies. The rest appeared to be Egyptian Arab, and I found on inquiry that one of the latter had really been a peasant girl who till within 7 months had worked in the fields, while 2 others were occupied alternately with field work and dancing. At the market in Bulak, Muhammad took me to a number of ragaran. They all resembled the one whom I have described, and were all occupied in selling exactly the same class of articles. They all differed slightly, as I thought, from the ordinary Egyptians in their appearance, and were decidedly unlike them, in being neither importunate for money nor disagreeable in their manners. But though they were certainly gypsies, none of them would speak Rommany, and I doubt very much if they could have done so. Bonaventura Vulcanius, who in 1597 first gave the world a specimen of Rommany in his curious book De Litteris et Lingua Getarum, which specimen, by the way, on account of its rarity, I propose to republish in another work, believed that the gypsies were Nubians. And others, following in his track, supposed they were really Coptic Christians, Pot, Die Zajunner, and Halley, 1844, page 5. And I must confess that this recurred forcibly to my memory when, at Mini, in Egypt, I asked a Copt scribe if he were Muslim, and he replied, La, ana Gypti, no, I am a Copt, pronouncing the word Gypti, or Copt, so that it might readily be taken for gypsy. And learning that Romi is the Coptic for a man, I was again startled, and when I found Tema, Tem, land, and other Rommany words in ancient Egyptian, vid brugsh, grammaire, and k. It seemed as if there were still many mysteries to solve in this strange language. Other writers long before me attempted to investigate Egyptian gypsy, but with no satisfactory result. A German named Simson ascertained that there were gypsies both in Egypt and Syria, and wrote, 1806, on the subject a MS, which Pot, die Zejeuner, and k, cites largely. Of these Roms he speaks as follows: gypsies are to be found in the entire Osmanli realm, from the limits of Hungary into Egypt. The Turks call them Tskingani, but the Syrians and Egyptians, as well as themselves, Nuri, in the plural el Nor. It was on the November 24, 1806 when I visited a troop of them, encamped with their black tents in an olive grove, to the west side of Naplos. They were for the greater part of a dirty yellow complexion, with black hair, which hung down on the side from where it was parted in a short plait, and their lips are mulatto-like. Simson subsequently remarks that their physiognomy is precisely like that of the modern Egyptians. The women had their underlips colored dark blue, like female Bedouins, and a few eaten-in points around the mouth of like color. They, and the boys also, wore earrings. They made sieves of horsehair or of leather, iron nails, and similar small ironware, or mended kettles. They appear to be very poor, and the men go almost naked, unless the cold compels them to put on warmer clothing. The little boys ran about naked. Although both Christians and Mohammedans declared that they buried their dead in remote hill corners, or burned them, they denied it, and declared they were good Mohammedans, and as such buried their dead in Mahometan cemeteries. This corresponds to their custom in Great Britain in the past generation, and the earnestness which they display at present to secure regular burial like Christians. But as their instruction is even more neglected than that of the Bedouins, their religious information is so limited that one may say of them, they have either no religion at all, or the simplest of all. As to wine, they are less strict than most Mohammedans. They assured me that in Egypt there were many Nuri. The same writer obtained from one of these Syrian-Egyptian gypsies a not inconsiderable vocabulary of their language, and says, I find many Arabic, Turkish, and some Greek words in it. It appears to me, however, that they have borrowed from a fourth language, which was perhaps their mother tongue, but which I cannot name, wanting dictionaries. The words which he gives appear to me to consist of Egyptian Arabic, with its usual admixture from other sources, simply made into a gibberish. And sometimes with one word substituted for another to hide the meaning, the whole probably obtained through a dragoman, as is seen, for instance, when he gives the word nisnazia, a fox, and states that it is of unknown origin. The truth is, nisnaz means a monkey, and, like most of Simson's Nuri words, is inflected with an a final, as if one should say, monkeyo. I have no doubt the Nor may talk such a jargon. But I should not be astonished either, if the sheikh who for a small pecuniary consideration eagerly aided Simson to note it down, had sold him with what certainly would appear to any Egyptian to be the real babble of the nursery. There are a very few Rommany words in this vocabulary, but then it should be remembered that there are some Arabic words in Rommany. The street cry of the gypsy women in Cairo is, Arabic text which cannot be reproduced, Nedek Wanatahar. We tattoo and circumcise, a phrase which sufficiently indicates their calling. In the Deutscher Dragoman of Dr. Philipp Wolf, Leipzig, 1867, I find the following under the word Zejeuner. Gypsy, in Egypt, Gagri, pronounced more nearly Rh Agri, plural Gagger, in Syria, Nawari, plural Nawar. When they go about with monkeys, they are called Kuradati, from Kurd, ape. The gypsies of Upper Egypt call themselves Sede, i.e., people from Sed, or Upper Egypt, Vede Kramer, I. 138-148. According to von Gobineau, they are called in Syria Kurbati, Arabic text which cannot be reproduced, Vede Zeitschrifter D. M. G. 11. 690. More than this of the gypsies in Egypt the deponent saith not. He has interrogated the oracles, and they were dumb. That there are Roms in the land of Misr his eyes have shown, but whether any of them can talk Rommany is to him as yet unknown. Since the foregoing was printed, I have found in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 16, Part 2, 1856, page 285, an article on the Gipsies in Egypt, by the late Captain Newbold, F.R.S., which gives much information on this mysterious subject. The Egyptian Gipsies, as Captain Newbold found, are extremely jealous and suspicious of any inquiry into their habits and mode of life, so that he had great difficulty in tracing them to their haunts, and inducing them to unreserved communication. These Gipsies are divided into three kinds: the Helibis, Gaugers, Ragarin, and Nuris or Nar. Of the Ragars there are 16,000. The Helibi are most prosperous of all these, and their women, who are called Fahimis, are the only ones who practice fortune-telling and sorcery. The male Helibis are chiefly ostensible dealers in horses and cattle, but have a bad character for honesty. Some of them are to be found in every official department in Egypt, though not known to be Gipsies, a statement which casts much light on the circumstance that neither the chief of police himself nor the Sheikh of the Ragarin, with all their alleged efforts, could find a single Gipsy for me. The Helibis look down on the Ragarin, and do not suffer their daughters to intermarry with them, though they themselves marry Ragarin girls. The Fahimi, or Helibi women, are noted for their chastity, the Ragarin are not. The men of the Ragarin are tinkers and blacksmiths, and sell cheap jewelry or instruments of iron and brass. Many of them are athletes, mountebanks, and monkey exhibitors. The women are rope dancers and musicians. They are divided into classes, bearing the names of Rommani, Metahin, Guridin, Barmiki, Barmecides, Wailed Abu Tenna, Biter Rafai, Hemali, and K. The Helibis and Ragarin are distinctly different in their personal appearance from the other inhabitants of Egypt, having the eyes and expression peculiar to all Gipsies. Captain Newbold, in fact, assumes that any person, who remains in Egypt longer than the ordinary run of travelers, and roams about the streets and environs of the large towns, can hardly fail to notice the strange appearance of certain females, whose features at once distinguish them from the ordinary fellah Arabs and Kofts of the country. The Nuris or Nars are hereditary thieves, but are now, 1856, employed as police and watchmen in the Pasha's country estates. In Egypt they intermarry with the fellahin or Arabs of the soil, from whom, in physical appearance and dress, they can hardly be distinguished. Outwardly they profess Mohammedanism, and have little intercourse with the Helibis and Gaugers, or Ragarin. Each of these tribes or classes speak a separate and distinct dialect or jargon. That of the Ragarin most resembles the language spoken by the Kurbits or Gipsies of Syria. It seems to me probable, says Captain Newbold, that the whole of these tribes had one common origin in India, or the adjacent countries on its western frontier, and that the difference in the jargons they now speak is owing to their sojourn in the various countries through which they have passed. This is certain, that the Gipsies are strangers in the land of Egypt. I am not astonished, on examining the specimens of these three dialects given by Captain Newbold, with the important addition made by Mr. W. Burkhard Barker, that I could not converse with the Ragarin. That of the Nars does not contain a single word which would be recognized as Rommani, while those which occur in the other two jargons are, if not positively either few and far between, strangely distorted from the original. A great number are ordinary vulgar Arabic. It is very curious that while in England such a remarkably large proportion of Hindustani words have been preserved, they have been lost in the East, in countries comparatively near the fatherland, India. I would, in conclusion to this work, remark that numbers of Rommani words, which are set down by philologists as belonging to Greek, Slavonian, and other languages, were originally Hindu, and have only changed their form a little because the wanderers found a resemblance to the old word in a new one. I am also satisfied that much may be learned as to the origin of these words from a familiar acquaintance with the vulgar dialects of Persia, and such words as are not put down in dictionaries, owing to their provincial character. I have found, on questioning a Persian gentleman, that he knew the meaning of many Rommani words from their resemblance to vulgar Persian, though they were not in the Persian dictionary which I used. Rommani Gudli, or Gipsy Stories and Fables. The gypsy to whom I was chiefly indebted for the material of this book frequently narrated to me the Gudli or small stories current among his people, and being a man of active, though childlike imagination, often invented others of a similar character. Sometimes an incident or saying would suggest to me the outline of a narrative, upon which he would eagerly take it up, and readily complete the tale. But if I helped him sometimes to evolve from a hint, a phrase, or a fact, something like a picture, it was always the gypsy who gave it Rommani characteristics and conferred color. It was often very difficult for him to distinctly recall an old story or clearly develop anything of the kind, whether it involved an effort of memory or of the imagination, and here he required aid. I have never in my life met with any man whose mind combined so much simplicity, cunning, and grotesque fancy, with such an entire incapacity to appreciate either humor or poetry, as expressed in the ordinary language of culture. The meter and rhyme of the simplest ballad made it unintelligible to him, and I was obliged to repeat such poetry several times before he could comprehend it. Yet he would, while I was otherwise occupied than with him, address to his favorite wooden image of a little bear on the chimney-piece, grotesque soliloquies which would have delighted a Hoffman, or conduct with it dialogues which often startled me. With more education, he would have become a Rommany bidpai, and since India is the fatherland of the fable, he may have derived his peculiar faculty for turning morals and adorning tales legitimately from that source. I may state that those stories, which were made entirely, as a few were, or in part, by my assistant and myself, were afterwards received with approbation by ordinary gypsies as being thoroughly Rommany. As to the language of the stories, it is all literally and faithfully that of a gypsy, word by word, written down as he uttered it, when, after we had got a Gudlo into shape, he told it finally over, which he invariably did with great eagerness, ending with an improvised moral. Gudlo I, how a gypsy saved a child's life by breaking a window. Pre-yek divis, or yekarus, a Rommany chow was Chiron pias with the coasters, and he wassered a kosh pre the hev of a burrow cur and poggered it. Weld the prastramangro and penned, two must pooker, or pesser, for the glass. But when they jawed a dree the cur, they lastered the kosh had mullered a divio juckal that was jawan, to dant the chavo. So the Rani del the Rommany chow a sonakai ora and a fino gry. But yek koshter that poggers a hev doesn't muller a juckal. Translation. On a day, or once, a gypsy was playing at cock shy, and he threw a stick through the window of a great house and broke the glass. Came the policeman and said, "You must answer, or pay, for the glass." But when they went into the house, they found the stick had killed a mad dog that was going to bite the child, boy. So the lady gave the gypsy a gold watch and a good horse. But every stick that breaks a window does not kill a dog. Gudlo II. The Gypsy Story of the Bird and the Hedgehog. Pre-yek divis a hachuachi dicta chilico adri the puv, and the chilico puckered lesko, more jowl polly by the kushto wastus, or the hunter's grayas will chiv toot adri the chick, mullo. And, if you jowl the waver rick by the bongo wast, dovos a Rommany tanadoy, and the Rommany chows will haw toot. Pen the hachuachi, I'd rather jowl with the Rommany chows, and be hawed by folky that calm mandy, than be piraben apre by chows that dick colo apre mandy. It's kushtier for a tacho rom to be mullered by a Rommany pal than to be nashered by the gorgios. Translation. On a day a hedgehog met a bird in the field, and the bird told him, "Do not go around by the right hand, or the hunter's horses will trample you dead in the dirt. And if you go around by the left hand, there's a gypsy tent, and the gypsies will eat you." Said the hedgehog, "I'd rather go with the gypsies, and be eaten by folk that like me, than be trampled on by people that despise, literally, look black upon, me. It is better for a real gypsy to be killed by a gypsy brother than to be hung by gorgios." Gudlo III. A Story of a Fortune-Teller. Yekarus a tano gorjo chived a prey a shubwa and jowled to a pori Rommany die to get duckered. And she puckered Lester, tootle rummerben a fair man with cowly yakas. Then the racklo deld locky yek shuckery and penned, if this shuckery was as burrow as the hockaben toot puckered mandy, toot might porter sarve the bongo tem with rup. But, hatch a wongish, maybe in a divis, maybe in a curicus, maybe a dude, maybe a besh, maybe waver divis, he rummerbend Aracli by the nav of fair man, and her yakas were as callow as miri juvas. There's always dui rick to a duckerban. Translation. Once a little Gorgio put on a woman's gown and went to an old gypsy mother to have his fortune told. And she told him, "You'll marry a fair man with black eyes." Then the young man gave her a sixpence and said, "If this sixpence were as big as the lie you told me, you could fill all hell with silver. But, stop a bit. After a while, maybe in a week, maybe a month, maybe in a year, maybe the other day, he married a girl by the name of Fair Man, and her eyes were as black as my sweetheart's." There are always two sides to a prediction. Gudlo 4. How the Royston Rook deceived the rooks and pigeons. Pre-yek divis a Royston Rookus jald mongan the colo kiriklos, and they putscared him, where did toot chor tyro pono chucko. And yuv puckard, mandy chored it from a bikshero of a pigeon. Then he jald amen the pigeons and penned, Sarishan, pals. And they puched lesti, where did toot lelakovo cowli rokamias te biasgros. And yuv penned, mandy chored from those wafri mushies the rookuses. Pashrithis penned their coqueros for gorgios mongan gorgios, and for Rommany mongan Rommany chals. Translation. On a day a Royston Rook went among the crows, black birds, and they asked him, "Where did you steal your white coat?" And he told them, "I stole it from a fool of a pigeon." Then he went among the pigeons and said, "How are you, brothers?" And they asked him, "Where did you get those black trousers and sleeves?" And he said, "I stole from those wretches the rooks." Half-breeds call themselves Gorgio among Gorgios, and Gypsy among Gypsies. Gudlo v. The Gypsies' Story of the Gorgio and the Rommany Chow. Once, Priya Chiris, or Kairos, a Gorgio penned to a Rommany Chow, "Why does toot always jowl about the Temajaw? There's no kushtoban in what don't hatch a sigh." Penned the Rommany Chow, sicker mandy toots wonger. And yuv sickered him a cutter, cotter, a bar, a pash cutter, a panj cullo, collar. Bidus, a pash crooner, corona, a dui cullos bidus, a trin mushy, a shuckary, a stororas, a trinoras, a dui oras, a haura, a pashero, a lully, a pash lully. Penned the Rommany Chow, a kovos sar wafri wonger. Kek, penned the Gorgio. Southeast sar kushto and Kairos. Chivit adri toots wast and shunit ringus. Avu, penned the Rommany Chow. Toot puckard mandy that only wafri kovas keep jalan, te kovo wonger has jald sar pre the tamadusta timai or timey. Sar mushies aren't all sim tar ruckers. Some must piraben, and can't besh delay. Translation. Once upon a time a Gorgio said to a gypsy, "Why do you always go about the country so? There is no good in what does not rest, literally, stop here." Said the gypsy, "Show me your money." And he showed him a guinea, a sovereign, a half-sovereign, a half-guinea, a 5-shilling piece, a half-crown, a 2-shilling piece, a shilling, a sixpence, a 4-penny piece, a threepence, a tuppence, a penny, a halfpenny, a farthing. "A half-farthing." Said the gypsy, "This is all bad money." "No," said the other man, "it is all good and sound. Toss it in your hand and hear it ring." "Yes," replied the gypsy. "You told me that only bad things keep going, and this money has gone all over the country many a time. All men are not like trees. Some must travel, and cannot keep still." Gudlo 6. How the Gypsy bribed the policeman. Once a Preya Chiris a Rommany Chow chored a Rani Chilico, or Chiriclo, and then Jaldatut a Prastramengro, pre the drum. Where did toot chor adovo Rani, puchered the Prastramengro? It's Kek Rani. It's a Pono Rani that I kinnied, dree the gav to del toot. Tacho, pen the Prastramengro, it's the kushtiest Pono Rani Mandi ever dictus. Ki did toot kinnit. Avali, many's the chirus mandis tippert a trinmushy to a prastromangro tamuk mandi hatch my tan with the shavis. Translation. Once on a time a gypsy stole a turkey, and then met a policeman on the road. Where did you steal that turkey? Asked the policeman. It's no turkey, it's a goose that I bought in the town to give you. Fact, said the policeman, it is the finest goose I ever saw. Where did you buy it? Yes, many's the time I have given a shilling, 3/4 pence, to a policeman to let me pitch my tent with the children. Gudli 7. How a Gypsy lost threepence. Yekarus a coro mush besht a lay ta care trin horace worth o Peggy for a masengro. There Jessid alungs a rye, who penned, tool my gry, and I'll del toot a shukori. While he tooled the gry a Ronnie puckered him, recur this trushni to my cur, and I'll del toot a trin grushy. So he lelled a chavo to tool the gry, and puckered Lester, toot shall get pash the wonger. Well, as Yuv was rickonin, the trushni and Sigarin bury or a bender the drum, he dicked a rye, who penned, if tootle jaw to the cur and hatch minis juckal ta mandi, meal del toot a pash karana. So he got a waver chavo to recur the trushni for pash the wonger, whilst he jowled for the juckal. Wellin, Alangus, he dicked a barvalo gavescro, who penned, avakayan husker mandi to lel my gruvni, of re the ditch, and I'll del you panj collos. So he lelled it. But at the kunsis of the divus, sa yuvsus kenin apre sustus wongers, he penned, how wafro it is mandi nasher the trinoras I might have lelled for the maskosters. A mush must always pet the give in the pov before he can chin the harvest. Translation. Once a poor man sat down to make threepence worth of skewers for a butcher. There came along a gentleman, who said, hold my horse, and I'll give you a sixpence. While he held the horse a lady said to him, carry this basket to my house, and I'll give you a shilling. So he got a boy to hold the horse, and said to him, you shall have half the money. Well, as he was carrying the basket and hurrying along fast across the road he saw a gentleman, who said, if you'll go to the house and bring my dog to me, I will give you half a crown. So he got another boy to carry the basket for half the money, while he went for the dog. Going along, he saw a rich farmer, who said, come and help me here to get my cow out of the ditch, and I'll give you 5 shillings. So he got it. But at the end of the day, when he was counting his money, he said, what a pity it is I lost the threepence I might have got for the skewers. Literally, meat woods. A man must always put the grain in the ground before he can cut the harvest. Gudli 8. The story of the gypsy's dog. Pre-yek divus a coro mush had a juckal that used to chore kovas and hacker them to the cur for his mush, mass, wonger, horas, and ruis. A rai kinnied the juckal, and cared boot dusta wonger by Sicarin the juckal at Welguras. Where barvalo mushies can care wonger tacho, Kori mushies have to lure. Translation. On a day a poor man had a dog that used to steal things and carry them home for his master, meat, money, watches, and spoons. A gentleman bought the dog, and made a great deal of money by showing him at fairs. Where rich men can make money honestly, poor men have to steal. Gudli 9. A story of the prizefighter and the gentleman. Pre-yek chirus a cooromangro was to core, and a rai rackered him, will toot muck your coquero be cored for 20 bar. Pen the cooromangro, will toot muck mandi pagu your harry for 100 bar. Kek, pen the rai, for if I did, mandi'd never piro kushto a jaw. And if I nashered a koraben, pen the angro, mandi'd never praster kikumi. Kamaben is kushtier than wonger. Translation. On a time a prize fighter was to fight and a gentleman asked him, will you sell the fight, i.e., let yourself be beaten, for 20 pounds? Said the prize fighter, will you let me break your leg for 100 pounds? No, said the gentleman, for if I did, I should never walk well again. And if I lost a fight, said the prize fighter, literally, master, doer, I could never run again. Credit is better than money. Gudli X of the gentleman and the old gypsy woman. Pre-yek chirus a Rommany die adri the Welgoro rackard a rye to del laker trin mushy for kushto bok. And, he del it, and puchard locky, if I beecher my wunger a muckern, pre the greyas, keel manis bok be. My fino rye, she penned, the bok'll be a collo's worth with Mandy and my shavis. Bok that's peshered for is saw, sar, adoy. Translation. On a time a gypsy mother at the fair asked a gentleman to give her a shilling for luck. And he gave it, and asked her, if I lose my money a betting on the horses, where will my luck be? My fine gentleman, she said, the luck will be a shilling's worth with me and my children. Luck that is paid for is always somewhere, literally, there. Gudlo 11. The gypsy tells of the cat and the hare. Yekaris the machka jowled to dick her keiko's chavo the canengro. And, there welled a hunting mush, and, the machka tattied up the chumber, pre-dur, pre-a ruck, and odoy she lastered a chilico's nest. But the canengro prasted alai the chumber, longo duris adri the tem. Wafri bok cares. A coro mush ta jowl alai. But it mucks a burrow mush. To chiv his coquero a prey. Translation. Once the cat went to see her cousin the hare. And there came a hunter, and the cat scrambled up the hill, further up a tree, and there she found a bird's nest. But the hare ran down the hill, far down into the country. Bad luck sends a poor man further down, but it causes a great man to rise still more. Gudlo 12. Of the gypsy woman and the child. Pre-yek chirus a chi jaldadri a waver tem, and she recurred a gunno pre-locky dumo with a bolo adri. A rackly who was lodge of her tikno chored the bolo of re the gunno and chiv the havi adri. Pasca waver ora the chi shun the tikno rav, roving, and dictadri the gunno in burro tub, and penned, if the bolos in a kovo tempuraben into chavos, sadu the chavos puraben adri. Translation. Once a woman went into a strange land, and she carried a bag on her back with a pig in it. A girl who was ashamed of her child stole the pig from the bag and put the baby in its place. After an hour the woman heard the child cry, and looked into the bag with great amazement, and said, if the pigs in this country change into children, into what do the children change? Gudlo 13. Of the girl that was to marry the devil. Pre-yek divus a Rommany die duckard a rackly, and puckard locky that a collo rye calmed her. But when the chi puckered her wunger, the rackly penned, pori die, I haven't got a pachero to del toot. But pen Mandy the nav of the collo rye. Then the die shelled of re, very hunolo, bang is the nav of toots perino, and yuvse collo adusta. If you chor pori juvas tootle lel the bang. Translation. On a day a gypsy mother told a girl's fortune, and said to her that a dark, black, gentleman loved her. But when the woman demanded her money, the girl said, old mother, I haven't got a halfpenny to give you. But tell me the name of the dark gentleman. Then the mother roared out, very angry, devil is the name of your sweetheart, and he is black enough. If you cheat old women you will catch the devil. Gudlo 14. Of the gypsy who stole the horse. Yekaris a mush chored a gry and jowled him of readria waver tem, and the gry and the mush jowled kushti bok kednis. Pen the gry to his mush, I calms your kovas to weiris kushtier than Mandy's, for there's kek chutney or melicus, pusimagri, adri them. Kek, pen the mush polly. The trash I lel when Mandy jeans of the prastramengroan, the bicharan mush, kralis mush, is wafrier than any chutney or busaha, and they'd care Mandy to praster my miramon, miraben, of re any divus. Translation. Once a man stole a horse and ran him away into another country, and the horse and the man became very intimate. Said the horse to the man, I like your things to wear better than I do mine, for there's no whip or spur among them. No, replied the man, the fear I have when I think of the policeman and of the judge, sending or transporting man, or king's man, is worse than any whip or spur, and they would make me run my life away any day. Gudlo 15. The half-blood gypsy, his wife, and the pig. Pre-yek divus there was a mush a pin ma his Rommany chals a dree a kachima, and poly a chiris he got pashmato. And he penned about mullo baulers, that he never had kek. Kenasig his juvo weldadri and puched him to jal carry, but yuv puckered her, kek, I won't jal kenna. Then she penned, well olung, the shavis got kek haben. So she puckered him a jaw, and he always rackered her poly, kek. So she leld a mullo bauler a p her dummo and wussered it pre the homescro pre saw the foki, and penned, lel the mullo bauler and rummer it, and mandial dick poly the chavos. Translation. Once there was a man drinking with his gypsy fellows in an alehouse, and after a while he got half drunk. And he said of pigs that had died a natural death, he never ate any. By and by his wife came in and asked him to go home, but he told her, no, I won't go now. Then she said, come along, the children have no food. So she entreated him again, and he always answered, no. So she took a pig that had died a natural death, from her back and threw it on the table before all the people, and said, take the dead pig for a wife, and I will look after the children. Gudli 16. The Gypsy tells the story of the 7 whistlers. Myrea, the Gudli of the 7 whistlers, Eugene, is a dree the scriptures, so they puckered Mandy. And the 7 whistlers, Efta Shalendry, is 7 spirits of Ranese that jowl by the ratty, pre the bavel, parl the heb, like chilicos. And it puckers dree the Bible that the 7 whistlers shell wherever they praster it at the bavel. But a duro timus yek jowled of rian got nashered, and kenna there's only shove, but they pens, the 7 whistlers. And that sims the story toot puckered Mandy of the 7 stars. Translation. Sir, the story of the 7 whistlers, you know, is in the scriptures, so they told me. And the 7 whistlers are 7 spirits of ladies that go by the night, through the air, over the heaven, like birds. And it tells us, in the Bible that the 7 whistlers whistle wherever they fly across the air. But a long time ago one went away and got lost, and now there are only 6, but they call them the 7 whistlers. And that is like the story you told me of the 7 stars. Gudli 17. An old story well known to all gypsies. A Rommany rakli yekaris jowled to a cur a duckerin. A tear she jowled of re, the rakli of the cur missered a plakta, and puckered the rye that the Rommany chi had chored it. So the rye jowled a duro poly the tem, and latched the Rommany chals, and beechered them to steruban. Now this was a dree the poro chiris when they used to nasher mushies for any biddy kovo. And some of the Rommany chals were nashered, and some panied. And sar the gun nose, and coveys, and kovas of the Romanies were chived and portered ketanis, pre the bor adri the kangri puv, and kek mush tooled m. And trin dude, or munty, poly, the rakli was Chiron, the baulers haben at the kokero cur, when she latched the plakta they nashered trin dude adovo divus. So the rakli jowled with the plakta talaki rye, and penned, dick what I cared on those chovany, Kori Rommany chals that were nashered and panied for adovo biddy kovo adoy. And when they jowled to dick at the Romany's kovas poly the bor adri the kangri puv, the gun nose were porto and chivd adri, chingard saw to katengros, and they latched full o rupany kovos, ruis and churls of sonikai, and auras. Kuros and pimangris, that had longed the Rommany chals that were nashered and bitchered padel. Translation. A gypsy girl once went to a house to tell fortunes. After she went away, the girl of the house missed a pudding bag, literally, linen cloth, and told the master the gypsy girl had stolen it. So the master went far about the country, and found the gypsies, and sent them to prison. Now this was in the old time when they used to hang people for any little thing. And some of the gypsies were hung, and some transported, literally, watered. And all the bags, and kettles, and things of the gypsies were thrown and piled together behind the hedge in the churchyard, and no man touched them. And 3 months after, the maid was preparing the pigs' food at the same house, when she found the linen cloth they lost 3 months, before, that day. So the girl went with the cloth to her master, and said, see what I did to those poor gypsies that were hung and transported for that trifle, there. And when they went to look at the gypsies' things behind the hedge in the churchyard, the bags were full and burst, torn all to rags, and they found them full of silver things, spoons and knives of gold, and watches, cups and teapots. That had belonged to the gypsies that were hung and transported. Gudli 18. How the gypsy went to church. Did Mandy ever jal to Kangri? Avali, dui kappas, and beshta lay odoi. I was a dree the tail tem o sar, and marai puched Mandy to well to Kangri, and I welled. And sar the rias and ranis dicked at Mandy as I jal the dree. So I besht puckanis mongan some giros and dicked yupper again the shumur prawler my shero, and there was a deer the kanengro odoi chinned in the bar, and cared kushto. I shooned the ras high a rakaran, and when the shunaben was caro, I welled of re and jald alai the drum to the kachima. I latchered the reyas mush adri the kachima. So we got motto odoi, and were jalan, carry alai the drum when we dicked the reyas wardo a wellen. So we jald sig, dusta parl the boar, and gavered our kokaros odoi adri the puv till the rye had jessied of re. I dicked the dovo rye dri the sala, and he puched Mandy what I'd cared the kaliko, pash kangri. I puckered him I'd pied dui or trin kuros leviner and was pash motto. And he penned Mandy, my mush was motto sar toot, and I nashered him. I puckered him a jaw, I hope not, ria, for such a bitty kovo as dovo, and he ain't kamaben to pin, leviner, he's only used to pabengro, that don't care him motto. But kek, the koro mush had to jal of re. And that sar I can racker toot about my jalan, to Kangri. Translation. Did I ever go to church? Yes, twice, and sat down there. I was in the lower land of all, Cornwall, and a gentleman asked me to go to church, and I went. And all the ladies and gentlemen looked at me as I went in. So I sat quietly among some men and looked up on the wall above my head, and there were a deer and a rabbit cut in the stone, beautifully done. I heard the clergyman speaking. And when the sermon was ended, literally, made, I came out and went down the road to the alehouse. I found the gentleman's servant in the alehouse. So we got drunk there, and were going home down the road when we saw the gentleman's carriage coming. So we went quickly enough over the hedge, and hid ourselves there in the field until the gentleman was gone. I saw the gentleman in the morning, and he asked me what I had done the day before, after church. I told him I'd drunk 2 or 3 cups of ale and was half tipsy. And he said, my man was drunk as you, and I sent him off. I told him then, I hope not, sir, for such a little thing as that, and he is not used to drink ale, he's only accustomed to cider, that don't intoxicate him. But no, the poor man had to go away. And that's all I can tell you about my going to church. Gudli 19. What the little gypsy girl told her brother. Pen the tikni Rommani havi laki pow, more the pisham, 'cause she's a Rommani, and cares her jivaban jalan parl the tem duckerin, the ruzas and Leland, the gudlo of re m, sar moro di duckers the ranis. And ma wusser bars at the rukas, 'cause they're kolos, and kolo rat is Rommani rat. And mon pagar the bavris, for yuv recurs his tan pre the dumo, sar moro puro dadas, and so yuv's Rommani. Translation. Said the little gypsy girl to her brother, don't kill the bee, because she is a gypsy, and makes her living going about the country telling fortunes to the flowers and taking honey out of them, as our mother tells fortunes to the ladies. And don't throw stones at the rooks, because they are dark, and dark blood is gypsy blood. And don't crush the snail, for he carries his tent on his back, like our old father, i.e., carries his home about, and so he too is Rommani. Gudli XX. How Charlie Lee played at pitch and toss. I jinned a tano mush yekaris that nashered sar his wunger, dree the toss ring. Then he jowled carry to his dadas kanyas and leld panj bar of re. Paul, a bitty chiras he dicked his dadas and puckered Lester he'd leld panj bar of re his ganas. But yuv's dadas penned, jalan, carried a jaw and win some wunger aginas. So he jowled a poply to the toss ring and leld sar his wonger polly, and pange bar feridir. So he jowled a jaw carry to the tan, and dicked his dadas besht in ally by the rick o, the tan, and his dadas penned, sa did you care of it, my chavo? Kushto, dadas. I leld sar my wonger polly, and here's toots wonger asai, and a bar for toot and star bar for me kokero. And that's tacho as ever you tool that pen in toots waster, and dovo mush was poor Charlie Lee, that's mullo kenna. Translation. I knew a little fellow once that lost all his money in the toss ring, i.e., at pitch and toss. Then he went home to his father's sacks and took £5 out. After a little while he saw his father and told him he'd taken £5 from his bags. But his father said, go on, spend it and win some more money. So he went again to the toss ring and got all his money back, and £5 more. And going home, he saw his father sitting by the side of the tent, and his father said, how did you succeed, i.e., do it, my son? Very well, father. I got all my money back. And here's your money now, and £1 for you and £4 for myself. And that's true as ever you hold that pen in your hand, and that man was poor Charlie Lee, that's dead now. Gudlo 21. Of the Tinker and the Kettle. A peculiamengro hatched yek divis at a givescro cur, where the Rommany del him mass and tood. While he was hawin, he dicked a kakavi sar chiclo and bongo, pashal a burrow hev adri, and he putchered, delit a mandy and I'll lelit of re for shishi, cause you've been so kushto and kamaben to mandy. So she delit a lester, and he jowled of re for trin cooricus, and he caravit apre, and cared it pono sar rup. A dovo he weld a covo drum polly, and jesse to the same cur, and penned, dick asai at kovi kushti kakavi. I del shove trin mushies for it, and two shall lelit for the same wonger, cause you've been so kushto a mandy. Dovo mush was like boot dusta mushies, wary kamaben to his kokero. Translation. A tinker stopped one day at a farmer's house, where the lady gave him meat and milk. While he was eating he saw a kettle all rusty and bent, with a great hole in it, and he asked, give it to me and I will take it away for nothing, because you have been so kind and obliging to me. So she gave it to him, and he went away for 3 weeks, and he repaired it, the kettle, and made it as bright, white, as silver. Then he went that road again, to the same house, and said, look here at this fine kettle. I gave 6 shillings for it, and you shall have it for the same money, because you have been so good to me. That man was like a great many men, very benevolent to himself. Gudlo 22. The story of Rommany Jotter. If a Rommany chal gets nashered and can't latch his drum the ratty, he shells of re, hup, Rommany York, Joter. When the Shabbos can't latch the tan, it's the same Gudlo, Rommany York Joter. Jotter pens ket news. And yek ratty my dadas, 60 besh kenna, was Pirian par the weshes to tan, and he shooned a biddy Gudlo like biddy Ranis garakran poro tacho Romanis, and so he jowled from yek burrow ruck to the waver. And Paul, a Kairos he dicked a tanny Rani, and she was shellin of re for her miraben, Rommany York Joter. So my dada shockered a jaw, Rommany York chow, aka I. But as he shelled there well the burrow bavel, and the biddy Ranis and sar prasted of re I, the heb like chilicos adria starmus, and all he shunned was a savaben and Rommany York Joter. Shukaritor and Shukaritor, pash sar was caro. And you can dick by dovo that the kakalos, and fairies, and mullos, and chovihans all racker poro tacho Romanis, cause that's the old Gyptian jib that was pendadri the scripture tem. Translation. If a gypsy is lost and cannot find his way in the night, he cries out, hup, Rommany York Joter. When the children cannot find the tent, it is the same cry, Rommany York Joter. Jotter means together. And one night my father, 60 years ago, literally, now, was walking through the woods to his tent, and he heard a little cry like little ladies talking real old gypsy, and so he went from one great tree to the other, i.e. concealing himself, and after a while he saw a little lady, and she was crying out as if for her life, Rommany York, Rommany York Joter. So my father cried again, Gipsy, here. But as he hallooed there came a great blast of wind, and the little ladies and all flew away in the sky like birds in a storm, and all he heard was a laughing and, Rommany York Joter, softer and softer, till all was done. And you can see by that the goblins, dwarfs, mannikins, and fairies, and ghosts, and witches, and all talk real old Gipsy, because that is the old Egyptian language that was talked in the scripture land. Gudli 23. Of the rich Gipsy and the pheasant. Yekarus a Rommany chal cared a dusta wunger, and was boot barvalo and a burrow rye. His chucko was cashno, and the craftneys pre-Lester chucko were o sonikai, and his greyas solivaris and guiders were sar ruppany. Yek divis this here Rommany rye was hawen, haven and nurgel the kralasas chavo, and they hatched a dree a weshny canny that was canelo, but saw the mushies pend it was kushtadir. Bless me duvel. Rackard the Rommany rye shikar to his juvo, tu, and Mandy have hod mullo mas boot, dusta kyrases, mediri, but never sumed kek so wafro as dovo. It counds worse than a mullo grey. Burrow mushies and biddy mushies sometimes calm kovas that waver mushies don't gene. Translation. Once a Gipsy made much money, and was very rich and a great gentleman. His coat was silk, and the buttons on his coat were of gold, and his horse's bridle and reins were all silver. One day this Gipsy gentleman was eating, at table, opposite to the king's son, and they brought in a pheasant that smelt badly, but all the people said it was excellent. Bless me, God! Said the Gipsy gentleman softly, whispering, to his wife, you and I have eaten dead meat, meat that died a natural death, many a time, my dear, but never smelt anything so bad as that. It stinks worse than a dead horse. Great men and small men sometimes agree in liking things, that which other people do not understand. Gudli 24. The Gipsy and the visiting cards. Yekarus a koro Rommany chal dict a Rani hatch taller the wooder of a burrow curran mukta dovo a biddy lil. Then he puched the rackly, when the Rani jessied of re, what the lil cared. Adoy the rackly puckered lesko it was for her Rani ta jean kuend weld a dick her. Avali, pen the Rommany chal, that's the way the Gorgios mucks their pattern. We mucks char a pray the drum. The grey mucks his piro a pray the drum, and the sap cares his trail a dree the pav. Translation. Once a poor Gipsy saw a lady stop before the door of a great house and left there a card, little letter. Then he asked the girl, when the lady went away, what the card meant, literally, did. Then, the girl told him it was for her lady to know who had come to see her. Yes, said the Gipsy, so that is the way the Gorgios leave their sign. We leave grass on the road. The horse leaves his track on the road, and the snake makes his trail in the dust. Gudli 25. The Gipsy in the forest. When I was bishin, all I adri the wsh tail the bori ruckas, Mandy puched a tikno chilico to latch Mandy a biddy moro, but it jowled of re and I never dicked at kikumi. Adoy I puched a burrow chilico to latch Mandy a kuro o toddy panny, but it jowled of re paul, the waver. Mandy never puctured the ruck parl my shero for kek, but when the bavel welded wussard a lay to Mandy 100 ripe cori. Translation. When I was sitting down in the forest under the great trees, I asked a little bird to find me a little bread, but it went away and I never saw it again. Then I asked a great bird to bring me a cup of brandy, but it flew away after the other. I never asked the tree over my head for anything, but when the wind came it threw down to me 100 ripe nuts. Gudli 26. The Gipsy Fiddler and the Young Lady. Yekarus a tano mush was kellen kushto pre the bashamengro, and a kushti dicken Rani puckered him, toots kiloben is as sano as best toot. And he rackard a jaw, toots muis gudlo sar pisham, and I'd kamaben to puraben me tood for toots pisham. Kushto pash kushto cares feridirer. Translation. Once a young man was playing well upon the violin, and a beautiful lady told him, your playing is as soft as cream. And he answered, your mouth, i.e., lips or words, is sweet as honey, and I would like to exchange my cream for your honey. Good with good makes better. Gudli 27. How the Gipsy danced a hole through a stone. Yekaras some plakto Rommany chows and juvas were kellen, the pash divas by dude tall, a burrow cur, and yek pen the waver, I be kamaben if dovo cur was mandis. And the rai o, the cur, kuan sus dicken the kelaben, rackard, when toot kells a hev muskro the bar your hatchin, pray, mandil del toot the cur. Adoy the rom tarried the bar a pray, and dict it was hollow tail, and sara kuro, pre the waver rick. So he lelled dui sastern chakas and kellied sar the ratty pre the bar, Chiron, such a gudlo you could shoon him a me of re. And adri the sala he had cared a hev adri the bar as burrow as Lester shero. So the barvelo ridel him the fino cur, and sar the mushies got motto, halater ketanus. Many a kairos I've shooned my puri die pen that a bar with a hev adri it cares kamaben. Translation. Once some jolly gypsy men and girls were dancing in the evening by moonlight before a great house, and one said to the other, I'd be glad if that house was mine. And the gentleman of the house, who was looking at the dancing, said, when you dance a hole through, in the center of, the stone you are standing on, I'll give you the house. Then the gypsy pulled the stone up, and saw it was hollow underneath, and like a cup on the other side. So he took 2 iron shoes and danced all night on the stone, making such a noise you could hear him a mile off. And in the morning he had made a hole in the stone as large as his head. So the rich gentleman gave him the fine house, and all the people got drunk, all together. Many a time I've heard my old mother say that a stone with a hole in it brings luck. Gudli 28. Story of the Gentleman and the Gypsy. Yekaras a burrow rai wouldn't muck a coro, pauvero, Chovani Rommany chow hatch odoy pre his farm. So the Rommany chow jowled on a puva pray the waver rick o, the drum, and Nergal the rias beshaben. And dovo ratty the rias cur peld alai, kek cash of it hatched up pray, only the folky that lottered adoy hullard their coqueros of re mother miraben. And the rias tikno chavo would a mullard if a Rommany juva had not lelded of re their poveri biddy tan. And dovos sartacho like my dad, and to the divas kenna a pens that puv the Rommany puv. Translation. Once a great gentleman would not let a poor gypsy stay on his farm. So the gypsy went to a field on the other side of the way, opposite the gentleman's residence. And that night the gentleman's house fell down. Not a stick of it remained standing, only the people who lodged there carried themselves out, i.e., escaped, with their lives. And the gentleman's little babe would have died if a gypsy woman had not taken it into their poor little tent. And that's all true as my father, and to this day they call that field the gypsy field. Gudli 29. How the Gypsy went into the water. Yek divis a prastromengro prastid poli a Rommany chow, and the chow jow the dree the panny, that was porto o, burrow bitis o, floaten shill, and there he hatched Paul his men with only his shero of re. Have of re, shelled a rye that was wafro in his sea for the puro mush, and we'll muck you jow. Kek, pen the rom, I shan't jow. Well of re, pen the rye a jaw, and I'll del toot panj bar. Kek, rackard the rom. Jowl of re, shockard the rye, and I'll del toot panj bar and a nevi chucko. Will you del mandy o wallen o tattoo panny too, puched the Rommany chow. Avail, pen the rye, but for duvalest have, of re the panny. Kushto, pen the Rommany chow, for kamaben to toot, ria, I'll jowl of re. Translation. Once a policeman chased a gypsy, and the gypsy ran into the river, that was full of great pieces of floating ice, and there he stood up to his neck with only his head out. Come out, cried a gentleman that pitied the poor man, and we'll let you go. No, said the gypsy, I won't move. Come out, said the gentleman again, and I'll give you £5. No, said the gypsy. Come out, cried the gentleman, and I'll give you £5 and a new coat. Will you give me a glass of brandy too, asked the gypsy. Yes, yes, said the gentleman, but for God's sake come out of the water. Well, exclaimed the gypsy, to oblige you, sir, I'll come out. Gudlo XXX. The gypsy and his two masters. Savos toots rai, pucht a rias mush of a Rommany chow. I've dui rias, puk the Rommany chow, duvels the yekin, bangs the waver. Mandy cares buddy for the bang till I've leld my yekra haben, and pallers me duvel polyajaw. Translation. Who is your master? Asked a gentleman servant of a gypsy. I've two masters, said the gypsy, God is the one, and the devil is the other. I work for the devil till I have got my dinner, 1 o'clock food, and after that follow the Lord. Gudlo 31. The little gypsy boy at the silversmith's. A biddy chavo jalda dree the burrow gav pash his dadas, and they hatch taller the hev of a rupano mengros buttica sar pordo o kushti dikin kovas. O dadas, shelled the tikno chavo, what a burrow coramengro dovo mush must be to a leld so boot a dusta ruis and horas. A tacho kova often dik sar a hakani, kova. And dovos sim of a tacho mush, but a juva often dicks tacho when she isn't. Translation. A little boy went to the great village, i.e., London, with his father, and they stopped before the window of a silversmith's shop all full of pretty things. "Oh father," cried the small boy, "what a great thief that man must be to have got so many spoons and watches. A true thing often looks like a false one. And the same is true, and that same, of a true man, but a girl often looks right when she is not." Gudlo 32. The Gypsy's Dream. Mandy sudod I was piraben lang o toot, and I dicked Mandy's pen odoi pre the chumber. Then I was pirian a jaw parl the puvius, and I well to the panny paul, the bings chumber, and adoy I dicked some ranis, saw nango baron upon o placta, pre lengi shuros, adree the panny pash their buckos. And I puckered lengees, miranis, I puch toots camaben, I didn't jean toot sussi. But yek pre the waivers penned Mandy boot kushti camaben, chichi, more ducka your coquero, we just weld all I aside from the cur to lel a biddy bath. And she savied sa kushto, but they all jowled of re glan Mandy sar the bavel, and toot was hatchin pash a maudie sar the kairos. So it pens, when you dick ranis sar dovo, you'll muller kushto. Well, if it's to be a kovo, I calm it'll be a buddy kairos a wellen. Tacho. Translation. I dreamed I was walking with you, and I saw my sister, a fortune-teller, there upon the hill. Then I found myself, walking again over the field, and I came to the water near the Devil's Dyke, and there I saw some ladies, quite naked excepting a white cloth on their heads, in the water to the waists. And I said to them, Ladies, I beg your pardon, I did not know you were here. But one among the rest said to me very kindly, No matter, don't trouble yourself, we just came down here from the house to take a little bath. And she smiled sweetly, but they all vanished before me like the cloud, wind, and you were standing by me all the time. So it means, when you see ladies like that, you will die happily. Well, if it's to be that, I hope it will be a long time coming. Yes, indeed. Gudlo 33. Of the Girl and Her Lover. Yekarus, boot 100 beshes the divus asai, a juva was wellen, to chor a yora. Muck Mandy hatch, pen the yora, and I'll sicker toot ki toot can lel a tikno papni. So the juva lelled the tikno papni, and it puckered laki, muck Mandy jalan, I'll sicker toot ki toot can chor a bori kani. Then she chored the bori kani, and it shelled of re, muck Mandy jalan, I'll sicker toot ki you can lure Rani Chilico. And when she lelled the Rani Chilico, it penned, muck Mandy jal and I'll sicker toot odoi ki toot can lel a Gurovni's tikno. So she lelled the Gurovni's tikno, and it shockered and roved, and rackerd, muck Mandy jal and I'll sicker toot where to lel a fino grey. And, when she lowered the grey, it penned locky, muck Mandy jal and I'll recur toot to a kushtodik barvalo rai who calms a pirani. So she lelled the kushto tano rai, and she jived with Lester Kushto yek Koorkas. But Pash Dovo he puckered her to Jal of Re, he didn't calm her Kikumi. Sa a wafro mush is toot, ruv the Rakli, to beach her Mandi of Re. For toots Kamaban I deld of Re a Yora, a Tikno Papni, a Burro Kani, a Rani Chilico, a Guruvni's Tikno, and a Fino Grey. Is Dovo Tacho, Puch the Raklo. Pre my Mullo Dadas. Sovahald the Rakli, I del Sara pray for toot, yek Paul the Waver, and Kenna two beachers Mandi of Re. So, P me duvel, pen the Rai, if toot nashard sar buddy kovas for Mandi, I'll rummer toot. So they were rummobend. Avali, there's Huckany, Takabens and Tacho Huckabens. You can Sovahal pre the Lil Adovo. Translation. Once, many hundred years ago, today now, a girl was going to steal an egg. Let me be, said the egg, and I will show you where you can get a duck. So the girl got the duck, and it said, told, to her, let me go and I will show you where you can get a goose, large hen. Then she stole the goose, and it cried out, let me go and I'll show you where you can steal a turkey, lady bird. And when she took the turkey, it said, let me go and I'll show you where you can get a calf. So she got the calf, and it bawled and wept, and cried, let me go and I'll show you where to get a fine horse. And when she stole the horse, it said to her, let me go and I'll carry you to a handsome, rich gentleman who wants a sweetheart. So she got the nice young gentleman, and lived with him pleasantly 1 week, but then he told her to go away, he did not want her any more. What a bad man you are, wept the girl, to send me away. For your sake I gave away an egg, a duck, a goose, a turkey, a calf, and a fine horse. Is that true? Asked the youth. By my dead father, swore the girl, I gave them all up for you, one after the other, and now you send me away. So help me God, said the gentleman, if you lost so many things for me, I'll marry you. So they were married. Yes, there are false truths and true lies. You may kiss the book on that. Gudlo 34. The Gypsy tells of Will-o'-the-Wisp. Does Mandy Jean the lave a dree Romanies for a jack-o'-lantern, the dude that prasters, and hatches, and kells o' the ratty, parl the panny, a dree the puvs. Avali, some pens the momili mullos, and some the biddy mullos. They're biddy giros who recur toot a dree the gojmars, and sicker toot a dude till you're all jowl the prey a wafro drum and nashard, and odoy they chiv their cocaros polly and saves at toot. Mandy's dick their dudes a dusta kyrises, and kikumi. But my pal dick langus muis pash mungwi yek ratty. He was jaland langus and dick their dudes, and jind it was the yag of Lester's tan. So he pallard and they tated him ducker the drum, parl the borse, weshes, puvius, gojmars, till they lelled him a dree the panny, and then savied of re. And odoy he dicked lender pre the waver rick, ma Lester's cockerus yakis, and they were biddy mushies, biddy shovihanis, about dui piras burrow. And my pal was Benji's hunalo, and sovahold pal, lengees, if I lelled you aside, you rat folly juckos. If I nashered you, I chin toots kuros. And he jowled to Tana jaw and puckered Mandy saw Dovo pre-Dovo rat. Kuan sus a Dovo. Avali, Ria, Dovo was Pash Kalopani, near Blackwater. Translation. Do I know the word in Rommany's for a jack-o'-lantern, the light that runs, and stops, and dances by night, over the water, in the fields? Yes, some call them the light ghosts, and some the little ghosts. They're little men who lead you into the waste and swampy places, and show you a light until you have gone astray and are lost, and then they turn themselves around and laugh at you. I have seen their lights many a time, and nothing more. But my brother saw their faces close and opposite to him, directly vis-a-vis, one night. He was going along and saw their lights, and thought it was the fire of his tent. So he followed them, and they drew him from the road over hedges, woods, fields, and lonely marshes till they got him in the water, and then laughed out loud. And there he saw them with his own eyes, on the opposite side, and they were little fellows, little goblins, about 2 feet high. And my brother was devilish angry, and swore at them. If I had you here, you wretched dogs. If I caught you, I'd cut your throats. And he went home and told me all that night. Where was it? Yes, sir, that was near Blackwater. Gudli 35. The gypsy explains why the flounder has his mouth on one side. Yekeris sarv the machis jaldan, suvd ketaneskris, dri the pani. And yek penned as yuv was a burrow mush, and the waver rackard a jaw sa yuv was a borodiro mush, and sar pukert sigan ketnews how lengis were borodiro mushies. Adoy the flounder shelled of re for his maraben mandis the crowlus of usar, and he shelled so sorello he cared his mui bongo, all o, yek ricorus. So to a covo divus asai he's penned the crowlus o, the machis, and recurs his mui bongo sar o, yek sidis. Mushies shouldn't shell tu shunaben apre lengis coqueros. Translation. Once all the fish came and swam together in the water. And one said that he was a great person, and the other declared that he was a greater person, and, at last, all cried out at once what great characters, men, they all were. Then the flounder shouted for his life, I'm the king of you all. And he roared so violently he twisted his mouth all to one side. So to this day he is called the king of the fishes, and bears his face crooked all on one side. Men should not boast too loudly of themselves. Gudli 36. A gypsy account of the true origin of the fish called old maids or young maids. Yekeris kushti dikin raklos were suven dri the luan pani, and there weld odoi some plakti raklis and juvas who puked the tano rias to have, of rian choomer m. But the raklos wouldn't well of ri, so the ranis recurred their rivabans of rian pirida dri the pani paul lendi. And the rias who were candid alai, suvd and durer, dri the pani, and the ranis pallard far of ri till they were saw latcher, raklos and raklis. So the tano rias were purabend into barini mushy machis because they were too lacho, of the ranis that calmed and the ranis were cared a dri pori rani machis and tani rani machis because they were too toddy and rusly. Raklos shouldn't be too laj, nor raklis be too burrow of their coqueros. Translation. Once some handsome youths were swimming in the sea, and there came some wanton women and girls who told the young men to come out and kiss them. But the youths would not come out, so the ladies stripped themselves and ran into the water after them. And the gentles who were driven away swam further into the water, and the ladies followed them far away till all were lost, boys and girls. So the young men were changed into codfish because they were too shy of the girls that loved them, and the ladies were turned into old maids and young maids because they were too wanton and bold. Men should not be too modest, nor girls too forward. Gudli 37. How Lord Coventry leaped the gipsy tent. A true story. I dicked Lord Coventry at the Worcester races. He kistured Leicester Noco Grey Adri the steeplechase for the Rommany, Keck, a Sonicai tank I think it was, but he nashered. It was Dovo Tano Rai that Yek Divis in his Noco Park dicked a Rommany Chals tan pashed the rick of a boar, and at Yek leap he kistured a prey the boar, and jowled right atut and parled the Rommany Chals tan. Ha, Kuans asai. He shelled, as he dicked the Tikno Kolos, a Rommany Chals tan. And from Dovo Divis he mucked a Kovo Rom hatch his Kamaben pre his puv. Tacho. Ruslo Mushies has burrow seas. Translation. I saw Lord Coventry at the Worcester races. He rode his own horse in the steeplechase for the silver, no, it was a gold tankard, I think, but he lost. It was that young gentleman who one day in his own park saw a gypsy tent by the side of a hedge, and took a flying leap over tent, hedge, and all. Ha, what's here? He cried, as he saw the little brown children, a gypsy's tent. And from that day he let that gypsy stay as much as he pleased on his land. Bold men have generous hearts. Gudli 38. Of Mr. Bartlett's leap. Dovo's sim to what they pens of Mr. Bartlett in Gloucestershire, who had a pheno tem pash Gloucester and Bristol, where he jived a dree a burrow cur. Kek mush never dict so buddy weshni jukalos or weshni canis as yuv recurred odoi. They prastud a tut saw the drumias sim as canyas. Yek divis he was kisterin on a kushto grey, and he dict a Rommany chow rickerin a truss of gibpus, pre lester dumo prala biddy drum, and kistered pre the puro mush, pussin, sar. I jeans that puro mush better en I jeans toot, for I was atur yek o his Racles yekarus, he had kushti dick Racles, and he was old night lock. Puro, pens the rye, did I care you trash? I mong toot shunaben, ria, pens lock polly. I didn't jean toot sus wellen. So puro lock hatched odoi, pre dovo tem sar his miraben, and that was a kushti kova for the puro lock. Translation. That is like what is told of Mr. Bartlett in Gloucestershire, who had a fine place near Gloucester and Bristol, where he lived in a great house. No man ever saw so many foxes or pheasants as he kept there. They ran across all the paths like hens. One day he was riding on a fine horse, when he saw a gypsy carrying a truss of wheat straw on his back up a little path, and leaped over the poor man, straw and all. I knew that old man better than I know you, for I was after one of his daughters then, he had beautiful girls, and he was old Nightlock. Old fellow, said the gentleman, did I frighten you? I beg your pardon, sir, said Locke after him. I didn't know you were coming. So old Locke stayed on that land all his life, and that was a good thing for old Locke. Gudlo 39. The gypsy, the pig, and the mustard. Yekarus a Rommany chow jowl to a burrow gifskroker sauce the rye sus hawn. And 6 the rom want a dickon, the rye all cedo portered a kel malico pash chris, and del it to the Rommany chow. And sauce the chris dontered adri his gullo, he was pash tassard, and the panny weld in his yakas. Puched the rye, kuins toot ruven bajaw for. And he rackard polly, the chris leld mandy's bavel ajaw. Pen the rye, I com the chris'll del toot kushti bach. Paraco, ria, pen the rom polly, I'll comer it cares dovo. 6 the rye beechered his shero, the Rommany chow lowered the crisco kuro ma the rupani rui, and kek dictit. The waver divis and polly, dovo rom jowl to the rias bolotan, and dict odoi a burrow rikino bolo, and gillied, I'll dick a sigh if I can care toot ruv a biddy. Now, ria, you must gene if you del a bauler chris adria pabo, he can't shell of re or care a gudlo for his miraben, and you can recur him besin, or chiv him apre a wardo, and jal endurer and kek genit. And dovos what the Rommany chow cared to the bauler, pash the sim chris, and as he bissard it of re and packard it adri a gunno, he pen shucker adri the bauler's can, calico toots rye hatched my bavel, and the divis I've hatched toots. And yekarus your rye calm the chris would del mandy kushti bach, and kenna it has del menji kushtier bach than ever he jinned. Rise must be sig not to care piasin, trickies atop o, coro mushies. Translation. Once a gypsy went to a great farmhouse as the gentleman sat at table eating. And so soon as the gypsy looked away, the gentleman very quietly filled a cheesecake with mustard and gave it to the gypsy. When the mustard bit in his throat, he was half choked, and the tears came into his eyes. The gentleman asked him, "What are you weeping for now?" And he replied, "The mustard took my breath away." The gentleman said, "I hope the mustard will give you good luck." "Thank you, sir," answered the gypsy, "I'll take care it does, that." As soon as the gentleman turned his head, the gypsy stole the mustard pot with the silver spoon, and no one saw it. The next day after, that gypsy went to the gentleman's pig pen, and saw there a great fine-looking pig, and sang, "I'll see now if I can make you weep a bit." Now, sir, you must know that if you give a pig mustard in an apple, he can't cry out or squeal for his life, and you can carry him away, or throw him on a wagon, and get away, and nobody will know it. And that is what the gypsy did to the pig, with the same mustard, and as he ran it away and put it in a bag, he whispered softly into the pig's ear, "Yesterday your master stopped my breath, and today I've stopped yours. And once your master hoped the mustard would give me good luck, and now it has given me better luck than he ever imagined." Gentlemen must be careful not to make sport of and play tricks on poor men. Gudli XL. Explaining the origin of a current gypsy proverb or saying. Trin or stor beshes poly kenna yek o, the petulangros dict a burrow molo bauler adri a biddy drum. And, sig as he latched it, some Rommany chows weld alian dick this here Rommany chow. So petulangro he shelled of re, a fino bauler. Saw Tullaben. Jal and the sala and you shall have pash. And they weld a poply adri the sala and leld pash sartacho. And ever since Dovo Divis it's a rackerben o, the Rommany chows, sar Tullaben, Jal and the sala and toot shall lel your pash. Translation. 3 or 4 years ago one of the smiths found a great dead pig in a lane. And just as he found it, some gypsies came by and saw this Rommany. So Smith bawled out to them, a fine pig. All fat. Come in the morning and you shall have half. And they returned in the morning and got half, all right. And ever since it has been a saying with the gypsies, it's all fat, come in the morning and get your half. Gudli XLI. The gypsy's fishhook. Yekris arai pukkard a Rommany chow he might jow machin dri his panny, and he'd del Lester the camaben for trin mushy, if he'd only matchy with a bongo sieve and a punziran. So the rum jowled with India drab cared a pre moro, and he drabbard saw the match as a dri the panny, and recurred of re his wardo sarpordo. A burro kairos poly dovo, the rai dick the Rommany chow, and penned, you coramengro, did toot lel the match as of re my panny with a hook. Ayali, ria, with a hook, penned the rom pale, wary cedo. And what kind of a hook? Ria, rackard the rom, it was yek o, the longe kind, what we pens in amondis jib a hookaben, i.e., huckaben or hawkaben. When you del a mush camaben to lel machias of re toots panny, you'd better hatch a doy and dick how he cares it. Translation. Once a gentleman told a gypsy he might fish in his pond, and he would give him permission to do so for a shilling, but that he must only fish with a hook and a fishing pole, literally, crooked needle. So the gypsy went with India drab, juice of the berries of Indicus cocculus, made up with bread, and poisoned all the fish in the pond, and carried away his wagonful. A long time after, the gentleman met the gypsy, and said, "You thief, did you catch the fish in my pond with a hook?" "Yes, sir, with a hook," replied the gypsy very quietly. "And what kind of a hook?" "Sir," said the gypsy, "it was one of the long kind, what we call in our language a hookaben, i.e., a lie or trick. When you give a man leave to fish in your pond, you had better be present and see how he does it." Gudli 42. The Gypsy and the Snake. If you more the first sappa you dicks, tootle more the first enemy you've got. That's what M pens, but I don't gene if it's tacho or netis. And yekaris there was a wary wafro mush that was allers a chiron wafri covabens. And yek divis he dicked a sap in the wsh, and he prasted palarit with a bori churi adri lester waster and chint her shero a prey. And then he rackard to his cockerus, now that I've moored the sap, I'll lel the jivaban of my venomous enemy. And just as he penned dovo lav he delled his piro atut the danyas of a ruck, and pet alai and chived the churi adri his bucko. And as he was bishin alai a mullerin dri the weshes, he penned to his cockerus, avali, I dix kenna that dovos tacho what they puckers about morin a sappa. For I never had kek worser enemies than I've been to Mandy's selfus, and what wells of morin innocent hanimals is kek kushtoban. Translation. If you kill the first snake you see, you'll kill the first, principal, enemy you have. That is what they say, but I don't know whether it is true or not. And once there was a very bad man who was always doing bad deeds. And one day he saw a snake in the forest, and ran after it with a great knife in his hand and cut her head off. And then he said to himself, now that I've killed the snake, I'll take the life of my most vindictive, literally, most venomous, enemy. And just as he spoke that word he struck his foot against the roots of a tree, and fell down and drove the knife into his own body, liver or heart. And as he lay dying in the forests, he said to himself, yes, I see now that it is true what they told me as to killing a snake, for I never had any worse enemy than I have been to myself, and what comes of killing innocent animals is not good. Gudli 43. The Story of the Gipsy and the Bull. Yekeris there was a Rommany chal who was a burrow coran mush, a sorello mush, a burrow astini mush, weri tunari and hunalo. And he penned a dusta kyrises that kek giro and kek kova, pre the drumias couldn't trasher him. But yek divis, as yuv was jalan langs the drum with a waver pal, chundaran and hookaran and luntran, and shoran his kokero how he could core the puro benji selfus, they shund a guro a guran, and gujaran. And the first kova they jinned he prasted like divius at and these here giros prasted a preyi ruck, and the burrow coran mush that was so flick his wasters cheed first saw, sar. And hatched duridiris from the puv pre the limmers. And he beshed a doyen, dikji bulas wasserin, and chongaran his trushnees sarabudis, and kellen, pre Leicester's kovas, and pogran to Cutengros saw he leld for Leicester's miraben. And whenever the bavel pewtered he was a trash he'd peltale pre the shingabalos of the guro. And so they beshed a doy till the sig of the sala, when the mush who dictate to the grovnies welde perian, by dick these here chals bishin like chilicos pre the ruck, and patched lengees what they were kyran dovo for. So they puckered him about the bulas, and he hankered it of re, and they weld alayan jald endurer to the kachima, for there never was dui mushies in kovo tem that conda droppy leviner kumi than lender. But pale dovo divis that trushani mush never suckered he couldn't be a trashni mush no morus. Tacho. Translation. Once there was a gypsy who was a great fighting man, a strong man, a great boxer, very bold and fierce. And he said many a time that no man and no thing on the roads could frighten him. But one day, as he was going along the road with another man, his friend, exaggerating and bragging and boasting, and praising himself that he could beat the old devil himself, they heard a bull bellowing and growling. And the first thing they knew he ran like mad at them. And these men hurried up a tree, and the great fighting man that was so handy with his fists climbed first of all, and placed himself furthest from the ground on the limbs. And he sat there and saw the bull tossing and throwing his baskets all about, and dancing on his things, and breaking to pieces all he had for his living. And whenever the wind blew he was afraid he would fall on the horns of the bull. And so they sat there till daybreak, when the man who looked after the cows came walking by and saw these fellows sitting like birds on the tree, and asked them what they were doing that for. So they told him about the bull, and he drove it away. And they came down and went on to the alehouse, for there never were two men in this country that wanted a drop of beer more than they. But after that day that thirsty man never boasted he could not be a frightened man. True. Gudli 44. The Gypsy and his Three Sweethearts. Yekeris atano mush cared his kamaben ta trin juvas ketnus and kek the trin jind yuvsus aperian ye waver dui. An kovo raklo jivdadri a biddy tan pash the rikaris side the burrow luan pani, and yek radi sar the chase weld shikri ketnus a lester, and kek the jiris jind the wavers san loler and adoy. So they jald sarsigan ketnus, and rakard, sars han, ta yek chiris. And dovo raklo didn't gene what juva calmed lester faradiris, or kun yuv calmed ye faradiris, so sar the stor beshtale sum, at the habaneskro, and yuv del len habanant laviner. Yek hod buddy, but ye waver dui wouldn't ha kek, yek pied, but ye waver dui wouldn't pi kumani, cause they were sar hanali, and sukarian, kuried. So the raklo penned lengees, yuv sos a trash if yuv lelda juva, at couldn't ha, she wouldn't jiv, so he rummered the rakli that hod her haben. Allers ha sar the haben folky banders a pray a toot, and tootle jal sicker men dush and tuckly. Translation. Once a young man courted 3 girls together, and none of the 3 knew he was courting the 2 others. And that youth lived in a little place near the side of the great salt water, and one night all the girls came at once together to him, and none of the girls knew the others were coming there. So they went all quick together, and said, "Good evening," sorry Sean means really, how are you, at the same time. And that youth did not know which girl liked him best, or whom he loved best. So all the four sat down together at the table, and he gave them food and beer. One ate plenty, but the other two would eat nothing, one drank, but the other two would not drink something, because they were all angry, and grieved, and worried. So the youth told them he was afraid if he took a wife that could not eat, she would not live, so he married the girl that ate her food. Always eat all the food that people give you, literally share out to you, and you will go readily, securely, through sorrow and trouble. Gudli XLV. The Gipsies and the Smugglers. A true story. Yekaris, most 100 beshkena, when mi datas sus a chavo, yek rati a buddy Rommany chals san milaren kedeneskris pash the burrow pani, kuan sarsig de greyas ankerd e wikarin and lutteren and nukarin and kyran a burrow Gudli. And the Rommanys schuin de shellen, and dict mushies prasterin and lullin for lenders miraben, sa sir dush, avri a burrow hev. And, when len san sar jald lug, the Rommany chals weldadoy and latched a dusta biddy barrels o, tetu pani, and fino kovas, for dovo mushies were mugglers, and the Roms leld sar they mucked polly. And dovo sus a burrow kova for the Rommany chals, and they pied sar greyas, and the Raklis and juvas jald in kushni hesis for buddy devuses. And dovo sus caro pash bo peep, a burrow puvius adri bori chummers, pash Hastings in Sussex. When mugglers nasher and Rommany chals latch, there's kek worser camaben for it. Translation. Once almost 100 years now, when my father was a boy, one night many gypsies were going together near the sea, when all at once the horses began whinnying and kicking and neighing, and making a great noise, and the gypsies heard a crying out. And saw men running and rushing as if in alarm, from a great cave. And when they were all gone away together, the gypsies went there and found many little barrels of brandy, and valuables, for those men were smugglers, and the gypsies took all they left behind. And that was a great thing for the gypsies, and they drank like horses, and the girls and women went in silk clothes for many days. And that was done near Bo Peep, a great field in the hills, by Hastings in Sussex. When smugglers lose and gypsies find, nobody is the worse for it. The end.